Chapter 546. The World Devastator Taoist had spent his entire life. Perhaps it was to transform or to cultivate. He had devoured countless connate spiritual items. Among them, there were many that were more precious than the Ninth Heaven Thunder Lord. If not for that, the World Devastator Taoist would not have been able to reach the quasi-saint realm so quickly. One had to know that he had been severely injured by Feng Zichen several times, causing his origin source to be greatly damaged. Under normal circumstances, it would be extremely difficult for him to maintain his current strength, let alone improve his cultivation level. However, the reality was that not only did the World Devastator Taoist's strength not deteriorate, but it also improved. He broke through from the Daluo Jingxian realm to the quasi-saint realm. Clearly, he had borrowed external strength. He had devoured many connate spiritual items to make up for his missing origin source. Only this method could heal the World Devastator Taoist's injuries in a short period of time and allow his cultivation level to improve by leaps and bounds. However, how could connate spiritual items be so easy to devour? Every connate spiritual item was born from heaven and earth. They had great luck and great creation. Although they were not as good as connate god fiends, they were still favored by heaven and earth. Therefore, killing them was unknown. Of course, with the providence that the World Devastator Taoist had inherited from the creation Green Lotus, devouring some connate spiritual items was nothing. It would not affect him much. However, there was a limit to everything. For example, the World Devastator Taoist devoured connate spiritual items without any restraint. No matter how great his providence was, he could not withstand such a creation. It could be said that the World Devastator Taoist's death was caused by Feng Zichen. In reality, his providence had run out and he had been abandoned by the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, did he really think that the World Devastator Taoist was so easy to kill? He was a connate god fiend who had the legacy of the Chaos Green Lotus and had the providence to open heaven. In terms of status, even if he was not as good as the three pure ones, he was not far behind. He had the characteristic of turning misfortune into luck and misfortune into fortune. If the heavenly Tao had not abandoned the World Devastator Taoist, even if Feng Zichen's cultivation level was far higher than his, he would not be able to kill him today. This might even become his opportunity. It was his own doing that gave Feng Zichen the chance to kill him. Go. Putting away the grade 12 Black Lotus of World Destruction, Feng Zichen cast a spell to erase all traces of what had happened here before hurriedly leaving. The 12th grade Black Lotus of World Destruction was of great importance. It was the treasure of the demonic sect. The loss of this treasure would definitely cause a huge commotion. Perhaps even the fiend ancestor Rahu, who had disappeared for many years, would appear because of this. Feng Zichen was not an idiot. It was impossible for him to stupidly stay where he was and wait for the evil cult elites to come and take revenge. Now that he had gotten his hands on the benefits, it was best to slip away. With the level 12 Black Lotus of World Destruction in his hand, Feng Zichen did not dare to stay in untainted land any longer. He hurriedly returned to the South Pole Star and heaved a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of the demonic sect's experts, but he was afraid of demon ancestor Rahu. This was the true supreme expert of the primordial world, the person who had once suppressed Tao ancestor Hongjun. Who wouldn't be afraid of him? Feng Zichen was not even a primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Of course, he did not dare to face such a person directly. It would be safer to hide in his own base camp, the boundless starry sky. With God Pangu around, at least his safety could be guaranteed. I have to find an opportunity to send this 12th grade Black Lotus of World Destruction to Xianqing. Even after returning to the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen was still a little worried. He felt that this Black Lotus of World Destruction was really a big trouble and could not be kept in his hands. Otherwise, if the fiend ancestor Rahu followed his aura to find him, wouldn't it be uncomfortable? Even if the fiend ancestor did not take action, this treasure would be exposed sooner or later if it was kept in his hands. So, he had to send the 12th grade Black Lotus of World Destruction away. No, it was best to destroy it. Coincidentally, the Green Lotus of Creation was in the hands of Xianqing. He could send this 12th grade Black Lotus of World Destruction over and let it be devoured to become a resource for him to upgrade to an innate treasure. Now, Feng Zichen had the 12th grade White Lotus of Purification, the 12th grade Black Lotus of World Destruction, and the pool of Golden Lotus of Merit that he had obtained from the 8 treasure pool of Mount Meru. If the Green Lotus of Creation devoured all these innate lotus flowers, it would probably become a top-grade innate treasure in one fell swoop. Its power would be comparable to the 3 heaven-opening treasures. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a little excited. It turned out that he had unknowingly collected so many Chaos Green Lotus fragments. If he planned properly, he might be able to gather the 4 innate lotus platforms in the future and recreate a trace of the divine power of the Chaos Green Lotus. Hongmeng Daozhong come. With a slight movement in his heart, Feng Zichen summoned Hongmeng Daozhong and put away the 12th grade Black Lotus of World Destruction. In an instant, the aura of the 12th grade Black Lotus of World Destruction, it completely disappeared from the primordial world. No matter how the demonic experts searched, they could not sense its aura at all. It was the same even if the demon ancestor personally took action. The power of Hongmeng Daozhong was no joke. It could even hide the heavenly way, let alone the demon ancestor. However, in this way Hongmeng Daozhong could no longer be used. Otherwise, once Hongmeng Daozhong was used, it would leak the aura of the 12th grade Black Lotus of World Destruction that it was suppressing. But this did not matter because soon, the 12th grade Black Lotus of World Destruction would become the resource for the Green Lotus of Creation to become an innate treasure. Go! With a stroke of his hand, Feng Zichen tore open a spatial rift and sent Hongmeng Daozhong in. On the other side of the spatial rift was the location of the 3 immortal islands of the East Sea. At this time, the saints were not there, and the heavenly way was powerless to look after the primordial world. It was the best time for the Green Lotus of Creation to become an innate treasure. While Luai's incarnation was busy dealing with the 12th grade Black Lotus of World Destruction, Feng Zichen's other 2 incarnations were not idle either. Gaochen's incarnation first took out the Human Path Imperial Seal, the Human Path Treasure from the mini-primordial world, and then hurried to the ancestral land of the human race. At this time, the ancestral land of the human race was being besieged by a group of innate ferocious beasts. There were millions of innate ferocious beasts, and each of them was no lower than a golden immortal. Among them, there were tens of thousands of Tai-Jinxian beasts and dozens of Daluo-Jinxian beast kings. The most terrifying ones were the 6 leading innate ferocious beasts. Their bodies were incomparably huge. His strength was even more terrifying. It was comparable to the strength of a demi-sage in the middle stage. Under the siege of these innate ferocious beasts, the protective boundary that Nuwa had set up back then could not help but tremble as if it could break at any time. If the barrier was really broken, the human race would face a calamity of annihilation. How could a Daluo Jinxian survive the siege of millions of innate ferocious beasts if his cultivation was not as strong as a Daluo Jinxian? If the human race's lower and middle levels were all killed, what could they do even if the upper echelons survived? How was that different from annihilation? Therefore, the human race's boundary could not be broken. With this thought in mind, Fushi resolutely walked out of the human race's boundary and fought with the 6 pre-saint innate ferocious beasts to relieve the pressure that the human race's boundary was facing. If Fushi was still in his peak state, he would not be afraid of 6 mid-saint connate ferocious beasts, let alone 6 mid-saint connate ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, Fushi's cultivation had only recovered to the early saint realm. Without the connate god-fiend body that had been refined for hundreds of millions of years, his cultivation was not much stronger than the beasts. He could still win against 1 or 2 beasts. It would be a bit difficult to deal with 3 or 4 beasts. But now, fighting 1 against 6, he was no match for them at all. The 6 mid-saint connate ferocious beasts did not use any other means at all. They just relied on their powerful innate bodies to beat Fushi into retreat. It had to be said that as the connate ferocious beasts transformed from the remains of the Chaos Demon God, their bodies were really too strong. Fushi's magic could only scratch their skin when it hit their bodies. Could not cause any harm at all. Fortunately, the He-Tu and the inscription of the Luo were now in Fushi's hands. It was with this treasure that Fushi could barely hold on under the siege of the 6 beasts and pose a threat to them. But even so, as time passed, Fushi could not hold on any longer. A supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. It was not that easy to activate. Every time Fushi activated the He-Tu and the inscription of the Luo with all his strength, it was also a huge burden for him. The power of a pre-saint was not endless. Once Fushi's power was exhausted, he would die in the hands of the 6 beasts. Usually, Fushi could run away if he could not win. But now the human race was behind him. If he were to leave, the human race would be finished. So, in order to protect the human race, he could not leave even if he died. Finally, after killing 2 connate ferocious beasts in a row, Fushi's power was also exhausted. He was powerless to activate the He-Tu and the inscription of the Luo to fight against the remaining 4 connate ferocious beasts. Cough cough. I didn't expect that I, Fushi, would have such a day. Looking at the 4 ferocious beasts getting closer and closer, Fushi first laughed self-deprecatingly. Then a trace of madness appeared on his face. He was about to burn his origin and perish together with the 4 ferocious beasts in front of him. This was the only thing he could do for the human race now. Boom. Rays of brilliance bloomed from Fushi's body. A terrifying aura spread, stirring the surrounding void into pieces. He was going all out. His Khanate origin was burning wildly. Roar. Even the four ferocious beasts who had no spiritual intelligence could not help but roar uneasily under the influence of Fushi's aura. The prediction of danger was the instinct of all creatures. Even the Khanate ferocious beasts were no exception. Making up his mind, Fushi was about to charge towards the four ferocious beasts. But at this moment, the human Tao Emperor's seal suddenly descended from the sky and landed on Fushi's head, freezing him in place. Immediately, rays of dazzling human Tao light fell from the human Tao Emperor's seal and surged into Fushi's body, calming the restless origin in his body and healing his injuries. Without a doubt, this was Feng Zichen's move. At this critical moment, he sacrificed the human Tao Emperor's seal to save Fushi. In fact, when the Khanate ferocious beasts besieged the human race, Feng Zichen had arrived, but he did not lend a hand. The reason was simple. He wanted to see what Fushi's temperament was like. In the end, Fushi was still a demon and not a pure human. Who knew what kind of position the human race had in his heart? Therefore, when Fushi was fighting with the 6 Khanate ferocious beasts, Feng Zichen chose to stand by and watch. He quietly hid in the dark and waited for Fushi's choice. After that, when he saw Fushi decide to die together with the Khanate ferocious beasts in order to protect the human race, Feng Zichen confirmed his temperament and saved him. It was no wonder that Feng Zichen was so cautious. Because he was going to pass the human Tao Emperor's seal to Fushi next. This action represented the transfer of the supreme power of the human race, and also represented that Feng Zichen approved of Fushi and was determined to pass the position of the human race's leader to him. Without knowing Fushi's true thoughts, how could Feng Zichen dare to pass the human Tao Emperor's seal to him? This matter concerned the rise and fall of the human race, so it was not too much to be cautious. Fortunately, Fushi's actions received Feng Zichen's approval. He was willing to die for the human race. He was qualified to become the human race's leader. After healing Fushi's injuries, a ray of divine light suddenly shot out from the human Tao Emperor's seal and entered Fushi's glabella. It was recognizing a master. At this moment, Fushi had become the master of the human Tao Emperor's seal. Of course, this so-called master of Fushi was still a bit exaggerated. He only had the right to use the human Tao Emperor's seal but not ownership. The ownership of the human Tao Emperor's seal was naturally still in Feng Zichen's hands. It made sense. No matter how generous he was, he couldn't just give away a treasure for free. He was just lending it to the human race's leader. If Feng Zichen needed it, he could take it back at any time. Besides, he hadn't left it behind without a purpose. Although the human Tao Emperor's seal's name contained the word human, its main power still came from the chaos bead, so it didn't really fit the name. Therefore, Feng Zichen planned to use the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to refine the treasure for him. With the 8 supreme human emperors and him, a total of 9 emperors would nourish the human Tao Emperor's seal. Thinking about it, it could allow him to complete his cultivation and completely become a human Tao supreme treasure. In this way, the human emperor would benefit and he would also benefit. It was the best of both worlds. This is the Khanate absolute treasure. Emperor Li's seal? What great power! Looking at the human Tao Emperor's seal in his hand, Fushi had mixed feelings. He'd been Emperor Shi of the demon race for hundreds of millions of years. Although he'd enjoyed great glory, he'd never received a Khanate absolute treasure. But after his reincarnation, he'd only been the human emperor for tens of thousands of years, and a Khanate absolute treasure had come to recognize him as its master. Fushi was speechless. But soon, his thoughts were pulled back to reality by a fierce beast roar. Seeing that Fushi hadn't made a move yet, the 4 greater heaven fierce beasts grew impatient and took the initiative to attack. With a heavy heart, Fushi took out the human Tao Emperor's seal and blasted it at the 4 beasts. With the Khanate absolute treasure in hand, Fushi's strength increased exponentially. These 4 mid-Saint Khanate beasts were no longer his match. Rumble. An extremely great power suddenly surged out from the human Tao Emperor's seal, twisting the laws and shaking up the universe. Chapter 547. That was Panga's power. Although the human Tao Imperial seal was forged with the chaos bead as its core, its main material was Panga's finger bone. In other words, if the seal's power could be fully unleashed, it would possess the power of a single finger of Panga's. One could imagine just how terrifying a single finger of Panga's would be. Even if Fushi couldn't fully awaken the seal with his current strength, He'd be able to kill the 4 Khanate beasts as long as he could activate a sliver of its power. In the past, when the seal had been in Feng Zichen's hands, he'd only been able to unleash the Chaos Bead's power. He hadn't been able to see the power of Panga's finger bone at all. That was because the Chaos Bead alone was enough for Feng Zichen. There was no need to use the power of Panga's finger bone at all. Besides, Feng Zichen didn't use the power of Panga's finger bone because he was planning to keep a trump card up his sleeve. Keeping a few trump cards up one's sleeve could often produce unexpected results. For example, when it came to scheming against others, but that wouldn't do now. In order to use the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to perfect the seal, Feng Zichen had to pass it on to them. However, the Chaos Bead's existence couldn't be discovered by them at all costs. Otherwise, it would be a very big problem for Feng Zichen. Therefore, the Chaos Bead's power in the seal couldn't be used by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Therefore, to ensure the seal's power, Feng Zichen decided to release Panga's finger bone's authority while concealing the Chaos Bead's power. In this way, the seal would undergo a tremendous transformation. It had gone from a supreme treasure that could suppress time and space to an unparalleled offensive treasure. Moreover, with this change, there was a reasonable explanation for the origin of the Human Dao Imperial Seal. Although the primordial wilderness was vast, there were only a limited number of Khanate peerless treasures. One couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. Without a logical origin, everyone would inevitably suspect that a Khanate peerless treasure had changed its appearance and become the Human Dao Imperial Seal. Suspicions came and went. Perhaps they would even suspect the Chaos Bead. There were only a few items that could be transformed into Khanate cardinal treasures. If someone was serious, they might not have thought of the Chaos Bead. There was no need to doubt the wisdom of the great mystical abilities of the great desolate world. Those who could live to this day and still stand tall were not simple people. They were very shrewd. However, if the origins of the Human Dao Emperor's Seal were proven to be a Khanate peerless treasure formed from Panga's finger bone, then everything would make sense. With how powerful Pangu was, there was a high chance that a finger bone and some rare Khanate spirit items could be refined into a Khanate cardinal treasure. By then, the powerful beings of the prehistorical era would not have too many doubts, except for the fact that the humankind was so lucky to find Pangu's finger bone. The matter of the Chaos Bead would also be completely covered up. This was because everyone's attention was on Panga's finger bone. Rumble. The world trembled inexplicably. The phantom of a purple finger gradually appeared behind the Human Dao Imperial insignia. It was the shadow of Panga's finger. Pangu's aura surged over and actually awakened the fear rooted in the depths of the 4 Khanate beasts' bloodlines, forcing them to roar uneasily. Then, without looking back, they fled into the distance. They were afraid. They were truly afraid. As Khanate beasts formed from the remnants of the Chaos Demon God, they had inherited the Chaos Demon God's bloodline as well as the Demon God's fear of Pangu. The stronger they were, the more obvious their reaction would be. Therefore, after sensing Pangu's aura, they didn't even dare think of resisting. They fled into the distance with almost no regard for anything else. Hurrying to escape was the only thought in their minds at this moment. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Rumble. The phantom of Panga's finger was like a pillar that supported the heavens as it pointed forward with a boom. Then, the 4 beasts that were fleeing in panic exploded at the same time, turning into a rain of blood that rained down on the untainted land. With just one strike, the 4 Khanate beasts comparable to Mid-Saint were killed by the Human Dao Emperor's Seal. The 4 ferocious beasts were clearly fleeing in 4 different directions. However, Panga's finger had just lightly pointed forward, and the 4 Khanate beasts had died at the same time. Twisting time and folding space. The power of Panga's finger was that powerful. Kill? After killing the 4 Khanate beasts, Fuxi activated the Human Dao Emperor's Seal again. Immediately, an extremely vast power descended and instantly swept through the space within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. Bang 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 bang, the vast and unparalleled power suddenly pressed down. The Khanate beasts that were besieging the human race's boundary were shattered into pieces before they could even scream. At this point, the crisis of the human race was immediately resolved. Of course, Fuxi didn't kill all the Khanate beasts. He still left behind hundreds of Khanate beasts at the Taijingxian level and tens of thousands of Khanate beasts at the Golden Immortal level. He intended to use this to train the human race. Greetings, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving my life. Putting away the Human Dao Emperor's Seal, Fuxi bowed solemnly to the front. There, a blurry figure had appeared out of nowhere. He was staring at the human race in front of him with an extremely complicated gaze. This person was Feng Zichen. Get up. Feng Zichen retracted his gaze and gently lifted Fuxi up with his right hand. The current Fuxi was no match for him. "Thank you, Your Majesty." After standing up, Fuxi thanked him again. No matter how illustrious he was in his previous life, he was only a human in this life. When he saw Feng Zichen, the greatest emperor of the human race, there was no reason not to worship him. Moreover, the Tao he cultivated in this life was the Tao of Godfiends. Now that the ancestral master was in front of him, he naturally had to worship him. Moreover, just now, if Feng Zichen hadn't come to save him, he would have died at the hands of the Khanate beasts. In this way he had even less reason not to worship Feng Zichen. As for why Fuxi, as a disciple of the Grand Pure One, cultivated the Tao of Godfiends passed down by Feng Zichen and not the Tao of Golden Core passed down by the Grand Pure One, that was related to the current situation of the human race. The current human race was mainly focused on the Tao of Godfiends. The rest were all minor Taos. If Fuxi cultivated the Tao of Golden Core passed down by the Grand Pure One, then it would be difficult for him to control the human race. It would be almost impossible. At the very least, the descendants of the God-fiends, who occupied 99% of the human race's forces, would not allow the descendants of the Golden Core lineage to occupy the position of the human race's patriarch. For the current human race, the Tao of God-fiends was the orthodox, and only the orthodox could inherit the throne. Therefore, what Fuxi cultivated was the Tao of God-fiends. You are now the human race's patriarch and the leader of the human race. There's no need to be so polite to me. Feng Zichen waved his hand and said, "In front of Your Majesty, Fuxi doesn't dare to be rude." Even though Feng Zichen said so, Fuxi still said very politely, "Your Majesty, you must return to the clan to take a look." As he said that, Fuxi looked at Feng Zichen with an expectant gaze. The current primordial world was too chaotic and dangerous. He had no confidence that he could protect the human race under such circumstances. Just like today, if not for Feng Zichen's timely action, the entire human race would have become a part of the primordial world's history. If Feng Zichen could return to the human race, with such an expert holding down the fort, the human race would have nothing to worry about. "No. My era has passed. The current human race is your era." Feng Zichen shook his head and refused. If he returned to the human race at this time, then who would be the leader of the human race? If Fuxi was the leader, then wouldn't Feng Zichen be under Fuxi? Not to mention whether he would agree or not, even his clansmen wouldn't agree. If he was the leader, then where would Fuxi be? What was the point of him being the emperor? Therefore, in order to pave the way for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, even if Feng Zichen wanted to return to the human race, he couldn't return during this period of time. However, Feng Zichen was very gratified that Fuxi could say these words. If it wasn't for the sake of the human race, how could Fuxi say such words? One had to know that if Feng Zichen returned to the human race at this time, the one who would suffer the greatest loss would be Fuxi. From this, it could be seen that for the sake of the human race, Fuxi could really sacrifice his own interests. Just this point alone was worth Feng Zichen passing on the position of the human race's patriarch to him. "Fuxi, from now on, the human race is yours." Smiling and nodding at Fuxi, Feng Zichen's figure slowly disappeared. He was very relieved to leave the human race to Fuxi. In the void, Feng Zichen wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he spread out his divine consciousness and carefully explored the void. As expected, a moment later Feng Zichen got the answer he wanted. He withdrew his divine consciousness and chased in a certain direction. There, a figure surrounded by a murderous aura was crazily shuttling through space, escaping to a mysterious place. Damn it! Wasn't the human emperor sealed by the Eastern Emperor Tai? Why would he suddenly appear here? The person cursed with an ugly expression as he fled crazily. He was the Shadow Demon. He was one of the 8 great elders of the demon sect and had the cultivation of the great perfection of the sage-to-be. He was once active in the last days of the ancient times and killed many elders of the 3 clans. Note, with the end of the Age of Liches, time moved forward. The age of the 3 clans became the ancient times, and the Age of Liches became the ancient times. At that time, his cultivation was only at the great perfection of Daluo Jingxian. Although he was a high-ranking member of the demon sect, he wasn't considered to be in charge. But now, countless years had passed. The shadow demon's cultivation had broken through one after another and became a great perfection of the sage-to-be. He had also successfully become the decision-maker of the demon sect. This time he was ordered by the demon ancestor, Rahu, to destroy the human race in an attempt to defy the destiny and destroy the plan of the heavenly Tao to revive the human race. The innate realm beasts that besieged the human race were forcibly summoned by the demon ancestor, Rahu, with the magic treasure given by the demon ancestor. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that so many innate realm beasts came to attack the human race? This was clearly a planned attack by the demon sect. Not only the human race but even the innate realm alliance was being besieged by the demon sect elders and the innate realm beast. The human race and the innate realm alliance were the only two major forces left in the primordial world. If they were all destroyed, then the primordial world would really become the territory of the innate realm beasts. The demon sect could also rely on this to prosper. Unfortunately, although the demon sect's plan was good, they had not appeared in the primordial world for a long time. The news seemed to be a little outdated and they had missed out on Feng Zichen. Otherwise this plan might really succeed. However, Feng Zichen appeared. Everything was different. In fact, whether it was the demon sect that ruled the primordial world or the celestial sect of wonders that ruled the primordial world, Feng Zichen did not care much. However, now that the demon sect wanted to destroy the human race, he had no choice but to care. The demon sect could not be left alive. Compared to the demon sect, at the very least, the celestial sect of wonders still hoped that the human race would prosper. In this way, how to choose? It was self-evident. The innate realm beasts were attacking the human race on a large scale. This was obviously not right. It would be strange if there was nothing fishy about it. Therefore, Feng Zichen released his spiritual will to investigate the surrounding void to see if there were any clues left behind by the mastermind. This investigation, sure enough, made him discover the problem. Somewhere in the void, there was a trace of extremely hidden demonic aura. Obviously, the attack of the innate realm beasts on the human race had something to do with the demon sect. Sensing this, Feng Zichen was furious, but he did not forget to deduce the demon sect's plan. Although the demon sect's plan was hidden, since he had already caught on to it, then all the concealment was meaningless. Not long after, Feng Zichen deduced the demon sect's general plan. Therefore he first sent a voice transmission to Fuxi and asked him to go and rescue the innate alliance. Then he followed the trace of the demonic aura and tracked down the mastermind behind this time. No matter what, the mastermind behind this plot against the human race had to die today. A dragon had a reverse scale and it would be angry if it was touched. The human race was Feng Zichen's reverse scale. Anyone who dared to attack the human race would suffer his anger. Today was to clearly tell the demon sect. If they dared to attack the human race, they would have to pay the corresponding price. The shadow demon was just the beginning. Fellow Taoist in front, please wait. It didn't take long for Feng Zichen to catch up with the shadow demon and shout at it. Not good. Hearing this, the shadow demon's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly used a secret technique and fled forward at all costs. It was not that he did not want to fight, but he could not beat him at all. After hearing Feng Zichen's voice, the shadow demon had just had the thought of stopping in his heart. In his sea of consciousness, the image of his death suddenly appeared, and the future also became blurry. At this time, the shadow demon knew that he was no match for the other party no matter what. If he stayed, he would definitely die. Therefore, the shadow demon directly used a secret technique. He did not hesitate to burn his origin and pay the price of a great loss of strength to increase his speed and escape toward the demon sect's base camp. As long as he escaped there, he would be safe. The demon sect's base camp could be said to be where most of the demon sect's strength was concentrated. Even the demon ancestor Rahu had left a gaze there. Unless Tao ancestor Hongjun personally made a move, no one would be able to break through there. Feng Zichen naturally could not. Chapter 548. Leave? Do you think you can leave? Looking at the figure of the other party fleeing in panic, Feng Zichen smiled faintly. He then took out the million sword illustration and shook it gently in front of him. In an instant, hundreds of millions of sword lights burst out from the void and swept towards the shadow demon who was frantically fleeing. Before he could turn around, the shadow demon knew that something was wrong. While he was shocked, he did not forget to use all his strength to stimulate the murderous aura around his body to form a layer of pitch-black protective shield outside his body, intending to block this attack. However, the huge gap made his efforts all useless. In just a breath, the defensive shield raised by the shadow demon was shattered into pieces by the sword light. Screams came out of the shadow demon's mouth. However, his body was cut off piece by piece by the sudden attack of the sword light. The real separation of flesh and blood, it was like death by 1,000 cuts. The demonic path was bumpy. If he wanted to achieve something, he would have to experience some unimaginable torture. The pain that the shadow demon had experienced along the way was more severe than death by 1,000 cuts. Therefore, the pain of the physical body alone could not shake the shadow demon's heart. However, while the sword light was cutting his body, the sword intent contained in it could penetrate his body and reach his primordial spirit and even true spirit. The pain of the primordial spirit and true spirit being cut was countless times more intense than the pain of the physical body. After being tortured like this, even the shadow demon, who had a strong mind, could not help but let out a shrill scream. This was a torture for cultivators, the punishment of death by 1,000 cuts for cultivators. When the sword light disappeared, only a skeleton was left of the shadow demon's body. The flesh and blood on his body were all cut off by the sword light. Even his primordial spirit was completely wiped out by the sword intent, leaving only an incomparably brilliant, innate, indestructible true spirit. Feng Zichen's attack took half of the shadow demon's life. It would be difficult for him to recover to his peak state without hundreds of millions of years of bitter cultivation. Great Taoist priests? He's really strong. Taking a few breaths of cold air, the shadow demon looked at Feng Zichen, who was approaching him, and said with difficulty, "Too strong." The gap between the two of them was too great. They were both in the same realm as Daluo Jingxian, but he couldn't even take a single blow from him. After all, the Grand Taoist priests represented the invincibility of Daluo Jingxian. Although Shadow Demon was only at the great perfection of Sage to be, he was at the limit of Daluo Jingxian. However, a limit was still a limit. He was still in Daluo Jingxian's realm. Of course, he was no match for him. Note: Feng Zichen has just broken through. At this time, no one knows that he is at the half-step primordial chaos realm. In addition, the other party had the support of the power of rank, so he was even less of a match for him. Looking at Feng Zichen, the shadow demon silently thought that it would be difficult for him to escape today. But who wouldn't want to live if they could? Therefore, Shadow Demon felt that he could give it another try. "That is me." "What's wrong, fellow Taoist Shadow Demon? Why aren't you running anymore?" Walking to the front of Shadow Demon, Feng Zichen teased. There was no need to ask about the other party's identity. The moment he saw the Shadow Demon's true spirit, he naturally knew. When one's strength reached such a realm, his own traces had long been deeply engraved between heaven and earth. Facing the true spirit directly, any information he wanted could be easily divined, not to mention divining the identity of the other party. In the primordial chaos, one's face could be covered, his body could be covered, the secrets of heaven could be covered, the primordial spirit could be covered, and even the magic treasures could be covered. However, the innate undying true spirit could not be covered. This was the foundation of a living creature. It needed to be well hidden. After all, exposing the innate undying true spirit was equivalent to exposing everything. Grand Taoist priest, you must be joking. In front of you, there is no reason for me to escape. As Shadow Demon replied, he tried to restore his physical body and primordial spirit. However, he was soon disappointed. That was because he discovered that every time his flesh and blood were about to be reborn, a sword intent would emerge from the depths of his body and destroy the new flesh and blood. That was the sword intent that Feng Zichen had left in his body. The sword intent that Feng Zichen sent out had the characteristic of being indestructible. Even if the sword light disappeared, the sword intent could always stay on Shadow Demon's body and continue to destroy his physical body until the moment his innate undying true spirit completely collapsed. Are you stalling for time? Are you waiting for someone to save you? Looking at Shadow Demon, who was trying hard to restore his physical body, Feng Zichen asked curiously. Restoring his physical body was fake. The real thing was to secretly send out a distress signal. Using the restoration of his physical body to attract Feng Zichen's attention and then taking the opportunity to send out a distress signal was the Shadow Demon's plan. Yes. Feng Zichen noticed it, but he didn't stop it. How could the Shadow Demon's little trick be hidden from him? But he really didn't care. He wasn't bragging. In the current demon sect, other than demon ancestor Rahu, no one was his match. Therefore, no matter who came next, they wouldn't be his match. They were just here to die. If the demon sect wanted to exterminate the human race, of course, they had to pay a sufficient price. How could a shadow demon be enough? Therefore, Feng Zichen wouldn't stop Shadow Demon's actions. If another one came, it would be just enough for a pair. Killing them together would be a warning to the demon sect. He believed that this warning would be enough to leave a deep impression on the demon sect. As for why Feng Zichen was so sure that it wasn't demon ancestor Rahu. Of course, it was because with demon ancestor Rahu's realm, there was no need to wait for him to ask for help if he wanted to save Shadow Demon. He should have made a move when Shadow Demon was in danger. However, Demon Ancestor Rahu hadn't made a move until now. That meant that a mere Shadow Demon wasn't worth his help. Feng Zichen, who had figured this out, was naturally not afraid. You, the great Taoist priests, are really conceited. When he first heard Feng Zichen's words, Shadow Demon was really shocked and subconsciously wanted to quibble. However, in the next moment he realized that the signal for help he sent out wasn't intercepted. At this moment he was puzzled at first, but then he came to a sudden realization and somewhat understood Feng Zichen's thoughts. Then he was angry. How confident must this person be to treat the entire demon sect as if they were nothing? Humiliating others wasn't like this. Shadow Demon was really about to go crazy with anger. The dignified demon sect, the only two supreme sects in the primordial world, was actually looked down upon like this. It was really, when the experts of the sect arrived, he would definitely make the person in front of him pay the price. Looking at Feng Zichen in front of him, Shadow Demon thought to himself. The huge anger made him temporarily forget his current dangerous situation. It was really funny. Next, the two of them looked at each other and fell into silence, quietly waiting for the arrival of the experts of the demon sect. Tsk. It seems that fellow Taoist Shadow Demon's identity in the demon sect isn't that great. The experts sent by the demon sect as reinforcements are actually just clones. How disappointing. After a while, Feng Zichen suddenly said with a disappointed face. The experts of the demon sect as reinforcements had arrived. They were at the half-step primordial chaos realm. Their background was great, but unfortunately it was just a clone. This made Feng Zichen, who thought that he could catch a big fish, feel even more disappointed. What a waste of time. With that, Feng Zichen suddenly raised his right hand and punched forward. There, a cloud of black murderous aura appeared and was about to take human form. Rumble. Feng Zichen punched out. The void collapsed and the universe shook. Unparalleled power burst out and directly blasted the figure that had not yet formed into the void. Fellow Taoist Shadow Demon, it's time for you to go. After punching out, Feng Zichen did not look at the result. He directly looked at the Shadow Demon and was about to send him on his way. Since he could not catch the big fish of the demon sect, there was no value in keeping this person alive. You want to kill me? It's not that easy. Seeing that the experts who came to support him were beaten back by Feng Zichen's punch, the Shadow Demon knew that there was no way out and did not have any hope. He directly used the strongest attack of the demon sect. Self-destruction. He was dead. He could not let Feng Zichen have it easy. Boom. A powerful aura rose from the Shadow Demon's body. His entire body began to expand. Violent power poured out of his body, causing the void to shake endlessly and distort the laws. You want to self-destruct? Have you asked me? Feng Zichen just smiled and did not care. Self-destruction when one was in a desperate situation had almost become a tradition of the demon sect. Knowing that he was dealing with a powerful expert of the demon sect, how could Feng Zichen not be prepared? With a thought, Feng Zichen launched a counterattack. Then, under the Shadow Demon's incredulous eyes, hundreds of millions of bright sword lights erupted from his body and destroyed his origin. Chi. The origin was destroyed. The Shadow Demon's swollen body was like a punctured balloon. It made a leaking sound and slowly shriveled. At this point, the process of the Shadow Demon's self-destruction was forcefully interrupted. How is this possible? Until now, the Shadow Demon still could not believe that his strongest attack was so easily neutralized by Feng Zichen. It was too easy. He was too naive. Even the sword intent could not be destroyed, let alone the sword light. Feng Zichen was a grandmaster of space-time. To him, distorting time and space was the simplest method. The sword light that was released earlier did not disappear at all. Instead, it was hidden in the future. He was waiting for the moment when the Shadow Demon self-destructed so that he could launch a sudden attack. What a good method. I have no complaints about my loss. But don't be complacent. It won't be long before I return. After figuring out Feng Zichen's method, the Shadow Demon suddenly laughed a few times and was about to shatter his innate indestructible true spirit to end his own life. He was dead, he was going to die in his own hands. As long as the primordial world was not destroyed, Daluo Jingxian would not really die. Therefore he would not really die. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, with the methods of the demon sect, it would not be long before they could gather his true spirit and resurrect him. Since that was the case, he might as well be more straightforward and end it himself so that he would not be tortured again. Wait for him to be resurrected, and then settle the karma with Feng Zichen. There were countless experts in the demon sect. The shadow demon did not believe that no one could subdue Feng Zichen. Ridiculous. Who allowed you to die without my permission? Seeing that the shadow demon was about to end his own life, Feng Zichen's face darkened. Cultivators cherished their lives. And his own life? That was absolutely unbelievable. Especially the people of the demon sect. The secret techniques of the demon sect were extremely strange, and faking death was their specialty. If he did not kill the shadow demon with his own hands, who knew if he was really dead or if he had used a secret technique to fake his death to escape? As his thoughts raced, Feng Zichen directly used the supreme divine ability to reverse yin and yang, causing everything to be reversed. The shadow demon's action of ending his own life was interrupted on the spot. After that, Feng Zichen directly used the way of spacetime to seal the spacetime around the shadow demon, fixing him on the spot. For a quasi-saint cultivator, shattering the true spirit is not considered death. Fellow Taoist shadow demon, if you really want to die, then I have a divine ability that can satisfy your wish. As he walked towards the shadow demon, the aura on Feng Zichen's body suddenly changed. It became tyrannical, it became domineering, it became fierce. All kinds of characteristics that belonged to the chaos demon god emerged from his body one by one. Then wisps of purple-black murderous aura spread out from his body, emitting a heart-palpitating fluctuation that made people tremble in fear. Du Tian divine murderous aura. That was the Du Tian divine murderous aura. The purple-black murderous aura that spread out from Feng Zichen's body was the Du Tian divine murderous aura that accompanied Panga's body. At the same time, he was also in this world. The most powerful murderous aura. Boom. The Du Tian divine murderous aura on Feng Zichen's body became denser and denser, making him look like a chaos demon god, incomparably imposing and incomparably tyrannical. Fellow Taoist shadow demon, it's time to go. Just like that, Feng Zichen walked in front of the shadow demon and pointed at him with his finger that was surrounded by the Du Tian divine murderous aura. No. No. The shadow demon was really afraid. The way he looked at Feng Zichen was completely filled with fear. That was the Du Tian divine murderous aura. If he was tainted with a trace of it, he would probably have no chance of returning in the future. Yes. Daluo Jingxian would not die. However, no one could guarantee that Daluo Jingxian would definitely return after he fell. Long sleep could also turn into eternal sleep. Eternal sleep, he would never wake up. What was the difference between that and complete death? Normally speaking, it was very difficult to make Daluo Jingxian or even a quasi-saint expert fall into eternal sleep. However, it did not mean that it was impossible. Coincidentally, the Du Tian divine murderous aura had this ability. The murderous aura was like a poison attached to the bone. As long as it could not be eliminated, it would pester you forever and devour your intelligence until the primordial world was destroyed. During this process, the murderous aura would become stronger and stronger because of the devouring of the true spirit. In theory, any murderous aura had the ability to make Daluo Jingxian fall into eternal sleep. However, how could ordinary murderous aura threaten an expert of such a realm? He could probably destroy it with a thought. Only the highest level of murderous aura like the Du Tian divine murderous aura could make Daluo Jingxian and even the quasi-saint helpless. They could only watch as they gradually walked towards destruction. The path of cultivation of the demonic sect was mainly to devour murderous aura. It was precisely because of this that the shadow demon understood the terror of the Du Tian divine murderous aura better than ordinary people. The more he understood, the more terrified he was. Therefore, after seeing the Du Tian divine murderous aura, the shadow demon was so terrified. Chapter 549. This was because he knew that once he was touched by it, everything would be over. Unfortunately, the shadow demon was fixed to the spot by Feng Zichen's spacetime power. He could not move at all, let alone resist. He could only watch helplessly as despair approached him. Fellow Taoist, be on your way. Shaking his head with a smile, Feng Zichen ignored the shadow demon's resistance and forcefully imprinted the Du Tian divine baleful qi into his true spirit. Sizzle. As soon as the Du Tian divine baleful qi came into contact with the innate indestructible true spirit of the shadow demon, there was a sound of burning iron, and wisps of smoke spread out. That was the power produced when the two fought against each other and destroyed each other. Using the Du Tian divine baleful qi to make the shadow demon fall into eternal sleep was easy to say, but it was still difficult to do. It was easier said than done. Theories were often just theories. In reality, it was more troublesome. That was right. If a great divine of the great perfection of sage-to-be could fall into eternal sleep so easily, the untainted land would have been in chaos. Feng Zichen was definitely not the first person to think of using the baleful qi to hurt people. However, there were very few people who could do it, which showed how difficult it was. After some resistance, the Du Tian divine baleful qi gradually entangled with the shadow demon's innate indestructible true spirit. Of course, this was also thanks to Feng Zichen's continuous infusion of the Du Tian divine baleful qi during this period. Wisps of baleful qi spread out and gradually eroded the shadow demon's true spirit. It also followed the mysterious connection and connected with the shadow demon's life imprint. The life imprint was the foundation of the true spirit and was also the basis for future resurrection. If even this was contaminated by the Du Tian divine baleful qi, it meant that the shadow demon was completely finished. Unless there was an existence far beyond the primordial chaos realm who helped him remove the Du Tian divine baleful qi from his true spirit. Otherwise, the shadow demon would fall into eternal sleep. At the same time, the moment the life imprint was contaminated by the Du Tian divine baleful qi, the shadow demon's intelligence was completely destroyed. Hee. How dare you attack the human race? Eternal sleep is the best punishment for you. Looking at the shadow demon's innate indestructible true spirit, Feng Zichen laughed in a low voice. At this moment, his eyes had completely turned purple-black. His aura also became more and more tyrannical. It was as if it would explode at any moment and destroy everything around it. Buzz. At this moment, the fragment of the good fortune jade disc in Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness suddenly trembled violently. Wisps of Taoist rhymes diffused from his body. They were mysterious and unfathomable, gradually calming his restless heart. Phew, without the jade disc of good fortune, I would have been in real danger today. After being stimulated by the fragment of the good fortune jade disc, Feng Zichen finally came to his senses and sighed with fear. Then he immediately dispersed the heavenly divine killing aura on his body. The Du Tian divine killing qi was too strong. It could be said that it was Feng Zichen's strongest attack. However, being too strong wasn't necessarily a good thing. The Du Tian divine killing qi was so strong that Feng Zichen, its master, didn't dare to use it easily. He was afraid that his mind would be affected by it if he wasn't careful. This was also the reason why Feng Zichen rarely used it since he cultivated this magic. This time he felt that his cultivation had reached the half-step primordial chaos realm. He should be able to barely control the Du Tian divine killing qi without being affected by it. However, he didn't expect that as his cultivation improved, the power of the Du Tian divine killing qi also improved. It was even faster than his cultivation. As a result, when Feng Zichen used the Du Tian divine killing qi, his mind was directly affected and he almost fell into the abyss. Could it be that Tao ancestor Hongjun gave him a fragment of the jade disc of good fortune to compensate him? If he wanted to get rid of the influence of the Du Tian divine killing qi today, he would have to pay a high price. Sigh. It seems that before I transform into a real chaos demon god, I'm afraid I can't use the Du Tian divine killing qi easily. After the enlightenment just now, Feng Zichen had already realized the condition to use the Du Tian divine killing qi without any scruples. That was to become a chaos demon god. Although the Du Tian divine killing qi was strong, its essence was still a kind of chaos qi. And the chaos qi, it was the standard of a chaos demon god. In other words, only a chaos demon god could use the chaos qi without any scruples. If he couldn't become a chaos demon god, even if Feng Zichen's realm was upgraded to the primordial chaos realm, he couldn't use the Du Tian divine killing qi. This was because the moment he became the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, the Du Tian divine killing qi automatically upgraded to the primordial chaos realm. It wasn't weaker than him. At that time, the situation he had to face wasn't much different from the situation he was facing now. But fortunately, it was extremely difficult for others to transform into a chaos demon god. However, it wasn't impossible for Feng Zichen. Now he was already a chaos creature. One more step and he would become the legendary chaos demon god. And this further opportunity should be the moment he became the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. At that time he would further evolve into the Panga Taoist body. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to cultivate the most powerful chaos demon god body. It didn't matter even if he didn't succeed in the transformation. There were 12 levels of the primordial chaos, and each level was a transformation. As long as he cultivated step by step, there would be a day when he transformed into a chaos demon god. The bones of the shadow demon are not bad. If I add some innate spiritual items, I might be able to refine an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure. It's a pity that his innate origin can be preserved. With the help of his broken innate indestructible true spirit, I can directly refine and supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. After dealing with his own matters, Feng Zichen couldn't help but look at the skeleton left behind by the shadow demon. The skeleton left behind by an expert in the great perfection of sage to be could be regarded as a treasure, especially the demon sect which focused on refining the body. Its hardness might not be weaker than an innate spiritual treasure. It was simply a natural material for refining treasures. And it was a material for refining innate spiritual treasures. It was mentioned earlier that besides being born naturally in the heavens and the earth, natural spirit treasures could also be refined with experts at the golden immortal realm and above as the main material. A complete Daluo Jingxian could be refined into several middle and lower grade innate spiritual treasures. A complete sage to be could be refined into several upper grade innate spiritual treasures or even supreme grade innate spiritual treasures. A complete primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian could be refined into a primordial ultimate treasure. When the shadow demon was alive, he was in the great perfection of sage to be. If he could preserve all of his innate origin and refine it slightly, he would be able to obtain an extraordinarily powerful supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. Unfortunately, in order to prevent the shadow demon from self-destructing, his origin had been completely destroyed by Feng Zichen. But fortunately his bones were left behind and didn't suffer much damage. In the future, if he could find a suitable innate spiritual treasure and refine it carefully, he would be able to obtain a decent upper-grade innate spiritual treasure. In this operation, just the skeleton of the shadow demon was enough to make up for it. After all, it represented an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure, which was very precious. Not to mention Feng Zichen hadn't touched the corpse yet. An expert in the great perfection of sage to be would definitely have a lot of good things on him. This time he might make a fortune. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was about to touch the corpse. But at this moment, a black light suddenly shot out from the corpse of the shadow demon in front of him and flew quickly into the distance. "Wanna run?" "Stay." Feng Zichen frowned and reached out his hand to grab it subconsciously. As the void twisted, a black flag appeared in his hand. An acquired cardinal treasure? Looking at the black flag in his hand, Feng Zichen frowned. He thought that the treasure that escaped would at least be an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure. But he didn't expect. It wasn't even an innate spiritual treasure, it was just an acquired cardinal treasure. The huge difference made Feng Zichen a little disappointed. Although the power of an acquired cardinal treasure was not bad, how could it be compared with an innate spiritual treasure? This aura is... Suddenly Feng Zichen sensed an extremely familiar aura from the black flag. That was the aura that belonged to the Chaos Demon God. Interesting. With a thought, Feng Zichen released his divine sense and began to refine the black flag. Anything that was related to the Chaos Fiend God was not simple. Perhaps there was some great fortuitous encounter hidden within this black flag. Rumble. A powerful divine sense was released from Feng Zichen's body and directly poured into the black flag, breaking the divine restrictions in the flag in the most violent way. At this time, Feng Zichen also knew the name of the flag. The Demon God flag was a supreme-grade acquired cardinal treasure with 49 acquired divine restrictions. Such a level of acquired cardinal treasure was rare in the entire untainted land. This also made Feng Zichen believe that the Demon God flag was not simple. Rumble. Inside the Demon God flag, the acquired divine restrictions were broken by Feng Zichen's powerful divine sense and forcibly branded his own mark. Almost there, almost there. In the blink of an eye, 40 acquired divine restrictions were broken by him. The secret hidden in the depths of the Demon God flag was about to be revealed in front of Feng Zichen. However, when he broke the 48th acquired divine restriction and was about to break the 49th acquired divine restriction, a change happened. Rumble. A supreme thought rose from the deepest part of the Demon God flag, behind the 49th divine restriction. A terrifying pressure spread out and directly blasted Feng Zichen's divine sense out of the Demon God flag. At the same time, the 48 acquired divine restrictions that he had just refined were taken back by the other party in an instant. "Who is it? How dare you peep at my magic treasure?" An extremely loud voice came from the Demon God flag and shattered Feng Zichen's scattered divine sense. At the same time, wisps of black gas were emitted from the Demon God flag and gradually formed a blurry figure. Demon Ancestor Rahu. Sensing this supreme aura, Feng Zichen immediately recognized the identity of the person. It was the former #1 expert in the untainted land, Demon Ancestor Rahu. He had once felt the aura of Demon Ancestor Rahu in the pagoda, so he would not be mistaken. Break for me. Almost without hesitation, Feng Zichen took out the Zichen sword and the million sword illustration. Combining the power of these two supreme-grade innate spiritual treasures, they blasted toward the demon god flag. At this time, demon ancestor Rahu's figure had not completely solidified, so it was the best time to deal with him. When his figure was fully manifested, it would be hard to say who would win today. Junior, it's you again? Feng Zichen recognized demon ancestor Rahu, and demon ancestor Rahu recognized Feng Zichen. After all, in the untainted land, there were only a few people who could survive after stealing his magic treasure. How could he not be impressed? At this time he naturally recognized Feng Zichen immediately. But obviously Feng Zichen had no intention of catching up with him. Whoosh! An incomparably bright sword light suddenly arrived and slashed the demon god flag. In the next moment, it directly shattered. No matter how extraordinary the demon god flag was, it was only a supreme-grade acquired supreme treasure. Faced with the full blow of two innate spiritual treasures, it could only shatter. Whoosh! As soon as the demon god flag shattered, the second sword light came one after another and directly turned the fragments of the demon god flag into powder. At this point the demon god flag had completely disappeared. And the will of demon ancestor Rahu dissipated quickly after losing its object of sustenance. Junior. You've once again angered me. You're about to receive my wrath. You'd better cherish your final moments. The will of demon ancestor Rahu left behind these words before it disappeared. Feng Zichen naturally did not care about this. From his words, it could be inferred that demon ancestor Rahu was involved in some matters, so he could not personally descend to the untainted land. Otherwise, what demon ancestor Rahu left behind in the end would not be a threat, but a direct descent. Moreover, after taking away the pagoda, he and demon ancestor Rahu had formed an irreconcilable feud. Today's matter only deepened the feud between the two. However, it was already a feud to begin with. If it deepened, it would just be the same. However, if demon ancestor Rahu knew that the world devastator Taoist had also died in his hands, then demon ancestor Rahu would probably not hesitate to descend here and kill him. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen could not help but feel his scalp go numb. He secretly made a decision in his heart. Before he cultivated to the primordial chaos Tao realm, he would not leak any information about the world devastator Taoist. Let's go. After putting away the shadow demon's corpse, Feng Zichen did not care about searching the corpse and directly left this place. No matter what. He could not stay here any longer. Who knew if demon ancestor Rahu had left any backup plans? If he continued to stay here, wouldn't he be giving the other party a chance to plot against him? Sure enough. Not long after Feng Zichen left. For half-step primordial chaos auras suddenly descended here. Demon god flag. So, the demon sect uses this Dharma treasure to control the Khanate ferocious beasts. In the void, Feng Zichen was thinking about the demon god flag. Although he did not refine the last acquired divine restriction and touched the secrets in the depths of the demon god flag. However, he didn't refine those 48 acquired god seals for nothing. It more or less allowed him to know some of the functions of the demon god flag. Chapter 550. The demon god flag was a treasure used by the demon sect to control the Khanate ferocious beasts. If not for this treasure, the shadow demon would not be able to gather millions of Khanate ferocious beasts to besiege the human clan even though he was a perfected sage to be. It was no wonder that the demon ancestor Rahu was so nervous about this treasure. In order to prevent it from falling into the hands of others, he even left his will in the demon god flag. It was because this was the root of the demon sect's chaos. If this treasure fell into the hands of others, they could use it to command the Khanate ferocious beasts. By then, it would be much easier to quell the chaos of the Khanate ferocious beasts. With the demon god flag in hand, one could directly make the Khanate ferocious beasts kill each other. Even if the chaos could not be quelled, the strength of the Khanate ferocious beasts would be greatly reduced. In this way, the strength of the Khanate ferocious beasts would not be enough to threaten the untainted land. The chaos of the Khanate ferocious beasts would be resolved immediately. Without the help of the Khanate ferocious beasts, the demon sect alone would not be able to resist the counterattack of the major forces in the untainted land. The situation of the demon sect's rise and the Tao's decline could be reversed in an instant. It could be said that the demon god flag was enough to change the current situation in the untainted land. Therefore, the demon ancestor Rahu would never let it fall into the hands of others. But unfortunately, he underestimated Feng Zichen too much. If the demon god flag fell into the hands of others, they might be able to see its function, but it would be extremely difficult to imitate it. But Feng Zichen was different. He did not dare to say about other treasures, but if it was the demon god flag. Feng Zichen, who had been dealing with the chaos demonic god for a long time, was able to imitate most of the chaos demonic god's 48 divine restrictions, even if he couldn't completely imitate it. The demon god flag was made from the Tao of the chaos demon god. In terms of understanding of the chaos demon god, Feng Zichen could be ranked in the top 3 in the untainted land. Therefore he had such great confidence in imitating the demon god flag. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Feng Zichen's eyes and constantly arranged in the void, gradually forming acquired divine prohibitions. If the demon ancestor Rahu was here, he would definitely recognize that these acquired divine prohibitions were the demon god flag divine prohibitions. Buzz buzz buzz. Divine prohibitions appeared one after another, gradually forming the shadow of a black flag in front of Feng Zichen. It was the demon god flag. Bang. Suddenly, when the 49th acquired divine restriction was about to take shape, the demon god flag in front of Feng Zichen shook for a while and then exploded, turning into countless talisman characters and vanishing. It seems that the last acquired divine restriction is the most important part of the demon god flag. Seeing this, God Rahu, Rautha. When he was refining the fiend god flag, he had only mastered 48 acquired divine prohibitions. Rahu's god Ran is Raham. However, before he could comprehend the most important last divine restriction, he was blasted out by Rahu's will. But in fact he had miscalculated. As for the 49th acquired divine restriction, his deductions were completely useless. The first 48 divine prohibitions were still fine, but when Feng Zichen imprinted the 49th acquired divine prohibition on the demon god flag, the 49th acquired divine prohibition was completely destroyed. An accident happened. It was the scene just now. The demon god flag exploded. Obviously, this was the result of Feng Zichen deducing the acquired divine restriction not matching the original acquired divine restriction of the demon god flag. This caused the two sides to clash fiercely, causing the phantom of the demon god flag to explode. Alas! I have underestimated the people of the world. Back then, the demon ancestor was able to dominate an era and become the #1 person in the ancient era. Naturally, he had methods that far surpassed the people of the world. Although Feng Zichen was a little disappointed, he felt more at ease. If the magic treasure refined by the demon ancestor Rahu was so easily imitated by him, he would really suspect that there was a trap in it. After all, that was fiend ancestor Rahu. Back then, even Tao ancestor Hongjun was ashamed of his inferiority. The more difficult the imitation process was, the more it could guarantee the authenticity of the matter. But this little difficulty. It was not difficult for Feng Zichen. Let's go. With a thought, Feng Zichen broke through the space and rushed to the Khanate Alliance. If nothing went wrong, there should be another demon god flag there. When Feng Zichen rushed to the Khanate Alliance, Fuxi was there showing his might. He used the Khanate treasure human emperor seal to sweep in all directions and suppress a group of Khanate ferocious beasts. He believed that after this battle, the Khanate Alliance would no longer dare to be enemies with the human race. The day when the human race ruled the primordial world was not far away. After the chaos of the Khanate ferocious beasts was quelled, the human race would definitely become the #1 race in the primordial world. However, Feng Zichen did not appear to meet Fuxi. Now that Fuxi was in the limelight, if he suddenly appeared, it would be inevitable that he would be suspected of stealing Fuxi's limelight. It was better to continue hiding in the dark. Besides, Feng Zichen's purpose of coming here was not to meet Fuxi, but to snatch the other demon god flag. Quietly releasing his divine sense, Feng Zichen carefully probed the surrounding void, trying to find traces of the demon sect expert. Here. Suddenly, Feng Zichen found that something was wrong and looked at a certain void. There was a figure with a murderous aura lurking. Suppress. In an instant, the galaxy rotated on Feng Zichen's body, the universal light flowed, and the power of time rolled out, turning into a huge wheel of time and space, crushing toward the lurking figure. The supreme magic of the Tao of time and space. The wheel of time and space could suppress all space-time. Rumble. As the wheel of time and space rotated, space-time froze at this moment. Before the demon sect expert could react, he was suppressed by Feng Zichen. All space-time that belonged to him was suppressed. Come. Walking in front of the man, Feng Zichen gently hooked his hand, and the demon god flag automatically flew out of the man's body and hung in the air. After learning the lesson last time, Feng Zichen did not refine the demon god flag this time. If he attracted the will of the demon ancestor Rahu again, he would not gain anything this time. Rustle. A mysterious yellow light slowly rose from Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness and gradually formed a mysterious yellow treasure mirror behind his head. The Creation Jade Disc. This was the power of the Creation Jade Disc. The Creation Jade Disc was formed by the origin of the untainted land. It could be said to be the carrier of the heavenly way. All the principles of the untainted land were recorded on it, and it had unimaginable magical effects. One of its abilities, it was to reflect all the great ways. No matter what magic treasure it was, as long as it was placed in front of the Creation Jade Disc, all the principles contained in it would be reflected. Even the Chaos Supreme treasure was no exception. Of course, this was when the Creation Jade Disc was perfected. The current him did not have this ability. However, the Creation Jade Disc was not at its peak, but the Demon God flag was not a Chaos Supreme treasure. No matter how extraordinary a mere acquired Supreme treasure was, it could not escape the reflection of the Creation Jade Disc fragment. A mysterious yellow divine light shot out from the treasure mirror formed by the Creation Jade Disc fragment and brushed against the Demon God flag. In the next moment, the materials used to refine the Demon God flag, its structure, the method to refine it, the divine restrictions. Everything about the Demon God flag was clearly displayed on the surface of the mirror. The aura of the Creation Jade Disc. I have sensed the aura of the Creation Jade Disc. Is it you, Hongjun? At this time, the voice of the demon ancestor Rahu suddenly came from the inside of the Demon God flag. At the same time, a terrifying aura swept out and shattered the spacetime wheel, and the surrounding spacetime resumed its flow. Destroy. Seeing this, Feng Zichen directly slashed with his sword. Suddenly, a vast sword light poured out and evolved into billions of stars. It was extremely bright and shredded the Demon God flag and the Demon Dao expert who had just recovered from the shock. After doing all this, Feng Zichen immediately retreated and fled into the depths of the void. Just as Feng Zichen left, a huge black handprint suddenly appeared in the void and slammed down on his original position. Rumble. The chi of destruction surged out and the void was annihilated. The laws were shattered and the great Tao was disintegrated by the palm. Strong, absolutely strong. If this handprint hit Feng Zichen's body, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured and would not be able to recover. Good boy. Looking at the power of this handprint, the demon ancestor's realm is at least above the 9th level of chaotic essence, or even stronger. In the depths of the void, Feng Zichen carefully watched this scene, trying to infer the true strength of the demon ancestor Rahu. Unfortunately, there was too little information. From this handprint, he could only see that the strength of the demon ancestor Rahu was really very strong. It was far from what he could compare with. Even a saint might not be his opponent. However, Feng Zichen didn't come out empty-handed. At the very least, he was sure that the demon ancestor Rahu was really tied up by something, which prevented him from truly descending into the untainted land. Otherwise, the matter just now would not be solved with a single palm. After leaving this place, Feng Zichen took out the Good Fortune Jade Disc fragment, which clearly recorded everything about the Demon God flag. The 49th innate divine restriction was also listed. Is this the Demon God flag? Just wait. It won't be long before I give your demon sect a big gift. After getting everything he wanted, Feng Zichen turned and flew to the Nether Realm. As for why he wanted to go to the Nether Realm, that was because the best material to refine the Demon God flag was the remains of the Chaos Demon God. Coincidentally, in the Nether Realm, there happened to be many Chaos Demon Gods dragging their remains out of the depths of the 9 underworlds. The demon ancestor Rahu used the innate spiritual objects stained with the blood of the Chaos Demon God as the main material to refine the main body of the Demon God flag. Then, he set up a special acquired divine restriction to maximize the residual aura of the Demon God in the blood of the Demon God. So that when he raised the Demon God flag, it was as if a real Demon God had been resurrected. In this way, with some unique mind-controlling techniques of the demon sect, he could control the innate ferocious beasts. The innate ferocious beasts originated from the Chaos Demon God and had a natural fear of him. When faced with the aura of the Chaos Demon God at its peak, of course they would be afraid. They did not dare to resist at all. At this moment, the demon sect secretly guided them with a secret technique. Naturally, they could temporarily control these innate ferocious beasts. Using the innate ferocious beasts' fear of the Chaos Demon God to control them. What a genius idea. However, now he was Feng Zichen's. Wasn't it just a Chaos Demon God? There were at least dozens of them in the Nether Realm. Any one of them could be refined into a demon god flag at the innate spiritual treasure level. That was the chaos demon god. No matter how weak it was, it could still be refined into an innate spiritual treasure. In this way, even if the demon sect still had the demon god flag, they could not stop the demon god flag in Feng Zichen's hand. The gap between the innate and the acquired was still very big. It was also a coincidence. If the chaos demon god had not broken the seal, Feng Zichen would not have been able to find the remains of the chaos demon god. This was fate. The demon sect was destined to be unable to prosper. Just as Feng Zichen's North Star incarnation was heading to the Nether Realm, his original body, Great Emperor Ziwei, was working with Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian to ambush beside the Tree of World. Fellow Taoist Hao Tian, who do you think the demon sect will send this time? Feng Zichen was bored, so he asked Hao Tian, who was beside him. I don't know. But one thing is certain. The cultivation of the person who will come will not be weak. Hao Tian shook his head and said with a serious expression. From the tone of these two people, it seemed that they were very sure that the experts of the demon sect would definitely come. Wasn't that so? The Tree of World was the pillar of heaven and earth. Once something happened to it, it would definitely endanger the entire heaven and earth, causing the situation of the primordial world to become even more chaotic. This was undoubtedly more beneficial to the demon sect. The more chaotic the primordial world was, the more benefits they would obtain. Of course, even without this, the Tree of World itself was enough to attract the experts of the demon sect. As mentioned earlier, the Tree of World was a natural innate cardinal treasure embryo. As long as it was cut down, its tree body could be refined into an innate cardinal treasure. Just this alone was enough for the evil cult elites to take the risk and try. Although the demon sect had the innate cardinal treasure god-slaying spear, it was too murderous like the 4 immortal slaying swords and could not be used to suppress fate. This made the demon sect unusually need a normal innate cardinal treasure to suppress fate. Coincidentally, the Tree of World fulfilled this requirement. What was more coincidental was that because of the restraint of the Chaos Fiend God in the Great Chaos, the Heavenly Tao did not have the energy to take care of the primordial world. This gave the demon sect an opportunity to make a move. The Last Days domain around the Tree of World could block Daluo Jingxian and Sage to Be, but it definitely could not block the experts of the half-step primordial chaos level. Besides, the Tree of World was not protected by the Last Days domain. It was only used to drive away flies. The true defense of the Tree of World was the attention of the Heavenly Tao. Originally, this was the most powerful defense. But who would have thought that the Heavenly Tao suddenly could not make a move? This was one of the few opportunities to make a move on the Tree of World. It was believed that the experts of the demon sect would definitely not let go of this opportunity. Even many of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace and the supreme experts of the primordial era were secretly spying on the Tree of World. The temptation of an innate cardinal treasure was enough to make many people take the risk. Chapter 551. It was because of this that Feng Zichen and Hao Yin would join forces to ambush here. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to cut down the Tree of World to refine magic treasures would definitely be killed by the two of them. After all, for rulers like Feng Zichen and Hao Yin, the more stable the primordial world was, the more comfortable their lives would be. Fellow Taoist Hao Yin, what do you think if the demon ancestor comes in person? Then what will the two of us do? Suddenly, Feng Zichen thought of a possibility and asked Hao Yin with a serious face. The demon ancestor Rahu was not someone that the two of them could deal with together. What else can we do? We can only fight to the death. If the two of us escape, I'm afraid the primordial world will not tolerate us. Hearing that, Hao Yin replied in annoyance. What's wrong with this person? Doesn't he know how to say something nice? He's always saying something discouraging. If the demon ancestor really came, not to mention whether they could escape from the hands of the demon ancestor, even if they really did escape, what could they do? Now that the saint was not here, the two of them were the biggest existences in the primordial world. If something big happened to the primordial world during this period, the two of them would have to bear all the responsibility. If the Tree of World was really cut down by the demon ancestor, causing the world to be out of balance, the boundless karma would definitely be on their heads. At that time, not to mention being one step closer to becoming the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, even if they could retain their current strength, it would be good enough. In order to prevent this from happening, therefore, no matter what price they had to pay, Feng Zichen and Hao Yin would risk their lives to protect the world. Even if they would die because of this. Dying in battle was better than escaping at the last minute. The advantage of the Heavenly Tao was not so easy to take. Since they had accepted the karmic position of the Supreme of heaven and earth and enjoyed the benefits it brought, they naturally had to bear the corresponding responsibilities. They wanted benefits but did not want to bear the responsibility. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Someone's coming? As the two of them spoke, there was a slight fluctuation in the void. Immediately the two of them stopped talking at the same time. They held their breaths and restrained their auras to the limit, silently waiting for the person to appear. A sneak attack also required timing. Only by doing so could one achieve the greatest effect. A strand of pitch-black devil energy silently floated up into appearance from space, and it directly charged into the last day's domain and flashed swiftly towards the world tree. During this entire process, the last day's domain that was sufficient to cause a quasi-saint to fall into the state of decay actually didn't react at all, and it allowed that strand of black chi to swiftly pass by and arrive before the world tree in the blink of an eye. From this, it could be seen that this black chi was at least half-step primordial chaos. If the tree of world did not hold up the sky, it could directly whip an existence like the black gas to death with a branch. There was no need for Feng Zichen and Hao Tian to make a move. Unfortunately, the world tree's power, which was comparable to that of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, could not be unleashed at all. Supporting the heavens. It wasn't that easy. The pressure of the 33 heavens required the world tree to expend all of its strength to support it. In this way he would have extra strength to fight against the enemy. This is the world tree? The legendary chaos spirit root. It's indeed powerful. When the black gas arrived beside the world tree, it suddenly stopped and turned into a blurry figure. This is the world tree? The legendary chaos spirit root. It's indeed powerful. After sensing it carefully, the black shadow seemed to sigh and say, "Primordial chaos. No matter what. It had nothing to do with being weak. When you fully mature, I'm afraid you'll be comparable to the legendary chaos treasure. Unfortunately, our devil sect can't wait any longer. We need you now." At this moment, even Feng Zichen and Hao Tian, who were far away from the black shadow, could clearly sense the greed in the black shadow's eyes. Who wouldn't be tempted by a Khanate treasure? He's about to make a move. Should we make a move? In the dark, Hao Tian said to Feng Zichen, "Wait a little longer." Feng Zichen shook his head and said as he held back Hao Tian, who was about to make a move. The world tree was in existence in the primordial chaos realm. Even if it couldn't make a move, its essence was still there. Its trunk was extremely hard. Even if a half-step primordial chaos expert attacked it for hundreds of years, he might not be able to hurt it at all. Only a primordial chaos expert could hurt a primordial chaos expert. Therefore, in theory, the devil sect expert shouldn't be able to cut down the world tree. However, since he was here, he must be fully prepared and had the means to cut down the world tree. Since this means could cut down the world tree at the primordial chaos level, wouldn't it be easy to kill two of them who weren't in the primordial chaos realm? Therefore, before the other party's trump card was completely exposed, it was best for him and Hao Tian not to act rashly. Boom. Boom. The black shadow tried to attack the Tree of World twice. Not only did it not cause any damage, but it was also shaken off by the huge recoil. The black chi protecting its body dissipated, revealing its true appearance. It was a young man with a fierce face. His killing intent was so strong that it even formed an endless wave of blood in the surrounding void. His killing intent was even stronger than the blood sea Styx's. Demon God Jidu. The moment this person's true identity was exposed, Hao Tian's expression changed and he subconsciously called out this person's name. Fortunately, although he was shocked, he didn't lose his mind and reveal his whereabouts. Jidu. He's Demon God Jidu? The legendary right-hand man of the demon ancestor, second only to the demon ancestor in the devil sect. Hearing the name Jidu, Feng Zichen was a little curious and quickly confirmed with Hao Tian beside him. He was born relatively late and hadn't experienced that era, so he didn't know much about the devil sect. What he had heard so far came from legends and the words of predecessors. However, Hao Tian was different. Although he kept a low profile, he was really an antique. He had lived for a long time and had been by the side of the Tao ancestor. He knew a lot about the secrets of the world. Therefore, just as Feng Zichen was pondering about the origin of the person opposite him, Hao Tian had already recognized him and told him about his origin. "Yes, it's him." Hao Tian nodded and replied in a deep voice. Compared to the Nether River Patriarch, this was the real killing star. He could be said to be the #1 killing god born in the primordial world. Of course, from his name, it could be seen that the demon god Jidu was born as a star god. He was a Khanate demon god born on the Jidu star. This person was born in the early ancient times, after Wangshu and before Dijun. Because he was born with the Khanate killing Dao, his killing intent was too strong, so he wasn't liked by the Khanate gods. Therefore Jidu entered the devil sect in a rage. After that, after countless years of bitter cultivation, Jidu finally became a supreme demon god. He roamed the primordial world, killed countless people, and made a name for himself. It made many Khanate gods tremble. After the war between Dao and devil, Jidu disappeared without a trace. They thought that this person had already died in this battle. However, they didn't expect that not only did he not die, but his cultivation level had also improved greatly. He had cultivated to the half-step primordial chaos realm and was only one step away from becoming a primordial chaos Daluo. That's right. Jidu's realm. He was even stronger than Feng Zichen. He was infinitely close to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. No, to be precise, his realm had already entered the primordial chaos realm. It was just that his origin had not finished transforming, so his realm was still at the half-step primordial chaos realm. To break through the realm after Daluo Jingxian, in addition to reaching the realm, one also needed enough origin to support it. The transformation of the primordial chaos realm required a huge amount of power. Tai had the help of the Sun Star, Dijun had the help of the Heaven Realm, and Dijiang had the help of the primordial world. Only then could they complete the transformation in a short time and cultivate to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian realm. But what about the devil sect? They had nothing. As the defeated party in the war between Dao and devil, the devil sect no longer had a foothold in the primordial world and was driven out as a whole. The control of heaven and earth had completely fallen into the hands of the Shen sect. Therefore, there was really no shortcut on the path of cultivation of the devil sect. They needed to condense their origin bit by bit. Otherwise, with Jidu's strength, he would have cultivated to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian realm long ago. He would not have faced such a situation. This was the price a loser should pay. The primordial chaos is the primordial chaos. It's far beyond what I can reach now. After sighing, Jidu no longer tried to attack the Tree of World. Instead, he flipped his hand and took out a blood-colored spear. In an instant, monstrous murderous aura spread out, illuminating the world in the color of blood. The void could not withstand the murderous aura and was silently destroyed. The great path and the laws also disappeared. Everything turned into a state of nothingness. God-killing spear. God-killing spear, a Khanate supreme treasure. The blood-colored spear in Jidu's hand. It was the number one killing supreme treasure in the primordial world. God-killing spear, a Khanate supreme treasure. The reason why the God-killing spear was called the number one killing supreme treasure in the primordial world was that it was different from other Khanate supreme treasures. It had no other ability other than killing. It gave up everything and only retained the purest killing power. This created the God-killing spear's reputation as the number one killing spear. It was a legendary Khanate supreme treasure that could hurt a saint. Hiss. In the dark, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian saw Jidu take out the God-killing spear. They were so shocked that their faces changed drastically. They could not help but gasp. It was no joke to be poked by the God-killing spear. Even a saint would be injured, let alone them. Even if they did not die, they would be left with an indelible Dao injury. Good boy. The demon sect has really put in a lot of effort. They even took out the God-killing spear. Both of them were speechless. Ever since the immortal slaying four swords were taken away by the Dao ancestor, the God-killing spear had become the only supreme treasure of the demon sect. It was their foundation and would not be used easily. They did not expect the demon sect to take it out for the Tree of World. However, it made sense. With the demon sect's current situation, they could only use the Khanate supreme treasure, the God-killing spear, to cut down the Tree of World. After all, Khanate supreme treasures were on the same level as the primordial chaos. If not, the demon sect could only stare at the Tree of World helplessly. On the other side, after taking out the God-killing spear, Jidu used it as an axe. He poured all his magic power into it and slashed at the Tree of World. This is the time. Do it. Seeing this scene, both of them knew that it was time to strike. At this time, all of Jidu's energy was focused on the God-killing spear, so his body was full of flaws. Kill. In order to kill in one blow and to be safe, Feng Zichen directly used the Khanate supreme treasure, the star map, and blasted it at Jidu. Whoosh! The heavenly cycle star map trembled, and the stars in the sky appeared, forming a bright sea of stars that crashed toward Jidu with a loud rumble. On the other side, Hao Yin was not to be outdone. With a backhand he pulled out a gorgeous long sword from the void. Boundless sword light shot out, shattering the endless void and slashed at Jidu's back. So strong. Hao Yin really hit it well. Seeing this scene, not to mention Jidu, even Feng Zichen was shocked. Hao Yin was very strong and he knew it. However, the appearance of that gorgeous long sword was somewhat out of Feng Zichen's expectations. The power of this sword was even stronger than Zichen's sword. Was already on par with the 10,000 sword painting. Without a doubt, this was a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure, and it was the top supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure. Hao Yin really hit it well. If it weren't for dealing with Jidu today, he probably wouldn't have exposed his trump card. But thinking about it, Hao Yin didn't just hide this sword. Thinking about it, as the Dao child of the Dao ancestor, how could he not have any wealth? Not only did he have it, but it was also very rich. Even if he didn't, the Dao ancestor would also buy him a very rich net worth. Don't be naive. Did you really think that the treasures that the Dao ancestor gave to the Hao Yin Jade Pool in the Purple Cloud Palace were all that he had? Of course not. Although those treasures were precious, they were obviously not worthy of the wealth that a celestial emperor should have. How could he rule the world empty-handed? In secret, Dao ancestor Hongjun had given these two people many benefits. From this sword, one could tell. Humph. You want to plot against me with just the two of you? How ridiculous. I've been guarding against you for a long time. Just as the two people's attacks were about to land on Jidu, he suddenly laughed. Then he directly turned around, using the spear as an axe, waved the god-killing spear, and slashed fiercely in the direction of the two people. Whoosh! A dazzling blood-red light bloomed from the god-killing spear, and it collided fiercely with the two supernatural powers that came blasting over. Rumble. In the next moment, the sea of stars collapsed, the sword light dissipated, and the void no longer existed. A terrifying power swept out, shaking both sides back. Hao Yin, Ziwei, two emperors? The two of you are really something. You don't care about your reputation and joined forces to ambush me here. If I didn't bring the god-killing spear today, I'm afraid I would have fallen into your trap. Looking at the two of them, Jidu said with a cold smile. To be honest, after recognizing the identity of these two people, he was really shocked. He was not surprised that he was stopped by others. This was all within his expectations. But he did not expect that the dignified sovereigns of heaven and earth, the top great supernatural powers of the untainted land, the celestial emperor and great emperor Ziwei, would actually do such a thing as a sneak attack. A sneak attack. Was this what a celestial emperor should do? Did they still want their dignity? Chapter 552. Despicable. To think that the two of you are the supreme beings of heaven and earth. How could you be so shameless as to join forces to launch a sneak attack? How despicable. Jidu could not help but feel a lingering fear. If he did not have the god-slaying spear, he would have died in the hands of these two juniors. The two of them were truly shameless. Regarding this, Feng Zichen and Hao Yin were unmoved. Nonsense. As an emperor, the most important thing was to be thick-skinned. It would be strange if Jidu's words could move the two of them and make them feel ashamed. Senior is a figure of the same generation as the Dao ancestor. As juniors, we know that we are no match for him. So we joined forces to fight against Senior. Why not? Hao Yin asked in surprise. Sharp-tongued. With a cold snort, Jidu disdained to argue with the two of them. He then said with killing intent, since the two of you are here, don't leave. I'll kill you first, then cut down the world tree. If he killed Feng Zichen and Hao Yin, the demon sect might be able to enter the heavenly court and regain control of the primordial world. With this thought in mind, Jidu clenched the god-slaying spear in his hand and was about to stab the two of them. You want to kill us? I'm afraid you alone are not enough. Demon god Jidu, you created chaos in the primordial world. Today it's your turn to face the tribulation. 9 heavens 10 earths demon-slaying array rise. It was also at this moment that Feng Zichen and Hao Yin activated the demon-slaying array that they had set up beforehand. As the name suggested, the 9 heavens 10 earths demon-slaying array was a Khanate array that was specially used to deal with the demon sect. This demon-slaying array, it was a formation specially created by the Dao ancestor after he merged the Dao and was worried that the demon sect would rise again. It was extremely powerful and specialized in countering the demon sect. Since its birth, it had never been shown to anyone. It was only because Hao Yin had been by Dao ancestor Hongjuan's side all year round that he could learn some of the ingenuity of this formation from him. That's right, this formation was provided by Hao Yin. Feng Zichen had a Khanate array, but there was no array that was specially used to deal with the demon sect other than the celestial sect. Rumble. Following the activation of the formation, the heavens and the earth changed. Layers of heavenly palaces appeared and continents were born. They formed the layout of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, trapping Jidu within. Dong, 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 it was as if the thunder god was beating a drum. In the 9 heavens, demon-slaying divine lightning appeared, boundless and boundless, locking onto the demon god Jidu from afar. At the same time, demon-slayer divine flames gushed out from the ground and swept towards demon god Jidu in an endless stream. This was Feng Zichen and Hao Tian's killer move. The previous attack was just a smokescreen. Both of them could imagine that the demon sect would definitely attack the world tree. The demon sect was not a fool. How could they not think of someone coming to stop them? Jidu's previous reaction had already proved this point. If he hadn't been on guard in advance, Jidu wouldn't have had time to react in the face of their sneak attack. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Therefore, Feng Zichen and Hao Yin made 2 preparations. On the one hand, they set up the demon-slaying formation in advance. On the other hand, they hid in the void to prepare for a sneak attack. One of them was in the open while the other was in the dark. Small tricks. In the demon-slaying formation, Jidu looked at the demon-slaying divine lightning and the surging demon-slaying divine flames with disdain. With a sweep of the god-slaying spear in his hand, a sharp killing intent was released and swept in all directions. In the next moment, the lightning in the sky was shattered and the divine flames were extinguished. Only the sharp killing intent remained, wantonly destroying everything in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Ah! With the god-slaying spear, even a saint would dare to fight with me. How can a mere Xiantian grand formation do anything to me? Junior, let's see how I'll break your formation. With the god-slaying spear in hand, Jidu's strength could be said to have increased greatly. Even if the real primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian came, if he didn't have a Khanate cardinal treasure in his hand, he wouldn't dare to say that he could really defeat him. Therefore, Jidu could be said to be at the peak of his strength since he was born. However, the 9 heavens 10 earths demon-slaying formation was, after all, a formation created by a Taoist ancestor after Dao unification. It could be said to be mysterious and unfathomable. How could it be so easy to deal with? After the Taoist ancestor's Dao unification, although his realm was still primordial chaos, his strength was not. That was the realm of heavenly Dao, even stronger than ordinary chaos demon gods. A formation created in such a state was absolutely terrifying. Boom, 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 the god-slaying spear in Jidu's hand was constantly waving. First, it pierced through the 9 heavens, then pierced through the 10 earths. Soon, the space created by the demon-slaying formation was smashed into pieces. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the demon-slaying formation was broken by Jidu. Now, at the moment when the 9 heavens 10 earths was completely destroyed, Feng Zichen and Hao Yin stepped forward together, stepped into the demon-slaying formation, and activated the formation with all their strength. Buzz buzz buzz, under their full strength the heavens and the earth returned to chaos, and a strange chaotic space was formed. It was boundless, ancient, and vast. Rumble. The chaotic chi surged, setting off huge waves, and slammed toward demon god Jidu, trying to assimilate me with the chaos? What a joke. In the chaos, Jidu raised the god-slaying spear and stabbed it downward. Violent killing intent swept out, forming blood-red ripples, and shattered the chaotic chi. Looking around, there was blood-red killing intent everywhere in the chaos. They were tightly entangled with the chaotic chi to prevent it from condensing. Kill. Seeing this, Feng Zichen and Hao Yin's expressions didn't change, and they continued to activate the formation. Rumble. Suddenly, there was the sound of thunder in the depths of the chaos. The atmosphere became oppressive at this moment, as if a great terror was about to descend. Rumble. Rumble. The sound of thunder from the depths of the chaos became more rapid and vast, and heaven and earth became more and more oppressive. That is, in the demon-slaying formation, Jidu suddenly felt a chill and couldn't help but look up. Right at this moment, a wisp of purple light appeared from within the chaos. That was thunder, purple thunder. Heavenly thunder of purple heaven. Seeing this, Jidu's expression changed drastically, and there was panic on his face for the first time. The heavenly thunder of purple heaven, also known as the thunder of heavenly punishment, was the supreme superpower of Dao ancestor Hongjun, and it was also the strongest heavenly thunder of the untainted land. Note, Du Tian heavenly thunder is the top thunder technique in the chaos. Its power was enough to severely injure a sage. Back then, many demon sect experts had died under the heavenly thunder of purple heaven, and Jidu had a deep memory of it. Now that he saw the heavenly thunder of purple heaven again, the fear of the past surfaced in his heart again. How could Ji-do not be afraid? Summoning the heavenly thunder of purple heaven was the strongest technique of the 9 heavens 10 earths demon-slaying formation. It was also because of this that Feng Zichen and Hao Yin had the confidence to kill Ji-do rumble. The heavenly thunder of purple heaven came quickly. When Ji-do first saw it, there was only a purple light in the chaos, but when he came back to his senses, the heavenly thunder of purple heaven was ready. The entire chaos. It had been dyed purple by the heavenly thunder of purple heaven. Rumble. A bright purple light flashed, and the heavenly thunder of purple heaven, which was dozens of feet in size, suddenly fell and struck at Ji-do. Break for me. Looking at the heavenly thunder of purple heaven, Ji-do subconsciously clenched the god-killing spear in his hand and stabbed at it with all his strength. Bang. Blood and purple intertwined, and killing intent and thunder competed. Wisps of purple thunder followed the god-killing spear's body and attacked Ji-do's body. Sizzle, the violent thunder struck, and the black clothes on Ji-do's body only lasted for a moment before they were torn into countless pieces. Without the protection of the black clothes, the heavenly thunder of purple heaven directly poured into Ji-do's body, crazily destroying everything in his body, including his primordial spirit and true spirit. In the blink of an eye, Ji-do's body became a piece of charcoal. However, it was a pity that Ji-do looked miserable from the outside. But in fact he did not suffer any serious injuries. The heavenly thunder of purple heaven was powerful, but the god-killing spear was not weak either. After being weakened by the god-killing spear, the heavenly thunder of purple heaven that struck Ji-do did not have much power left. Other than making his appearance look miserable, it did not leave any fatal injuries. Again. Seeing that the heavenly thunder of purple heaven was effective, Feng Zichen and Hao Yin activated the array again, and evolved another heavenly thunder of purple heaven, and continued to strike Ji-do. Boom. 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 Bolts of heavenly thunder of purple heaven struck down, and even with the god-killing spear in front of him, Ji-do gradually could not hold on. It was not easy to activate a primordial treasure. Every time he blocked a heavenly thunder of purple heaven, the Dharma power in Ji-do's body was rapidly decreasing. When his Dharma power was exhausted, it would be the time of his death. In terms of Dharma power, Feng Zichen and Hao Yin could not compare to Ji-do, but as the supremes of heaven and earth, they could receive the blessings of heaven and earth, and their Dharma power was endless, far from what Ji-do could compare to. Competing in consumption. The two of them could drag Ji-do to death. 2 emperors. This move is a little too much. Just when Ji-do's Dharma power was about to be exhausted, an incomparably deep voice suddenly came from the void. And at the same time as this voice, an extremely mysterious divine power appeared. Swish, as if eternal night had descended, heaven and earth silently fell into darkness, and everything fell into silence. At this moment heaven and earth lost its voice, and everything was silent. Crack, crack. In the situation where Feng Zichen and Hao Yin did not react at all, a strange power attacked, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths demon slayer formation suddenly disintegrated, and Ji-do took the opportunity to escape. Oh no. Seeing this, Feng Zichen was shocked, and hurriedly took out the primordial treasure Zhouxing map. Swish, swish, swish. Stars appeared one after another, and bits of starlight scattered, piercing through the darkness and bringing light. Mahakala Demon God. At the moment when the night disappeared, Feng Zichen heard Hao Yin's exclamation. Mahakala Demon God. Obviously this was the identity of the person who came. Following Hao Yin's line of sight, Feng Zichen saw a black shadow beside Ji-do. Yes, that's right. This person was a black shadow. He did not transform into a primordial Tao body like other creatures of the primordial world. Instead, he walked in the primordial world with his original body like a primordial beast. This was an exception. It also meant that the Tao he cultivated was not the primordial world's Tao, and it had nothing to do with Pangu. However, the primordial world creatures' bodies must be inextricably linked to Pangu, and they could not exceed the limits of the 81 Tao forms. This person was not among them, which meant that he was either the reincarnation of the Chaos Demon God, or the successor of the Chaos Demon God. His background was quite impressive. Mahakala Demon Sect greets the 2 imperial emperors. The deep voice came from the black shadow, and it clearly entered the ears of Feng Zichen and Hao Yin. Ziwei Hao Yin greets the senior. Feng Zichen and Hao Yin bowed respectfully. This was a true senior who had attained the Tao in the early primordial era. He had once participated in the calamity of the primordial world and was one of the oldest primordial godfiends. Legend had it that a long time ago, when the primordial world had just been created, Zhouxing had not yet been born and the world was dark. At that time, there was only night and no day in the primordial world. Over time, in the endless night, a great god was born. He was the embodiment of the night, the Mahakala demon god. One could imagine how noble such a background was. If the appearance of the day had not been, with the identity of the Mahakala demon god, he could be said to be the embodiment of the sky. He was also a natural celestial emperor. Unfortunately, with the appearance of the sun, half of his luck evaporated, so he had no chance of becoming the celestial emperor. However, this did not affect his strength. As one of the oldest primordial god fiends in the primordial world, the power of the Mahakala demon god was beyond doubt. He was the earliest Daoyuo Jingxian of the primordial world, a pioneer on the path of the great Tao. The current cultivation realm of the primordial world was perfected by the Mahakala demon god and other ancient primordial god fiends. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were Tao ancestors. For the sake of full attendance, I'll change it later. I hope everyone can understand. One could imagine how noble such a background was. If the appearance of the day had not been, with the identity of the Mahakala demon god, he could be said to be the embodiment of the sky. He was also a natural celestial emperor. Unfortunately, with the appearance of the sun, half of his luck evaporated, so he had no chance of becoming the celestial emperor. However, this did not affect his strength. As one of the oldest primordial god fiends in the primordial world, the power of the Mahakala demon god was beyond doubt. He was the earliest Daoyuo Jingxian of the primordial world, a pioneer on the path of the great Tao. One could imagine how noble such a background was. If the appearance of the day had not been, with the identity of the Mahakala demon god, he could be said to be the embodiment of the sky. He was also a natural celestial emperor. Unfortunately, with the appearance of the sun, half of his luck evaporated, so he had no chance of becoming the celestial emperor. However, this did not affect his strength. As one of the oldest primordial god fiends in the primordial world, the power of the Mahakala demon god was beyond doubt. He was the earliest Daoyuo Jingxian of the primordial world, a pioneer on the path of the great Tao. One could imagine how noble such a background was. If the appearance of the day had not been, with the identity of the Mahakala demon god, he could be said to be the embodiment of the sky. He was also a natural celestial emperor. Unfortunately, with the appearance of the sun, half of his luck evaporated, so he had no chance of becoming the celestial emperor. However, this did not affect his strength. As one of the oldest primordial god fiends in the primordial world. Chapter 553. In terms of cultivation and status, the Mahakala demon god and the demon ancestor Rahu were on the same level. There was not much difference. Moreover, due to their doctrines, the demon sect was not favored by heaven and earth. Although they had a chance to prosper, they could not last as long as the Shen sect. The demon sect was extremely arrogant and had the momentum to sweep through the primordial world. However, once the chaos calmed down and the saints returned from outer space, the situation that the demon sect had created with great difficulty would be destroyed in an instant. As the top expert of the primordial world, the Mahakala demon god could not understand this. Even so, he still chose to join the demon sect. There must be a problem. Perhaps the Mahakala demon god and the demon ancestor Rahu had reached some unspeakable agreement in secret. Otherwise, even if the Mahakala demon god wanted to join a force, he should join the Shen sect, which had a promising future. Instead of joining the demon sect, which had the responsibility of destroying the primordial world and could never truly prosper. Wasn't this equivalent to being a eunuch for 12 years and joining the national army for 49 years? Emperors, since I'm here, I won't return empty-handed. So you should leave, lest you lose your lives in vain. Looking at Feng Zichen and Hao Tian, the Mahakala demon god said very calmly. His words showed that he did not care about the two of them at all. It was as if he was not facing the two supreme beings of heaven and earth, but some random cat or dog. His tone was shockingly arrogant. Even a saint would not dare to say that. Boasting. Arrogant. Hearing that, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian's expressions changed and they were furious. Not to mention their identities just in terms of cultivation, one was a half-step primordial chaos, and the other was a perfected sage-to-be. They could be said to be the peak of the primordial world. With such cultivation they could be considered top experts at any time. When had they ever been looked down upon like that? No, this was not looking down on them. This was simply a deliberate humiliation. As long as the Mahakala demon god took the two of them seriously, he would not say such contemptuous words. What? You don't believe me? Looking at their expressions, the Mahakala heavenly demon god smiled and did not explain. Black chi surged around his body and condensed into a black palm, reaching toward the two of them. He wanted to prove with his actions that what he said was true. Feng Zichen and Hao Yen were nothing in front of him. Rumble. The Mahakala heavenly demonic god pressed down with his palm, and boundless darkness attacked. Light was extinguished, and the world seemed to have fallen into eternal night at this moment. Everything fell silent. In the darkness, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian encountered the greatest danger. In their perception, the great Tao, the laws, and the spiritual energy had all disappeared. Only the endless night remained. Loneliness, despair, and other negative emotions surged into their hearts, shaking their Taoist hearts. Even the great path that they had painstakingly cultivated was showing signs of decline at this moment. This was the tribulation of Tao decline. It was a calamity even more terrifying than the 5 decay of the celestial being. Once the great Tao declined, its strength would definitely decline as well. When the great Tao decayed, its life would come to an end, and there was no way to escape. Primordial Chaos Daluo Jingxian. The Mahakala heavenly demon god has attained Tao. With just one strike, the only one who could make the two of them unable to resist was the Primordial Chaos Daluo Jingxian. And it was not an ordinary Primordial Chaos Daluo Jingxian. He must be an expert among them. At this moment, Feng Zichen and Hao Yen suddenly realized that the other party's strength had already transcended heaven and earth and reached the level of Tao. It was far from what they could contend with. In the dark night, the power of despair grew stronger and stronger. It was about to invade Feng Zichen and Hao Yen's Taoist hearts and take them down with it, completely falling into eternal sleep. Senior is indeed a senior. His strength is indeed far beyond ours. But if you think you can kill the two of us with this, you are underestimating us too much. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more dangerous, Feng Zichen and Hao Yen did not hold back and burst out together. Wisps of sacred Tao light bloomed from their bodies, emitting extremely shocking fluctuations. It pushed the two of them to the level of Primordial Chaos Daluo Jingxian in one fell swoop. The Tao light was sacred and extremely bright. Like the sun, it tore through the long night, drove away the darkness and brought light to heaven and earth again. At the same time, wherever the light passed, all despair, loneliness, and other negative emotions quickly melted like snow exposed to the sun. Is this the power of rank? The Mahakala heavenly demon god stared at the two people who had escaped and said with some surprise. The most powerful thing about Feng Zichen and Hao Yen was not their cultivation realm, nor was it their magic treasures, but their rank. The position of Celestial Emperor and the position of Great Emperor Ziwei were the top ranks in the untainted land. What they possessed was no less than the power of Primordial Chaos Daluo Jingxian. The Supremes of heaven and earth had their own majesty. The weak, how could they control heaven and earth and rule the untainted land? Therefore, no matter who it was, even if it was a mortal with no cultivation, from the moment they became the Supremes of heaven and earth, they would automatically obtain power that was comparable to Primordial Chaos Daluo Jingxian. Feng Zichen and Hao Yen dared to face the demon sect, and it was not that they did not have the capital to be arrogant. It's getting more and more interesting. The two half-step Primordial Chaos suddenly became two Primordial Chaos Daluo Jingxian. Instead of being afraid, the Mahakala heavenly demon god became even more excited. Previously he did not take the two of them seriously at all. The current situation was worthy of him being a little more serious. F***ck, F***ck a plant? This Mahakala heavenly demon god is too good at pretending. Seeing the Mahakala heavenly demon god's performance, Feng Zichen was really speechless. He had been in the untainted land for so long, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. Even the demon ancestor Rahu was not as good as him. These were two Primordial Chaos Daluo Jingxian. They were the strongest existences known now. Can't you take this seriously? Why are you acting so disdainful? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to set off your strength? It was not that Feng Zichen looked down on the Mahakala heavenly demon god, but how long had it been since the primordial era? No matter how strong he was, there had to be a limit. At most, he was at the 7th or 8th level of primordial chaos. As for existences above the 9th level of primordial chaos, only the Tao ancestor, the demon ancestor, and Yang Mei were known. Tao ancestor Hongjuan's Tao integration was equivalent to the heavenly Tao assisting his cultivation. Naturally, his cultivation progress was extremely fast. The demon ancestor Rahu inherited the legacy of the chaos demon god, so his cultivation progress was naturally not slow. There was no need to mention great immortal Yang Mei. Her realm in her previous life was unfathomable, far exceeding the primordial chaos Tao realm. Increasing her cultivation level was as simple as eating and drinking to her. Her realm was said to be the highest in the untainted land, even above the Tao ancestor and the demon ancestor. These three Khanate great gods had such conditions to cultivate above the 9th level of primordial chaos. But what did the Mahakala heavenly demon god have? He did not have anything. Feng Zichen dared to say that unless he was the reincarnation of the chaos demon god, his realm would definitely not exceed the 3rd level of primordial chaos. The conditions of the primordial era were there. Without the support of the origin of heaven and earth, his cultivation progress was imaginable. One had to know that even a saint, without the support of the providence of heaven and earth, would find it extremely difficult to improve. He, the Mahakala heavenly demon god, was barehanded. Could he be stronger than a saint who was supported by the heavenly Tao? As for the Mahakala being the reincarnation of the chaos demon god, that would be a joke. The reincarnation of the chaos demon god was actually in such dire straits that he had to be a fighter for the demon ancestor Rahu. If Feng Zichen were him, he would probably be too ashamed to face anyone. A primordial chaos expert. Then it will be interesting to kill him. With a low laugh, the Mahakala heavenly demon god attacked. He waved his hands continuously, and laws spread out, distorting heaven and earth. The night came silently. Feng Zichen and Hao Tian seemed to fall into the abyss as their bodies kept falling. How did he do it? He hurriedly took out the Zhouxing painting to stabilize his sinking body. Feng Zichen's expression was a little heavy. This divine ability was too strange. He really did not notice it at all beforehand, and he fell for it just like that. It was also fortunate that the Mahakala heavenly demon god's strength was limited and was not much stronger than the two of them. Otherwise, just this search alone would be enough to destroy the two of them. Break. On the other side, Hao Tian held a long sword in his hand and slashed straight ahead, wanting to break through the night. Rumble. As the sword light crisscrossed, the 33 heavens appeared one after another, deducing the power of the world and shattering all the darkness. Unfortunately, although Hao Tian's sword was powerful, it did not have the slightest effect. Outside the night it was still night. It was boundless and had no end. Boom. Seeing that Hao Tian's attack was ineffective, Feng Zichen suddenly shook the Zhouxing painting. In an instant hundreds of millions of stars appeared, forming a vast galaxy that hung above the sky. The galaxy was vast and boundless. It rushed forward, intending to cover the entire sky and find the end of the night. However, although the galaxy was vast compared to the night sky, the stars could only be used as decorations. How could they be compared to it? Feng Zichen's probing this time was destined to be fruitless. Break. His heart sank slightly. Feng Zichen immediately made a decision and directly detonated the galaxy. Suddenly, hundreds of millions of stars exploded together, and endless brilliance was born. It was more dazzling than the sun, completely illuminating this side of the world. When he saw the true face of this side of the world, Feng Zichen's eyes could not help but shrink and his heart sank. As far as the eye could see, there was a vast and boundless black curtain above their heads. All the darkness came from there. Just now they were sucked into this black curtain, which was why they were unable to escape. This is a Khanate cardinal treasure? How could the Mahakala demon god have a Khanate cardinal treasure? Looking at the black curtain, Hao Tian's face was filled with shock. If he remembered correctly, according to the information he received from the Purple Cloud Palace, the Mahakala demon god should not have a Khanate cardinal treasure. His natal magic treasure should be a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure, the Black Sky Divine Banner. But what was with the Khanate cardinal treasure in front of him? Where did the Mahakala demon god get it? Moreover, when did Khanate cardinal treasures become so worthless that they could be encountered so easily? Didn't the Tao ancestor say that? In the primordial world there were only a few Khanate cardinal treasures. They could not be obtained without a supreme opportunity. But what was the situation now? The 4 people present, except for him, could be said to have a Khanate cardinal treasure. Could it be that the Tao ancestor was lying to him? Or could it be that he had come to a fake primordial world? At this moment, Hao Tian could not help but fall into self-doubt. Speaking of which, he was unlucky. There were not many Khanate cardinal treasures outside the celestial sect of wonders. But today he had encountered almost all of them. Phew, fellow Taoist Hao Tian. I'm afraid the two of us will be in danger today. If you still have any trump cards, hurry up and use them. If you're too late, you won't have the chance to use them. Staring at the black curtain, Feng Zichen took a deep breath and said to Hao Yin with an unprecedentedly solemn expression. Hao Yin could not recognize the origin of this item. But he recognized it. It was because he recognized it that he had a bad feeling. This magic treasure was called the Curtain of Night. It was not a Khanate cardinal treasure, but a supreme-grade chaos spirit treasure. Of course, the supreme-grade chaos spirit treasure referred to the previous Curtain of Night. The current Curtain of Night had been severely injured in the heaven-splitting tribulation. Its level was barely maintained in the ranks of chaos spirit treasure. But even so, its power was extremely terrifying. It was comparable to a middle-grade Khanate cardinal treasure. As for why Feng Zichen could recognize the origin of the Curtain of Night, that was because he had seen this magic treasure before. Chaos Spirit Treasure Curtain of Night. It was the eternal spiritual treasure of the Dark Night Demon God. And Feng Zichen, who had the brand of the Chaos Demon God, was extremely familiar with the Chaos Demon God. Naturally, he could recognize the magic treasure in their hands. Moreover, in Pangu's left eye, Feng Zichen had experienced Pangu's life. He had even witnessed with his own eyes how the Curtain of Night was shattered by Pangu's axe. How could he not recognize its origin? Although the current Curtain of Night had fallen a lot because of the injury, its origin had not changed. As a result, Feng Zichen recognized its origin at a glance. Since the treasure in front of him was the Curtain of Night, then the identity of the Mahakala Demon God was self-evident. The Chaos Demon God Dark Night. Although the Mahakala Demon God was powerful, he could not control the Chaos Spirit Treasure before the Dark Night Demon God died. Because he did not have the ability to erase the mark left by the Dark Night Demon God in the Curtain of Night. Besides, even without the mark of the Dark Night Demon God, the Curtain of Night could not recognize the Mahakala Demon God as its master. If the Curtain of Night was shattered, just like the Chaos Bead, it would turn into countless innate spiritual treasures. The great dark heavenly demon God would be able to repair it with ease. However, the Curtain of Night only fell in level and was not completely shattered. The Mahakala Demon God had no reason to reclaim the Curtain of Night. Because the Curtain of Night looked down on him. The Chaos Spirit Treasure also had its own pride. How could he, who had followed the Dark Night Demon God for so many years, take a fancy to the Mahakala Demon God who was weak? Moreover, the Dark Night Demon God was not dead. How could the Curtain of Night submit to others? Moreover, looking at the way the Mahakala Demon God activated the Curtain of Night, it did not look like it had just obtained the Curtain of Night. All of these meant that the Mahakala Demon God in front of him was one of the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods, the Dark Night Demon God. Only he could make the Chaos Spirit Treasure Curtain of Night submit so willingly. Chapter 554. However, judging from the current strength of the Mahakala Demon God, he should not be the reincarnation of the Dark Night Demon God, but had been possessed by the Dark Night Demon God. If not, his cultivation level would not be so low after such a long time had passed since the beginning of ancient times. Thinking back to the recent time when the Chaos Demon God took the opportunity of the Heavenly Tao's negligence and was preparing to possess the great mediums of the primordial world, it was not hard to imagine that the Mahakala Demon God had been unlucky. It was because he had fused with a part of the true spirit of the Dark Night Demon God that the strength of the Mahakala Demon God had soared in a short period of time. He had broken through the layers of shackles and cultivated to the 4th level of primordial chaos. Otherwise, no matter how heaven-defying the opportunity of the Mahakala Demon God was, it was impossible for his realm to reach such a level. He could even fight 1 against 2 and still have the upper hand. The Dark Night Demon God had possessed the Mahakala Demon God and completed the plan of rebirth. He had even replaced the identity of the Mahakala Demon God in the primordial world and walked in the world with his face. And the Chaos Spirit Treasure Darkness, after sensing its master's aura, would return to his side without the summoning of the Dark Night Demon God. In this way the Dark Night Demon God had completely returned. It was a pity that the Mahakala Demon God had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years for nothing. It was really sad and lamentable. What happened next was much simpler. As the spokesperson of the Chaos Demon God in the primordial world, of course, it was also possible that Rahu himself was the reincarnation of the Chaos Demon God. In short, there was a great connection between the Demon God and the Chaos Demon God. According to this, the demon sect and the Chaos Demon God were also inextricably linked. Therefore, when the Demon God Rahu learned that the Dark Night Demon God had returned, he asked him to help the demon sect deal with the celestial sect of wonders. How could the Dark Night Demon God stand by and do nothing? In this way it led to the current situation. Sigh. Although he had expected this, Feng Zichen still sighed when he saw it with his own eyes. What kind of expert was the Mahakala demon god? He had once dominated an era and had the bearing of a celestial emperor. However, he was gone just like that and his body was taken over by someone else. It really made people sigh. In fact, Feng Zichen had a rough idea of how the Mahakala demon god was taken over by the darkness demon god. Others might be able to withstand the possession of a chaos fiend celestial or even kill it. However, against the dark night demonic god, the great dark heavens demon god could be said to be completely helpless. It could even be said that the great dark sky demon god was the vessel of the dark night demon god. Speaking of which, the Mahakala fiend celestial had asked for it. It was formed from the remains of the dark night demon god, so it was naturally countered by the dark night demon god. He should hurry up and cultivate the primordial heavenly Tao to erase the traces left on him by the dark night demon god. Instead, he recklessly cultivated the Tao of demon god and deepened the demon god brand in his body so that he could transform into a chaos demon god. Wasn't that just courting death? If the dark night demon god had really fallen, there was nothing wrong with the Mahakala demon god's actions. This was a grand Tao. As long as he cultivated it step by step, he might be able to become the new Dark Knight Demon God in the end and reach the highest realm. However, the problem was that the Dark Knight Demon God was not dead. Cultivate his Tao, imitate his body, trace his origin. The Mahakala Demon God had put everything on the Dark Knight Demon God. He was simply making himself into a replica of the Dark Knight Demon God. In this way, after the Dark Knight Demon God broke the seal, it would be easy for him to take over the Mahakala Demon God. In fact, the Dark Knight Demon God did not even need to take the initiative to attack. He only needed to appear in front of the Mahakala Demon God. Under the attraction of the same Tao, the Mahakala Demon God would uncontrollably let go of everything to help the Dark Knight Demon God and replace him. Those who imitate me live, those who imitate me die. That was how it was. Speaking of which, the Mahakala Demon God had gotten what he wanted. Didn't he want to become the Dark Knight Demon God? Now, he had completely integrated into the Dark Knight Great Tao and became a part of the Dark Knight Demon God. He had achieved his dream. When the ancestor of the Great Tao was still alive, he cultivated his Tao and tried to replace his existence. Such behavior was destined to become someone else's wedding dress from the beginning. It was so stupid that it could not be any more stupid. He could be said to be the best at courting death in the Eldritch world. One had to know that Feng Zichen was worried about this. That was why he did not dare to completely turn himself into Pangu. His physical body, primordial spirit, and even true spirit were all transforming into Pangu's. However, his foundation, the Tao that he cultivated, was completely different from Pangu's Tao. This difference created the essential difference between Feng Zichen and Pangu. Therefore, he did not need to worry that he would be inspired by Pangu and automatically become his incarnation. He was him. Feng Zichen of the human race. The one-of-a-kind Feng Zichen. Even if he added the word Pangu before his name, it only meant that he was from Pangu's lineage, not that he was a part of Pangu. If he wanted to reach the supreme realm and reach the end of the great Tao, he had to walk his own Tao. Following the Tao of others would save him effort, but he would never reach the peak of the great Tao. Not bad. But if you want to escape from my hands with this, it's far from enough. Seeing the two of them tear apart the long night, the Dark Knight Demon God was a little surprised, but that was all. Obviously, he did not think that Feng Zichen and Hao Yen could escape from his hands if they worked together. You guys, have you seen the real eternal night? A slightly profound voice came from the Dark Knight Demon God's mouth. Then, without waiting for Feng Zichen and Hao Yen to react, he flipped his hand, and the endless night rolled, giving birth to endless darkness that swept toward the two of them. The eternal night was the precursor of the immeasurable calamity. In the eternal night, all Taos were destroyed and the laws did not exist. Everything would fall into despair and living beings would disappear. It was obvious how terrifying it was. Danger. Extreme danger. Seeing the darkness surging toward them, Feng Zichen and Hao Yen felt a chill all over their bodies, and they could not help but feel a great fear in their hearts. The darkness in front of them was enough to threaten their lives. We can't let it get close. At this moment, Feng Zichen and Hao Yen made a decision almost at the same time. They could not let this attack fall. The stars in the sky, the light of the galaxy, the god of Pangu, all of you, strengthen me. Break. Terrified, Feng Zichen directly used his strongest method to attract the power of the boundless starry sky to strengthen himself. In an instant, Feng Zichen's aura skyrocketed again, and he broke through to the third level of the primordial chaos realm. At the same time, in the distant boundless starry sky, in a mysterious and unpredictable space, the god of Pangu's shadow, who was swallowing the chaos chi from the chaos, suddenly opened his eyes and disappeared. In a trance, Feng Zichen felt an extremely vast and mighty power suddenly descend and wrap around him. All kinds of mysterious trajectories flashed before his eyes, and the power of heaven and earth strengthened his body at this moment, raising his cultivation by another level, allowing him to enter the fourth level of the primordial chaos realm. This realm was just on par with the Dark Night Demon God. Unfortunately, this was not the boundless starry sky, and Zhou was far from recovering to his peak, so the support he could give to Feng Zichen was extremely limited. Otherwise, with the power of the stars in the sky, Feng Zichen's realm would at least be raised to the seventh level of the primordial chaos realm. In addition to the support of the god of Pangu, it was enough to let him erupt with power that was not inferior to the ninth level of the primordial chaos realm. If that was really the case, Feng Zichen did not need to be afraid of the Dark Night Demon God, as he could suppress him alone. Zhou painting go. At this moment, as Feng Zichen's strength increased to the fourth level of the primordial chaos realm, and he activated the Zhou painting, the power that erupted was far from what it was before. Rumble. The star chart shook and billions of stars appeared. Each star represented a world, and they were connected to each other, forming a vast and magnificent supreme realm. Painting sky splitting. As the stars rotated, billions of worlds shook together, and endless power poured out, forming a vast torrent that crushed everything and collided with the surging darkness. Bang! Terrifying power spread. The universe shook and the universe roared. The great Tao was in chaos, and the divine chains of order were broken inch by inch. It was as if heaven and earth did not exist at this moment. When the fluctuations stopped, the bright starlight and the dark night were tightly entangled with each other. No one could do anything to the other, and they were in a stalemate. The night could not descend. The galaxy could not rush up. Feng Zichen and the Dark Night Demon God were in a stalemate. At this moment, Hao Yin also erupted. The power of heaven and earth, add to my body. As soon as he finished speaking, the 33 heavens shook together, and an incomparably vast power descended from the sky and poured into Hao Yin's body, directly raising his realm to the third level of the primordial chaos realm. And this was not the end. After the heaven realm, the entire eldritch world also shook. Next, in the eldritch world, countless famous mountains, great rivers and blessed lands, regardless of whether they had an owner or not, all of them had to separate and pour into Hao Yin's body. Even the nether realm, which had long been sealed, separated a trace of origin and added to Hao Yin's body the moment Hao Yin's voice fell. With a command, heaven and earth obeyed. This was the Celestial Emperor, the supreme ruler of the eldritch world. He was more powerful than a saint or even a Tao ancestor. At this moment, Hao Yin's cultivation directly entered the fifth level of the primordial chaos realm, surpassing Feng Zichen and the Dark Night Demon God in one fell swoop. This was also the reason why Hao Yin had just become the Celestial Emperor and had not established his prestige in the eldritch world, so his reputation was not prominent. Otherwise, with the support of the power of heaven and earth, Hao Yin's realm could be even stronger. As for how strong it was hard to say. In theory, the upper limit of the eldritch world was there, and the upper limit of the Celestial Emperor's strength was there. The Celestial Emperor represented the strongest in the eldritch world. How much strength could be exerted completely depended on the standard of the Celestial Emperor. If he was the true Lord of heaven and earth in the eldritch world, needless to say, he would definitely be the strongest in the eldritch world. If he was just a puppet and his power was completely taken over, then the strength he could exert would be at the level of an ordinary primordial chaos realm. No matter what, he was still a Celestial Emperor. Even if he was only a Celestial Emperor in name, he was still a Celestial Emperor. No matter how weak he was, he could not be that weak. He was a peak that hundreds of millions of living beings could not reach. Therefore, in the future, how much of the Heavenly Emperor's strength Hao Tian could unleash would all depend on his means. Suppress. Hao Tian formed a seal with both hands, and the shadow of the 33 heavens appeared, turning into the shadow of a 33 heavens pagoda in midair. Endless creation chi hung down, spinning and suppressing toward the night sky. This was the primordial pagoda of Mi Luo Heaven, also known as the Trayastrimsa Creation Pagoda. It was a primordial treasure that was born in the 33 heavens in the distant future. Now Hao Yin, as the Celestial Emperor, used a supreme divine ability to summon a projection of himself in the future to suppress the enemy. There were 33 layers of his body, and each layer corresponded to a heavens. And in each layer of the heavens, a primordial spirit treasure was born to be used as a suppressor. This supreme treasure represented the luck of the heavenly realm, and it contained endless good fortune. A primordial treasure contained 33 primordial spirit treasures. Once it was born, it would be the top primordial treasure, second only to the 3 great heaven-opening treasures. This was a primordial treasure that belonged to the celestial emperor. Thinking about it, it made sense. As the ruler of the primordial world, how could the celestial emperor not have a primordial treasure in his hands? Moreover, with the richness of the heaven realm's origin, it should have given birth to a primordial treasure. Rumble. The primordial pagoda of Mi Luo heaven pressed down, as if the 33 heavens were pressing down. The creation chi was vast and mighty, shattering the eternal night. Buzz buzz buzz, the eternal night shattered and the chaos spirit treasure night suffered a backlash. After trembling for a while, it suddenly shrank, turning into a black flag and returning to the hands of the dark night demon god. The power of this pagoda is so strong. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen could not help but frown. Just the power displayed by this illusory figure was almost comparable to the heavenly cycle star map. If its main body was born, how powerful would it be? But shock was shock. Feng Zichen was actually not envious. Because he knew that this powerful primordial treasure, the primordial pagoda of Mi Luo heaven, had no possibility of being born. The future would always be the future. No one would allow the birth of this primordial treasure. In short, if I can't get it, I won't let you get it either. As far as Feng Zichen knew, when Di Jun ruled the heaven realm, this pagoda was already in the process of being born. However, at that time, it was not called the primordial pagoda of Mi Luo heaven, but the 9-layered great heaven pagoda. However, it was a pity that he had not been born until Emperor Jun had fallen. After that, the 9 heavens shattered, and the 9-layered great heaven pagoda died before it was born. After the birth of the 33 heavens, its shattered origin followed the heavens and recondensed, giving birth to a new primordial treasure, the primordial pagoda of Mi Luo heaven. However, even Haotian would not be able to see the birth of this primordial treasure. Because, in order to take revenge on Haotian, after the god investiture tribulation ended, the 3 pure ones moved the greater 1,000 worlds that they had opened in the chaos beyond the heavens, the grand pure land of Dachi heaven, the jade pure land of Qingwei heaven, and the pure land of Yuyu heaven to the heaven realm to limit Haotian's power. As a result, the heaven realm changed again. From the 33 heavens to the 36 heavens. Chapter 555. Under this influence, the Meiluo heaven primordial pagoda changed again, from 33 levels to 36 levels. The addition of 3 levels would undoubtedly greatly extend the incubation time of this treasure. As time passed, the future would most likely be filled with endless variables. The future was full of uncertainty and there were too many variables. Coupled with the deliberate calculations of those with ulterior motives, the Meiluo heaven primordial pagoda would probably never have the chance to be born. Dark Night Sky Canopy. The Dark Night demon god was not annoyed by the failure of his attack. With a flip of his hand he struck out another great skill. Swish, boundless night attacked and the world suddenly fell into darkness. The aura of the great Tao spread out, producing countless strange shadows that were hidden in the darkness, pouncing towards Feng Zichen and Haotian. Kill. Feng Zichen pulled the Zhouxing painting, and a terrifying power erupted, shaking the void. The galaxy rotated violently, and majestic god-fiend phantoms walked out, facing the strange figures that pounced over. On the other side, Haotian was not to be outdone. Change. The Tao seal in Haotian's hand changed, drawing all kinds of mysterious trajectories. The heavenly realm shook, and a vast power descended from the sky, transforming into the phantoms of 33 great emperors in front of Haotian. Rumble. At the same time, the projection of the Meiluo heaven primordial pagoda disintegrated, turning into the phantoms of 33 connate spirit treasures that fell into the hands of the 33 great emperors. These were the great emperors of the 33 heavens. They were the innate god-fiends that the 33 heavens' origins would give birth to in the future, corresponding to the 33 heavens. They were born heavenly lords. Just like how Zhouxing would give birth to innate star gods, the 33 heavens would also give birth to innate great emperors. However, just like the Meiluo heaven primordial pagoda, in the primordial world no one liked their birth. Therefore, these 33 innate great emperors were most likely unable to be born. However, this did not prevent Haotian from borrowing their power from the future to fight against the enemy. Now, whether it was the Meluo Heaven Primordial Pagoda or the Masters of the 33 Heavens, they did not exist. But in the future they were indeed real. However, due to various reasons, this real future was infinitely delayed. No one denied their existence, but they would always live in a future that was impossible to become a reality. With the two of them working together, their strength had completely suppressed the Dark Knight Demon God. It was the same even if he was a Chaos Demon God. After all, apart from the indestructible True Spirit, the Dark Knight Demon God's body and primordial spirit were all taken from the Mahakala Demon God. He was a true innate God. His Chaos Fiend God body, which had dominated the Great Chaos, had long been broken to the point where it couldn't be any more broken. It should be known that half of Chaos Demon God's strength came from his almost invincible body. Without the Demon God's physical body, Dark Knight Demon God, who only had the innate Fiend God body, was unable to unleash the invincible battle strength that belonged to Chaos Demon Gods of the same realm. At most, this made him stronger than cultivators of the same realm. However, the demonic god of darkness had to face a cultivator of the same realm as him, as well as a cultivator of a higher realm. Under such circumstances, he still wanted to win against the two of them. If the Dark Knight Demon God really did it, then Feng Zichen and Hao Yin might as well find a place to slit their throats and hang themselves so as not to embarrass themselves. Rumble. Countless divine powers collided, erupting with unprecedented light, piercing through the night and also breaking the dark night sky, killing all the strange figures that pounced over. Not only that, after this force broke the Dark Knight Demon God's divine power, it still didn't stop and rushed towards him. Not good. The violent force surged over. Although the Dark Knight Demon God used all his strength to resist, he was still no match. He was forcefully blasted into the depths of the void and vomited a mouthful of blood. He was injured. This was the first time the Dark Knight Demon God was injured since the outbreak of the war. At the same time, this also meant that the Dark Knight Demon God was not invincible. Facing Feng Zichen and Hao Yin, whose strength had skyrocketed, the Dark Knight Demon God was no longer invincible and was faintly at a disadvantage. And the injury of the Dark Knight Demon God had undoubtedly greatly increased the morale of Feng Zichen and Hao Yin. Then, the two of them looked at each other and joined forces to attack without hesitation. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. It wasn't easy to gain the upper hand, so of course, they had to take advantage of the advantage and work hard to expand the results of the battle. Kill? Zhouxing diagram wrapped the endless starry sky and fiercely blasted into the depths of the void. The Miluotian Primordial Pagoda was surrounded by the Qi of creation, carrying the power of heaven and earth, and also suppressed into the depths of the void. With this attack, Feng Zichen and Hao Yin both tried to severely injure the Dark Knight Demon God. At the same time, the void beside the Tree of World quietly cracked open a hole. A purple eye peeked out from it and stared indifferently at the Kidu Demon God, who was at a loss. This was the Eye of Heavenly Tribulation. Feng Zichen's Thunder Lock incarnation made a move. However, his target was not the Dark Knight Demon God in the depths of the void, but the Demon God Jidu, who was holding the God-slaying spear and hiding at the side. From the appearance of the Dark Knight Demon God to the fierce battle between him and Feng Zichen and Hao Yin, the Demon God Jidu was completely dumbfounded. Because he couldn't interfere at all. Both sides were too strong, far beyond what he could contend against. In fact, as the battle became more and more intense, if not for the protection of the God-slaying spear, he wouldn't even have the right to get close to the battlefield. He was afraid that even the aftermath of the attack would be able to kill him. As his strength was too weak, the Demon God Jidu didn't dare to make any moves at all, in case he attracted the attention of the other party and got rid of himself. Therefore, he could only hug the God-slaying spear and carefully hide at the side, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. However, as the battlefield shifted to the depths of the void, the Demon God Jidu felt that his opportunity had come. There was no one around, so wasn't it the best opportunity for him to attack the Tree of World? As long as he cut down the Tree of World, their goal would be achieved, and there would be no reason for this battle to continue. After all, they didn't come here to fight but to cut down the Tree of World so as to worsen the chaos in the primordial world, and also to take away a main material for refining a Khanate cardinal treasure. He did as he thought. The Demon God Jidu was just about to raise the God-slaying spear and attack the Tree of World. But suddenly he felt a chill all over his body. His intuition told him that an incomparably dangerous feeling came from all directions, enveloping him layer by layer, completely sealing off his escape route. Not good. Greatly alarmed, the Demon God Jidu hurriedly looked up following the feeling in his heart. He saw, in the void, a purple eye shining with a dazzling brilliance. He shot a dazzling divine light at him. Light of tribulation. Lui's laid down the tribulation on behalf of the heavens, wielded the power of punishment in the primordial world, could be said to be the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. His will represented the will of the heavens. Therefore, the tribulation that he sent down was the tribulation sent down by the heavenly Tao. As the saying goes, once the heavenly punishment is sent out, all living beings will be destroyed. From this sentence one could tell how powerful it was. And the light of tribulation was a manifestation of the heavenly punishment. Whoosh! Wherever the light of tribulation arrived, all living beings ceased to exist. Everything was destroyed. And the light of tribulation was extremely fast, as if it had surpassed time and space. A moment ago it was still far away in the horizon, but the next moment, it had arrived in front of the demon god Jidu, and the demon god Jidu? He didn't react at all. The speed of the light of calamity was too fast. It was beyond his ability to think. Before he could react, the light of calamity had arrived in front of him. Therefore, he could only watch as the light of tribulation swept towards him. However, the demon god Jidu didn't have time to react, but the god-slaying spear in his hand was sensitive enough. Just as the light of tribulation was about to brush onto the demon god Jidu, the god-slaying spear moved. Whoosh! The god-slaying spear broke free from the demon god Jidu's hand, ignoring time and space, and stabbed straight at the light of tribulation, blocking it. At the critical moment, it saved Jidu Clang. The light of tribulation was shattered by the god-slaying spear. But the demon god Jidu didn't have it easy either. The huge recoil was transmitted to his body through the god-slaying spear, almost shattering his physical body that he had painstakingly trained for many years. With one blow, Jidu was severely injured. Because the Lui's incarnation at this moment was not at the half-step primordial chaos realm, but at the third level of the primordial chaos realm. After the four heavenly gods were blessed by heaven and earth, they could at least exert the power of the third level of the primordial chaos realm. And because the heavenly emperor had a higher status, under the blessing of heaven and earth, he could at least exert the power of the fourth level of the primordial chaos realm. Compared to the four heavenly gods, he was one level higher to show the difference in status. The huge difference in realm allowed the Lui's incarnation to have a crushing advantage when facing the demon god Jidu. If not for the protection of the god-slaying spear, this blow would have directly killed the demon god Jidu. It had to be said that the Khanate cardinal treasure was really a good thing. It was enough to bridge the gap between realms, allowing a half-step primordial chaos expert to contend with a true primordial chaos expert for a short period of time. Buzz buzz buzz. After the first blow failed, the Lui's incarnation launched another attack. The eye of heavenly tribulation throbbed violently, and the light on its body became even more dazzling. Endless Taoist rhymes spewed out, transforming into a phantom of the nine heavens in the air. Rumble. The nine heavens shook. From bottom to top, it began to collapse layer by layer. And with the collapse of every layer of the heavenly domain, a beam of tribulation light was produced and blasted toward the demon god Jidu. The nine heavens of the thunder domain were 9 beams of tribulation light. This was the supreme divine power derived from the Khanate thunder Tao, 9 heavens tribulation light. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, beams of tribulation light fell, intending to beat the demon god Jidu into the dust. But the god-slaying spear lived up to its name of being number 1 in killing. Murderous intent surged around it, piercing, stabbing, sweeping, shattering the incoming beams of tribulation light. However, the gap was still too big. Even though the god-slaying spear tried its best to protect the demon god Jidu and block all the beams of tribulation light, the huge vibrating force still caused great damage to it. It was afraid that the demon god Jidu would not be able to withstand a few more attacks. With a Khanate cardinal treasure, it could only contend against primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian and not defeat him. Khanate cardinal treasures were not omnipotent. In the end, cultivators still relied on themselves. Bang! Seeing that the demon god Jidu's injuries were getting more and more serious, the god-slaying spear no longer hesitated and directly broke through the void, sweeping Jidu up and fleeing into the distance. Chase. Seeing this, the Thunderlock incarnation drove the eye of heavenly tribulation and hurriedly chased after it. Today the demon god Jidu must die. It was not because Feng Zichen had a blood feud with the demon god Jidu, but because he saw a trace of the demon sect's deepest secret from the demon god Mahakala. Could it be that the original intention of the demon sect was to cultivate a suitable vessel for the chaos demon god to possess? The foundation of the demon sect was mainly body refinement. And the body refinement method of the demon sect was to imitate the body of the chaos demon god. If he was cultivating the Tao of the chaos demon god, the consequences were simply unimaginable. It would be fine if he had not attained great mastery. Once he attained great mastery, he would be the most suitable vessel for the chaos demon god and could be easily possessed by him. But this was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was, when one's cultivation reached an extremely high level, it would resonate with the great Tao that one cultivated. In this way, one could directly summon the chaos demon god from the imprint of the great Tao and be directly replaced by someone else from the root. Everything would become someone else's wedding dress. The most uncomfortable thing was that he was the one who took the initiative the entire time and was not forced. This was a typical example of cultivating to the end and refining oneself into someone else. How sad was that? Moreover, this method of resurrection was directly from the source and would not be affected by the chaos demon god's true spirit, which was still in a sealed state. In the past, no one would have thought that Mao Buzhou would collapse. No one would have thought that the chaos demon god's true spirit would break out of the seal. Therefore, the demon ancestor Rahu racked his brains and came up with such a wonderful method to resurrect the chaos demon god. This method was indeed wonderful. If he had not seen the experience of the demon god Mahakala, Feng Zichen would not have thought of this. Speaking of which, who would have thought? The demon sect that ran amok in the primordial world back then, it was actually the factory that the demon ancestor Rahu used to cultivate the demon god's container? After thinking through this, Feng Zichen had to admire the wisdom of the demon ancestor Rahu. This was the ancestor of scheming. He schemed against others, he also wanted others to be grateful, to thank him for imparting the Tao. In comparison, Feng Zichen's scheming methods were somewhat unpresentable. It could be seen that, on the path of scheming, he still had room for improvement. At this moment, the chaos demon god's true spirit had already broken out of the seal for many years. It seemed that there was no need to replace the experts of the demon sect. But in fact that was not the case. Who would complain about having too many incarnations? They did not make a move now because the strength of the experts of the demon sect was not enough. When their cultivation reached the level of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, the chaos demon gods would make a move. In this way they would have multiple incarnations at the primordial chaos level. Wouldn't that be wonderful? And the cultivation of the demon god Jidu was already infinitely close to that of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. As long as he cultivated in seclusion for dozens of Yuan Hui, he might be able to break through. If such a person was not eliminated now, the next time they met, he would be a real chaos demon god. The slaughter demon god among the 3,000 demon gods. Jidu cultivated the path of slaughter, which corresponded to the slaughter demon god. Therefore he had to die. This was called weakening the enemy's strength in advance. Speaking of which, demon god Jidu was also a pitiful person. When he first started cultivating the path of demons, he might not have realized that this was a trap. Chapter 556. But by now, if he still could not discover the problem, then demon god Jidu would have lived in vain all these years. However, by the time he realized that there was a problem with the demonic path, it was already too late and there was no turning back. At this time, even if demon god Jidu stopped cultivating, the great Tao that he cultivated would involuntarily lean towards the Tao of darkness, slowly increasing his strength and transforming it into the most suitable vessel for the Dark Night demon god. The stronger he was, the deeper his understanding of the Tao of darkness, the closer demon god Jidu would be to the Dark Night demon god and instinctively lean towards him to become a part of him. At this time it was no longer demon god Jidu controlling the great Tao, but the great Tao controlling Jidu. He had become the puppet of the great Tao of darkness and would appear for the Dark Night demon god at any time. For people who cultivated the Tao of demon god, the lower their strength, the safer they would be. The stronger they were, the easier they would be affected by the chaos demon god and gradually become him. They did not even have the chance to resist. Because after reaching the Daluo Jingxian, it was almost impossible to change the great Tao, let alone reach the Sage-to-be realm. The demonic path experts were all bound by their own great Tao and became the puppet of the chaos demon god. They could not control themselves at all. Once they reached the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian and fully matured, the corresponding chaos demon god would appear to reap them. Tragic. How tragic. Therefore, Feng Zichen attacked demon god Jidu to release him, lest his hundreds of millions of years of cultivation become a wedding dress for others. It was not because he coveted his treasures. Yes, it was all for their own good. Buzz buzz buzz, the void vibrated, and the phantoms of thousands of gods appeared, chanting the great Tao and performing all kinds of mysterious powers, freezing the void. Who is it? Demon god Jidu, who was running for his life in the void, was suddenly frozen by this power and could not help but shout. Swish! A vast ancient painting appeared, and it was filled with the images of thousands of gods. It was extremely noble, and there was a strong aura around it, revealing a sacred and noble aura, showing the majesty of the divine Tao. This was the divine Tao treasure, the myriad god painting. Without a doubt, the North Star Emperor was here. After discovering the secret of the devil sect, Great Emperor Gaochen didn't have time to refine the devil god flag. After handing it over to Fengdu, he hurriedly rushed over to help Lei Zhi kill Jidu. Zichen greets demon god Kidu. The North Star's incarnation slowly walked out of the void and greeted Jidu, great Taoist priests. Emperor Gaochen Tianhuang. Jidu couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he heard Gaochen revealing his origin. He said with an ugly expression. A single southern extremity longevity emperor was able to beat him into a sorry state. If an even stronger Emperor Go Qin Tian Emperor were to appear, wouldn't he be doomed? Feeling horrified, Fiend Celestial Jidu was about to cast a fiendish mystic technique and burn his core essence to deliver a fatal blow, hoping to fight for a chance of survival. But he was fast. The North Star clone was even faster. He was afraid that if he delayed any longer, he would attract the attention of Rahu. The North Star's clone also made his move after greeting the North Star's clone. Boom! The great Tao furnace fell with a loud bang. It carried the might of a chaos demon god and suppressed Fiend Celestial Jidu. It should be known that the North Star's incarnation had the strength of a third-level primordial chaos expert under the support of the power of his level. Casting the great Tao furnace under such power was a completely different scene. There were 300 marks of chaos demon gods engraved on his body. The aura of the great Tao around him seemed to carry the divine might of the great Tao. Its power was close to that of an innate cardinal treasure. When the great Tao furnace fell, the roars of chaos demon gods could be faintly heard. They seemed to be venting the resentment of being killed, which made the great Tao furnace even more eerie. Bang! As if the heavens and earth were pressing down, the god-slaying spear that was guarding Fiend Celestial Jidu's side smashed the great Tao furnace into pieces after the intense collision. However, the god-slaying spear was also sent flying by the huge recoil. Kill? Seizing the opportunity, Feng Zichen took out the Zichen sword and slashed at Fiend Celestial Jidu Russell. On the other side, Luai's incarnation arrived in time. He activated the Eye of Tribulation and shot out beams of tribulation light at the god-slaying spear to prevent him from saving Fiend Celestial Jidu. Without the protection of the god-slaying spear, how could a mere half-step primordial chaos demon god be a match for the third-level primordial chaos demon god Gaochen's incarnation? Not long after, Fiend Celestial Jidu's physical body and primordial spirit were shattered by Zichen's sword. Only an innate indestructible true spirit was left floating in the void. Sigh. Fellow Taoist Jidu, poor Wei is here to free you. Looking at Fiend Celestial Jidu's true spirit, Feng Zichen sighed and said with slight melancholy. Then he took out the million sword illustration and swept up Fiend Celestial Jidu's innate indestructible true spirit. He was about to shatter it to free him. But at this moment a sudden change occurred. Streaks of black airflow gushed out of Fiend Celestial Jidu's true spirit, making him look extremely evil and noble. After sensing that Fiend Celestial Jidu was in mortal danger, the corresponding Chaos Demon God descended. The Massacre Demon God of the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods. Hee. How dare you kill my vessel? You must be tired of living. A voice filled with murderous intent sounded from Fiend Celestial Jidu's true spirit. It was like the sound of Tao, like the cry of Tao. The Massacre Demon God spoke. In an instant the sky darkened. Endless murderous intent gushed out from the void and swept across the sky and earth, dyeing the place red. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. Gaochen and Luais, who had long ignored the cold, once again felt the bone-chilling coldness under the Massacre Demon God's murderous intent. Without any hesitation, Gaochen's incarnation activated the innate sword Tao and activated the million sword illustration with all his might. Suddenly billions of sword lights burst out and shattered Fiend Celestial Jidu's true spirit. At the same time, Luais did not want to be left behind. The Eye of Tribulation released a dazzling brilliance and swept out a heavenly punishment tribulation light, destroying Fiend Celestial Jidu's shattered true spirit. With that, Fiend Celestial Jidu completely ceased to exist. I have remembered your auras. I will never let you go. With the object of possession destroyed, the massacre demon god had lost his backing. His descending process was forcefully interrupted, and he only had time to utter a sentence before slowly disappearing. What a joke. Dilly-dallying to save someone. Do you really think I'm a fool? I'll give you enough time to descend. Gauchen's incarnation shook his head in disdain as he looked in the direction where the massacre demon god disappeared. He had not even fully descended, and he already dared to utter such words. Did he really think that they were made of clay and could only watch as he descended? The result would naturally be to get rid of him before he fully descended. As for the threat of the massacre demon god, Feng Zichen did not take it to heart at all. As one of Pengu's people, he had long formed an irreconcilable feud with the chaos demon god. Adding more hatred now would only be a small matter, so there was no need to take it to heart. Keep. He activated the million sword illustration and swept it at the place where Fiend Celestial Jidu died, collecting all the treasures he dropped after his death. Although they were treasures, there were not many of them left. In order to kill Fiend Celestial Jidu in the shortest time possible, Feng Zichen's 2 incarnations went all out in every attack. Just imagine. Even Fiend Celestial Jidu was smashed into pieces. How many treasures could he leave behind? Other than Fiend Celestial Jidu's natal treasure, the supreme-grade innate spirit treasure Fiend Celestial Jidu Spear, the rest of the treasures were all shattered. Even Fiend Celestial Jidu Spear was severely damaged and needed a long time to recover to its peak. This god-slaying spear. After cleaning up the battlefield, Luai's incarnation and Gauchen's incarnation set their eyes on the god-slaying spear. At this moment, due to Fiend Celestial Jidu's death, the god-slaying spear was quietly floating in the void. In other words, Feng Zichen only needed to reach out his hand to take this innate spirit treasure that was number 1 in terms of killing power. However, Feng Zichen did not dare to do so. Without a doubt, as long as his hand touched the god-slaying spear, what awaited him would be Fiend Celestial Rahu's all-out attack. At that time, even if Feng Zichen did not die, he would be half-crippled. However, Feng Zichen could not bear to give up on the god-slaying spear just like that. Who did not want an innate spirit treasure? But soon, Feng Zichen did not need to be conflicted, because the god-slaying spear suddenly moved and stabbed straight at him. You killed our vice sect leader. You all deserve to die. Fiend Celestial Rahu's cold voice suddenly came from the spear. At the same time, boundless killing intent erupted and swept towards the two. Kill. Seeing this, Gauchen and Luai's did not retreat. Instead, they advanced and used their supreme divine abilities to meet the god-slaying spear. If Fiend Celestial Rahu came personally, the two would not be a match for him even if they joined forces. However, it was only a divine consciousness that came. Even if he held the god-slaying spear, the two were not afraid at all. If the two joined forces and could not even defeat Fiend Celestial Rahu's divine consciousness, it would be really embarrassing. While Gauchen and Luai's were fighting the god-slaying spear on the other side in the depths of the void, an even more intense battle was coming to an end. Boom. After all, the Dark Knight Demon God had just taken over the body and had not recovered to his peak state. He was no match for the combined power of Feng Zichen and Hao Tian. With a boom, his physical body was shattered by the two. Very well. I will remember the grudge of destroying my physical body. When I recover to my peak state, I will teach you all a lesson. After saying that, the Dark Knight Demon God swept up his shattered physical body and fled into the distance. However, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian had finally gained an overwhelming advantage. How could they let him escape? Thief, don't you dare run. Zhouxing painting sealed the space-time, Meluo Heaven's premier pagoda suppressed everything, and Feng Zichen even summoned the fragment of Mount Buzhou from the boundless starry sky, completely blocking the Dark Knight Demon God's escape route. Bastard. You forced me to do this. Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, the Dark Knight Demon God had to fight for his life. I offer my origin, reverse space-time, and summon the Tao fruit of my previous life. As he spoke, the Dark Knight Demon God began to ignite his origin. All kinds of mysterious fluctuations were emitted from his body, crossing space-time, surpassing the Eldritch world, and transmitted to the chaos outside the realm. The next moment, the chaos outside the realm shook. Spots of light appeared from the void. They were endless and gathered into a majestic figure. It crossed space-time and rushed toward the Eldritch world. Oh no! Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian's expressions changed immediately. A great fear surged from the depths of their hearts. They recognized this secret skill. This was a kind of reincarnation secret skill. It could communicate with the long river of spacetime and borrow power from the past and future that belonged to oneself. And obviously, the purpose of the Dark Knight Demon God using this skill, it was to borrow the Tao fruit of his previous life. Feng Zichen and Hao Tian did not know what realm the Dark Knight Demon God had reached in his previous life, but one thing was certain. They were definitely no match for him. Even if they only summoned 1/10,000th of his power, it would still be the same. Kill, we must not let him succeed. With fear in their hearts, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian attacked together. They attacked the Dark Knight Demon God with all their might, intending to kill him before the Tao fruit of his previous life descended. But unfortunately it was too late. Just as Feng Zichen and Hao Tian attacked, an extremely majestic figure suddenly descended and merged with the Dark Knight Demon God. Boom! The Dark Knight Demon God's aura instantly soared. In the blink of an eye he reached the peak of primordial chaos, the 12th level of primordial chaos. In the end he was too severely injured. Even if he used a secret skill, the Dark Knight Demon God could not return to his peak state. But just the 12th level of primordial chaos was enough to deal with Feng Zichen and Hao Tian. This was a power that they could not resist. Rumble. A powerful aura bloomed from the Dark Knight Demon God's body, sending Feng Zichen and Hao Tian flying. There was no need to attack at all. Just the aura alone was enough to suppress the two of them. Hiss, so powerful. Climbing up from the void, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian gasped. This power was too strong. It was as if they were facing a Tao ancestor. They could not resist at all. What do we do now? Hao Tian asked with a frown. Drag it out. Do everything we can to drag it out. His power will definitely not last long. We just need to drag it out until his power is exhausted. Then our chance will come. Gritting his teeth, Feng Zichen said. The power obtained through a secret skill was destined to not last long. There was no doubt about it. The only thing they could do now was to wait for the Dark Knight Demon God's secret skill to end. At that time, the Dark Knight Demon God would fall into a period of weakness. He would be at their mercy. However, how to drag it out became the biggest problem in front of the two of them. Although I have not recovered to my peak, it should be enough to kill you. So die. Although he was not satisfied with his current power, his hatred for Feng Zichen and Hao Tian made the Dark Knight Demon God temporarily put this unhappiness to the back of his mind. He raised his huge palm and slapped towards the two of them. Danger. Alarm bells rang in their hearts. Feng Zichen and Hao Tian did not dare to take it head-on. They turned around and dodged. But at this moment, an indescribable light came from the void and directly hit the Dark Knight Demon God's body. It was Pengu's axe light. At the end of time and space, Pengu was fighting with 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods. Any existence that dared to interfere with the past would be met with his axe. The power that the Dark Knight Demon God borrowed from the past could not be hidden from Pengu. Therefore, an axe light came from the past and slashed the Dark Knight Demon God's body fiercely. Those who move time recklessly. They would definitely be met with Pengu's painful attack. Chapter 557. The sudden attack wiped out the Tao fruit that the Dark Knight Demon God had borrowed from the past, causing his power to fall back to his previous realm in an instant. Furthermore, due to the backlash of the secret technique, the Dark Knight Demon God's power was still weakening even after he recovered to his original realm. Very soon he fell to the first level of primordial chaos. Pengu! After suddenly losing his superior power, the Dark Knight Demon God's mentality collapsed. He could not help but roar and curse Pengu with hatred. But unfortunately, no matter how vicious his words were, the power he had lost could never be regained. Good chance. Feng Zichen and Hao Tian, who were already on the verge of despair under the attack of the Dark Knight Demon God, could not help but feel relieved when they saw what was happening. How could the Dark Knight Demon God, who was only at the first level of primordial chaos, be a match for the two of them? Kill. With a thought, the two of them took out their Dharma treasures and attacked the Dark Knight Demon God. The closer it was to this moment, the more Feng Zichen and Hao Tian did not dare to get close to the Dark Knight Demon God. They were really scared. Self-destruction was the specialty of the demon sect. Especially the Dark Knight Demonic God now. He could be said to be in a situation where there was no door to heaven and no road to hell. All his paths of survival were sealed. At this moment, it was the best time to self-destruct. At this moment, if they were too close to the Dark Knight Demon God, they would inevitably be dragged to the grave with him. Self-destruction was a method of mutual destruction. They were about to win, so they couldn't afford to lose at the last moment. That would be a huge loss. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian did not forget to widen the distance between themselves and the Dark Knight Demon God as they attacked. The two of them were not good people either. In the process of retreating, they intentionally or unintentionally fell back half a step to let the other party block in front. In this way, if the Dark Knight Demon God really self-destructed, there would be someone blocking in front and their chances of escaping would be higher. Unfortunately, the two of them had the same idea and naturally no one was willing to fall behind. The two of them were helpless and could only advance and retreat together. Bang bang bang. On the other side, the Dark Knight Demon God whose strength had plummeted was in imminent danger under the joint attacks of Feng Zichen and Hao Tian. His physical body was completely shattered and his life force was completely wiped out. There was no possibility of recovery. His primordial spirit had also been shattered several times, and it was getting harder and harder to condense it. It wouldn't be long before it was completely destroyed. Of course, these were not the things that made the Dark Knight Demon God's heart ache the most. What made his heart ache the most was nightfall. Under the continuous attacks of the map of Zhouxing and the Boundless Heaven Primeval Pagoda, the Chaos Spirit Treasure was severely damaged. It looked like it was about to fall from the Chaos Spirit Treasure grade. How could the Dark Knight Demon God tolerate this? One had to know that the death of his incarnation was nothing. At most he would lose a primordial chaos expert. But the night was different. If this treasure was destroyed, would he be able to find a suitable spiritual treasure? There could be many incarnations. But Veil of Night only had one. Therefore the Dark Knight Demon God could tolerate the death of his incarnation, but he could not sit by and watch the night sky shatter. You forced me to do this. Let's die together, scoundrel. Scoundrels. The Dark Knight Demon God was about to use the demon sect's secret technique to self-destruct, so that he could drag the two of them to die together. But just as he was about to make a move, he saw that the two despicable people had already hidden far away. Even if he self-destructed at this moment, the two of them could easily dodge and would not be able to hurt him at all. Seeing this, the Dark Knight Demon God's face darkened, and he could not help but curse the two of them. None of you can leave. With a loud roar, the Dark Knight Demon God rushed towards the two of them without caring about anything else. He planned to rush to their side and self-destruct. But knowing his plan, how could Feng Zichen and Hao Tian give him a chance to get close to them? Mount Buzhou seal, suppress. Feng Zichen formed a seal with both hands, and the shadow of Mount Buzhou appeared, suppressing the past, present and future, pressing down on the Dark Knight Demon God. Treastrimsa heaven, suppress. Hao Tian was not to be outdone. With a slight thought, the shadow of Treastrimsa heaven appeared, supporting Mount Buzhou and pressing down on the Dark Knight Demon God. Rumble. Mount Buzhou held up Treastrimsa heaven, and half of the universe pressed down, directly fixing the Dark Knight Demon God on the spot. Seeing this, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian suddenly rushed forward, using their strongest attacks and attacked the Dark Knight Demon God together, intending to kill him. However, just as the two strongest divine powers were about to land on the Dark Knight Demon God, the Dark Knight Demon God looked at the two of them with hatred, and suddenly burst into flames. He turned into a ray of Tao light, breaking free from the suppression of Mount Buzhou, and rushed into an unknown place. Without a doubt, the two of them's ultimate attack missed. Wait for my return, is the time of your death. A faint Tao voice came from the void and clearly fell into the ears of Feng Zichen and Hao Tian. That was the last voice of the Dark Knight Demon God. He escaped. How did he do it? Hao Tian was very confused. He could not understand how the Dark Knight Demon God escaped from the suppression, and then disappeared without a trace in front of the two of them. If the Dark Knight Demon God was still at his peak, he might be able to do it. However, his strength had already fallen to the first level of primordial chaos, so how could he disappear under the eyes of the two of them? It's a sacrifice. The Dark Knight Demon God sacrificed himself. After frowning and thinking for a while, Feng Zichen said slowly. He recognized the method of the Dark Knight Demon God's escape. It was an extremely ancient sacrifice method, born in the chaotic era. Through the great Tao, he could offer everything he had to the great existence in the unseen world. Who could resist the power of the great Tao? The Dark Knight Demon God had used this method to sacrifice himself to him. That's right, it was himself, or rather his true body. It was undeniable that even if the Dark Knight Demon God's strength had fallen to the extreme, his true body was still incomparably great. There was nothing wrong with him sacrificing his incarnation to his great true body. Of course, it was not without a price to ask the great Tao to help. According to Feng Zichen's estimation, if half of the power he obtained from sacrificing his incarnation reached his true body, it would be considered merciful. Sacrifice? I see. When Hao Yin heard this, he understood the meaning behind it. The method of sacrifice could communicate with heaven and earth. It could be said to be wonderful, and almost every great magician had mastered one or two of them. Of course, Feng Zichen knew it too, and it was the highest level among them, the kind that could directly communicate with the heavenly Tao. The incense divine Tao itself was a kind of application of the laws of heaven and earth. It could be said to be the inheritance of the heavenly Tao. Not to mention, to confer a god, one needed to sacrifice to heaven and earth to obtain the recognition of heaven. Feng Zichen's method of sacrifice was comprehended from the myriad god painting, and it could be said to be passed down by the heavenly Tao. The power of sacrifice? Interesting. Perhaps I can deduce a divine ability based on this. The Dark Knight demon god's actions could be said to have reminded Feng Zichen. In the past, he did not pay much attention to the method of sacrifice. But now it seemed that there were still many things worth exploring about the method of sacrifice. For example, now, Feng Zichen suddenly thought of a novel he had read in his previous life. There was a supreme divine ability in it that was created based on the method of sacrifice. That supreme divine ability was called the Blood Altar. Perhaps it was because too much time had passed that Feng Zichen could not remember the name clearly. However, Feng Zichen still remembered its function clearly. That was to resurrect the dead. Using the blood of 10,000 spirits to build a blood-colored altar, placing the relics of the dead on it, and then activating the altar, one could summon the broken true spirit of the dead, allowing it to be reborn and walk in the world again. In the past, he did not think much of it, but now that he thought about it, this divine ability could be said to be heaven-defying. It was simply tailor-made for Daluo Jingxian. One had to know that the Daluo Jingxian in the primordial world was already immortal and indestructible. However, it was extremely difficult for him to return from his long slumber. He needed to wait for a long time. At the very least, Feng Zichen had only seen two Daluo Jingxian who had returned from their slumber since he came to the primordial world for so long. They were the Dark Nether Dragon Venerable and the Zi clan. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to resurrect Daluo Jingxian. However, with the blood altar, everything would be different. With the help of this divine ability, the speed of Daluo Jingxian's resurrection would undoubtedly be greatly increased. It could even be said that with the blood altar, it was equivalent to having a second life. This supreme divine ability had to be created. Thinking of the benefits of the blood altar, Feng Zichen secretly made a decision. Although this supreme divine ability was just the imagination of an author in his previous life, and there was nothing magical about it. However, this was the primordial world where Daluo Jingxian walked everywhere. This place could be cultivated. And what was cultivation? It was to turn the impossible into the possible, subvert all known knowledge, and have the power to break the rules. It didn't matter if it wasn't magical. As long as he had the idea, Feng Zichen could completely deduce this supreme divine ability. In the eyes of mortals, the unrealistic fantasies of mortals were impossible to achieve, so they were called unrealistic. However, the gods and devils didn't think so. They had supreme power and could turn the unrealistic fantasies of mortals into reality. This was cultivation, making dreams come true. This was why the people of the world were painstakingly seeking the Tao. With strength, one could get whatever they wanted. Even if it didn't exist in the world, they could create it out of thin air. After putting away the thoughts in his heart, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian left the depths of the void. Although the blood altar was good, now was not the time to deduce it. There was still a big problem that had not been solved. That was demon ancestor Rahu. As the aura of the Dark Knight demon god disappeared, demon ancestor Rahu was completely enraged. He sacrificed his cultivation to condense a fifth-level primordial chaos incarnation and descended here. He held the god-slaying spear and fought with Gaochen Luai's. As such, the two of them were no match for demon ancestor Rahu. In a few breaths they were beaten back. If not for the two of them being mentally connected, they would not have been beaten back but severely injured. Fortunately, demon ancestor Rahu didn't stay arrogant for long. Feng Zichen and Hao Tian arrived and joined forces with Gaochen Luai's to fight against demon ancestor Rahu. One celestial, the Arch, 3 deities, a total of 4 supremes of heaven and earth. With this power, it could be said that except for the Earth Empress, all the rulers of the primordial world in name had arrived. The demon ancestor's prestige was great. Good. 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 It's really good. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, Demon Ancestor Rahu was so angry that he couldn't speak. Two primordial chaos experts. They were gone just like that. They were killed by the four of them. It could be said that even when he was forced to self-destruct by Tao Ancestor Hongjun back then, Demon Ancestor Rahu was not so angry. With the fall of Jidu and the Dark Knight Demon God, the demon sect could no longer be described as suffering a serious injury. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a broken family. Its strength had been weakened by at least half. Therefore, Demon Ancestor Rahu was so angry that he did not hesitate to sacrifice his cultivation to condense an incarnation. It was all to vent his anger here. If he did not kill them, how could the demon sect have the face to stay in the primordial world? It's just a small achievement. It's far from worthy of such praise. Feng Zichen smiled and said. As he spoke, he took a step forward and confronted Demon Ancestor Rahu. The other three also took a step forward and stood together with Feng Zichen. First kill our deputy sect master, then kill our acting sect master. Have you thought about how you want to die? Even though he was fighting 1 against 4, Demon Ancestor Rahu was still fearless and even threatened. Death, we have never thought about it. Demon Ancestor, you should think about how to survive against the 4 of us. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen said. In his opinion, Demon Ancestor Rahu was simply courting death. If the 4 of them joined forces, even if Demon Ancestor Rahu himself came, it was still unknown who would win. An incarnation dared to speak arrogantly and did not take the 4 of them seriously. He was really courting death. It had to be admitted that Demon Ancestor Rahu's incarnation was indeed very strong. It had the cultivation of the 5th level of primordial chaos. No one present could compare to it except for Hao Tian. In addition, he held the Khanate cardinal treasure, the god-slaying spear. No one present was his match. Demon Ancestor Rahu was indeed invincible. However, he did not understand one thing. When Feng Zichen and the other 3 joined forces, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1 + 1. If the 4 mid-stage primordial chaos experts joined forces, Demon Ancestor Rahu might be able to win. However, when the 3 heavenly emperors and a celestial emperor joined forces, they could unleash the true celestial emperor's power. They even dared to fight against a 12th level primordial chaos expert. In this way, a mere 5th level primordial chaos demon ancestor's incarnation was nothing. It seems that after not fighting for so long, the primordial chaos can no longer remember my methods. It's time for you to feel the horror of demons again. After being provoked by Feng Zichen, Demon Ancestor Rahu, who was already angry, became even angrier. He raised the god-slaying spear in his hand and was about to end one of them to re-establish his prestige. However, before he could do anything, Feng Zichen and the other 3 attacked first. The boundless starry sky appeared behind Feng Zichen. The vast celestial court appeared behind Hao Tian. The shadows of gods appeared behind Gaochen. The divine firmament 9 heavens appeared behind Lei Zhe. The 4 phenomena met in the sky and gradually formed the complete primordial chaos celestial realm. Chapter 558. At the same time, under the summoning of the 4 supreme beings of heaven and earth, the projection of the wilderness began to slowly form. It appeared under the projection of the heaven realm and behind the 4 of them. At this moment, the entire wilderness, except for the underground netherworld, was projected here. It hung high in the void, emitting a heart-palpitating fluctuation. Fiend Ancestor, please be on your way. Under the projection of heaven and earth, the 4 of them bowed respectfully to Fiend Ancestor Rahu. Then an indescribable god's projection quietly appeared between heaven and earth. This was the Celestial the Arch. The real Celestial the Arch. The supreme ruler of the wilderness, controlling everything in the wilderness, billions of spacetime, all fates, and all sentient and heartless beings. He could mobilize all the power of the wilderness. Therefore, his strength was comparable to the heavenly Tao. He could be said to be invincible in the wilderness. Of course, because of the lack of the Earth Empress, the Celestial the Arch summoned by Feng Zichen and the others was not the complete version. His strength was not at the level of invincibility in the wilderness. But even so, he could not be underestimated. With the support of many authorities, this Celestial the Arch projection could at least unleash the power of Primordial Chaos Stage 10. Kill? Killing intent surged in the 4 of them as they roared at Fiend Ancestor Rahu. Then, the Celestial the Arch projection moved in response and glanced at Fiend Ancestor Rahu. Rumble. With just a casual glance, the Tao of heaven and earth actually shook and deduced all kinds of mysterious laws. They turned into a vast torrent of great Tao that surged toward Fiend Ancestor Rahu. Oh no! After seeing the celestial the arch projection appear, fiend ancestor Rahu knew that things were not good. He wanted to escape, but he was locked down by an invisible force. The surrounding spacetime also solidified, so he could not escape and could only resist this divine ability. Explode. Without time to think, fiend ancestor Rahu rushed toward the four of them, ready to use his strongest technique, self-destruction. But unfortunately, the celestial the arch projection was too powerful. Before fiend ancestor Rahu's figure could reach the four of them, he was drowned by the torrent of great Tao and gradually dissipated. When the torrent of great Tao dissipated, fiend ancestor Rahu's figure had already disappeared. Only a blood-colored spear was left lying there quietly. Fiend ancestor Rahu's avatar was dead, killed by a single glance from celestial Thearka's projection. No one doubted that fiend ancestor Rahu was weak. That could only mean that the celestial the arch phantom was very strong, unimaginably strong. A single glance was enough to destroy the incarnation of fiend ancestor Rahu, who had a 5th level primordial chaos cultivation base. What terrifying power was this? And this was only a phantom image of the real heavenly emperor. If the real celestial emperor were to descend, how powerful would he be? Even if Tao ancestor Hongjun personally came, he would still be far from being his match. For a time, the two people present had an unprecedented desire for the true position of heavenly emperor. If he could become a real celestial emperor, no one in the untainted land would be able to escape from him. Feng Zichen and Hao Yin looked at each other at the same time. They looked at each other in silence. From each other's eyes, the two of them understood each other's thoughts. He wanted to unify the primordial world and truly dominate the primordial world. He wanted to become the master of the primordial world. However, the thoughts Feng Zichen and Hao Yin saw from each other's eyes were only at a gradual level. They could not see the deepest level of thoughts. For example, Hao Yin thought that he was the common ruler of the untainted land, and Great Emperor Ziwei was the sub-ruler of the untainted land. He was destined to become the next celestial emperor after him. In that case, the two of them could work together. As long as he could get the full help of Great Emperor Ziwei, Hao Yin believed that it might not be long before he could take back the authority that belonged to Celestial Emperor. In this way, with the support of heaven and earth, he would soon achieve the Tao and transcend heaven and earth. Then he could step down from the position of Celestial Emperor and pass it to Great Emperor Ziwei to help him achieve the Tao. Great Emperor Ziwei would help him gather power. After he stepped down, he would pass on the complete position of Celestial Emperor to Great Emperor Ziwei. He would not need to spend so much effort to scheme against everyone after he ascended the throne. Therefore, Great Emperor Ziwei helping him was not entirely for him, but also to help himself. This plan could be said to be the best of both worlds. Hao Yin felt that this plan was completely feasible. After that, he might be able to persuade Great Emperor Ziwei to work together for a great cause. Hao Yin thought very beautifully. The plan could also be said to be excellent. But obviously Feng Zichen did not think so. Now he already occupied 3 of the positions of the 4 Imperials. Even the last one was in cahoots with him. It could be said that as long as he was willing, he could take over Hao Yin at any time. In fact, the current Feng Zichen only needed to wait for Hao Yin to make a big mistake. Then he could use this as an excuse to change the dynasty. In this way, how could Feng Zichen, who controlled more than half of the power of the heavenly court, be willing to wait for Hao Yin to abdicate? Besides, even if Feng Zichen was willing, it would take at least tens of millions of years or even billions of years for Hao Yin to abdicate. He definitely did not have the patience to wait for such a long time. If Hao Yin really colluded with Great Emperor Ziwei to deal with the other 3 great emperors, the consequences were simply unimaginable. He would definitely be tricked to death by Feng Zichen. Each of them had their own plans. They laughed dryly and turned to look at the god-slaying spear at the same time. The demon ancestor Rahu had died too quickly, so he did not have time to send the god-slaying spear away. This caused the treasure to be left here. How should we deal with this god-slaying spear? Looking at the god-slaying spear, Feng Zichen said with a headache. If Rahu, the demon ancestor, had really fallen, he would have taken away this primordial cardinal treasure without saying a word. But the problem was that the demon ancestor Rahu was not dead yet. If anyone dared to take the god-slaying spear, not only would they not be able to refine it, but they might also be poked with a hole one day and be quietly killed by the demon ancestor. However, it was absolutely impossible to just leave it here and not care about it. How could he throw away something that was already in his hands? Not to mention, it was a connate cardinal treasure like the god-slaying spear. Even if they could not use it and left it in the warehouse to collect dust, They could not leave it to the demon sect to avoid increasing their strength. Fellow Taoist Ziwei, why don't you bring it back to Ziwei Star and suppress it with the boundless starry sky? After a while, Hao Yin said. Ah. Fellow Taoist Hao Yin, you really know how to joke. If you want to suppress it, you should bring it back to the Daluo sky and suppress it with the origin of the heaven realm. My boundless starry sky can't suppress a weapon like the god-slaying spear. Hearing this, Feng Zichen sneered a few times and said coldly. Hao Yin's words were really a little foolish. If the boundless starry sky was in its peak state, not to mention the god-slaying spear, even the demon ancestor Rahu could be suppressed. But the boundless starry sky was still in a damaged state and could not withstand the torment. If the god-slaying spear was suppressed there, it would be equivalent to burying a time bomb. Once the demon ancestor Rahu came to cause trouble, the consequences would be unimaginable. You must be joking, you must be joking. Hao Yin laughed a few times and did not reply. The boundless starry sky was not in a good state, and the heaven realm was not in a good state either. The 33 heavens had just been established and had not yet been completely stabilized, so it could not withstand the torment of the demon ancestor Rahu. But, fellow Taoist, your words have reminded me. Suddenly Feng Zichen's heart skipped a beat. He thought of a wonderful place and said to Hao Yin. Fellow Taoist Hao Yin, do you still remember the location of the Purple Cloud Palace? Was there a more suitable place in the primordial world than the Purple Cloud Palace to suppress the god-slaying spear? Feng Zichen did not believe that the demon ancestor Rahu would dare to go to the Purple Cloud Palace to snatch the god-slaying spear. Moreover, Dao ancestor Hongjun and the demon ancestor Rahu could be said to be old enemies, the kind that would not rest until one of them was dead. If the god-slaying spear fell into his hands, the demon ancestor Rahu would definitely not be able to snatch it back. I remember, but why did fellow Taoist Ziwei suddenly ask about this? Could it be? Hao Yin was not a fool. After thinking for a while, he understood Feng Zichen's plan. Brilliant. Fellow Taoist Ziwei's method is really brilliant. However, in this way, the demon ancestor Rahu will probably hate the four of us to death. After shaking his head and sighing, Hao Yin began to mark the location of the Purple Cloud Palace in front of Feng Zichen. After what had just happened, the demon ancestor Rahu would not let them off even if this matter did not happen. Then why should they show mercy to the demon ancestor? Moreover, if they suppressed the god-slaying spear now, the demon ancestor Rahu's strength would weaken a little. When the demon ancestor came to take revenge in the future, their chances of survival would be correspondingly higher. Everyone, let's do it. Then the four of them, with Hao Yin as the leader and Feng Zichen as the support, jointly raised the god-slaying spear and blasted it toward the Purple Cloud Palace. Rumble. The god-slaying spear pierced the void and opened a passage that led directly to the primordial chaos beyond the heavens, heading straight for the Purple Cloud Palace. In the depths of the primordial chaos beyond the heavens, no matter how turbulent the primordial chaos was, a purple palace that emitted a mysterious Taoist rhyme still stood there quietly, as if it had been there since ancient times. But today this tranquility was broken. A blood-red spear broke through the void at an unimaginable speed, fiercely slamming open the door and rushing into the palace, destroying countless artifacts. Nonsense. At the gate of witchcraft, Ancestor Hongjun, who was confronting the chaos demon god, sensed the movement in the Purple Cloud Palace and could not help but smile. Then he laughed and scolded, waving the horsetail whisk in his hand. The next moment, the Purple Cloud Palace in the distance immediately sensed it. As if time had flowed backward, everything returned to its original state. The only difference was that in the depths of the Purple Cloud Palace, there was an additional blood-red spear firmly suppressed there. The Purple Cloud Palace itself was a powerful magic treasure. At the very least, it was not inferior to a primordial absolute treasure. With the support of the Way of Heaven, its power had reached an unimaginable level. Therefore, even if Ancestor Hongjun was not here now, suppressing the god-slaying spear was easy. My friends hiding in the dark, even the demon ancestor has been defeated. Why are you still not retreating? After sending the god-slaying spear to the Purple Cloud Palace, Feng Zichen and the others did not leave. Instead they shouted into the void. The demon sect was not the only people who had designs on the Tree of World. It was just that the demon sect had taken the lead because of their powerful strength. There were also many supreme experts who had lived from the Archean Age to the present day in the dark, as well as some of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace with evil intentions. The untainted land was too big, so no one knew how many experts were hidden in the untainted land. The temptation of a primordial treasure was too great, enough to make these people hiding in the dark take the risk. Feng Zichen and Hao Yin were lying in ambush here not only to guard against the demon sect, but also to guard against those experts whose attitudes were unknown. After waiting for a long time, no one answered, but the aura hidden in the dark had decreased by a lot. It seemed that the failure of the demon sect had deterred many people, and some of them had retreated. However, they could not let their guard down. There were still some people who had not left in the dark, waiting for the opportunity to attack. Alas, this is troublesome. Although they were angry, Feng Zichen and the other three had no choice. They could only work together to set up a peerless killing array around the Tree of World to guard against someone secretly attacking. After the killing array was set up, Hao Yin, Lei Zhe and Gao Chen left, leaving Feng Zichen alone to guard the Tree of World. There was no choice. The Tree of World was very important, but it did not need 4 people to guard it. Feng Zichen alone was enough. The most important thing now was to quickly wipe out the chaos of the ferocious beasts and return peace to the untainted land. Darkness, despair, filth. This was the deepest part of the northern underworld and also the filthiest place in the untainted land. It was also the home of all things in the world, the graveyard of the world. Without a doubt, this was the ultimate, the most mysterious and dangerous place in the untainted land. Boundless chi of eradication floated in the deepest part of the ultimate, waiting for the day to erupt and destroy everything. However, the principle of the world could not escape the principle of things going in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. It was the same even for the dangerous ultimate. At the deepest part of the ultimate, the place that should be filled with the most despairing chi of destruction, the reality was completely different. Pure white lotus flowers were like a white sea, rooted at the bottom of the ultimate. They fed on the filthy chi of eradication and grew healthily, purifying everything in this place and bringing a trace of vitality to the ultimate that was filled with destruction. And in this sea of white flowers, there was a huge lotus flower that was especially strange. It was born black and white. Half of it was black, representing pure destruction, while the other half represented the ultimate creation. This lotus flower coexisted with destruction and creation. It was contradictory and strange, but it also inexplicably conformed to a certain great Tao trajectory. On the petals, there were 2 huge eggs covered in mysterious Tao patterns. One was black and one was white, and they were extremely mysterious. That's right, the black egg nurtured Feng Zichen's ultimate incarnation, the ultimate divine son who wielded the Tao of eradication. And the white egg nurtured the ultimate goddess, a Khanate god fiend that was born by the ultimate origins. She wielded the Tao of creation. Originally, these 2 Khanate god fiends that were born in the ultimate needed millions of years of gestation before they could truly be born. But with the rise of the fiendish Tao, the murderous aura in the world rose, resulting in endless killing in the primordial world, producing large amounts of filthy chi. And most of this filthy chi flowed into the ultimate to strengthen its ultimate origins. Under this influence, the birth of the 2 children of the ultimate undoubtedly sped up greatly. A day's work was equivalent to 100 years of work. Therefore, in just a few hundred years, the 2 children of the ultimate welcomed their birth. Buzz buzz buzz. An inexplicable Tao rune spread from the void and quickly spread throughout the entire ultimate. Chapter 559. Whoosh. The void cracked open silently as wisps of chaotic liquid seeped out of the void and dripped onto the 2 huge eggs. This was the origins of the sinkhole. As the situation in the primordial world became more chaotic, the origins of the sinkhole became richer. They could afford to be extravagant and use the origins to accelerate the growth of the 2 divine sons of the sinkhole. Speaking of which, there was nothing they could do about it. In terms of status, the Khanate god fiends born from the sinkhole wielded destruction and creation. They were already considered top-notch existences in the primordial world. They were not weaker than those mighty figures. But unfortunately they were born too late, so they missed too many opportunities. Even now, the environment of the world had changed. It would be more and more difficult to attain Tao in the future. It was already so difficult to get started. If the sinkholes did not give these 2 divine sons of the sinkhole a cheat, it would probably be very difficult for them to attain Tao, let alone catch up to those mighty figures. After all, the era of Khanate had passed. For this, the sinkholes had no choice but to use the origins to irrigate the 2 divine sons of the sinkhole, hoping that they would be born with Daluo Jingxian or even a higher realm. Otherwise, according to the normal transformation standards of Khanate god fiends, they would at most have the cultivation level of Tai Jingxian. These 2 divine sons of the sinkhole would probably have to hide in the sinkhole for the rest of their lives. The sinkhole was the ultimate home of the world. It was also an ominous place. The Khanate godfiends born here were naturally on the opposite side of all living beings. It would be fine if their cultivation level was high. But if their cultivation level was low, those mighty figures would not mind bullying the weak and eliminating the threat in advance. Therefore, the moment the divine sons of the sinkhole were born, they had to be mentally prepared to be enemies with all living beings. If they were weak, they would really die. More and more origins of the sinkhole surged out of the void and were absorbed by the mighty living beings born in the two huge eggs. But gradually, Feng Zichen's sinkhole incarnation realized that something was amiss. The sinkhole's will was quite interesting. The sinkhole's origins that flowed out was divided into two parts, one large and one small. The larger part, about 60%, flowed to the goddess of the sinkhole. As for Feng Zichen's incarnation, he only obtained 40% of the sinkhole's origins, 20% less than the goddess of the sinkhole. What did it mean to be biased? This was it. The will of the bottomless abyss could not be blamed for being biased because to him, the goddess of the bottomless abyss was his biological daughter. As for Feng Zichen's incarnation, that was just an outsider. It was probably because he had given the bottomless chasm the ability to give birth to life that the will of the bottomless chasm had no choice but to pinch its nose and acknowledge his identity. Based on this point, it was inevitable that the will of the sinkhole would be biased. Even if the will of the bottomless abyss had no intelligence, its instincts still made it closer to the bottomless abyss goddess, who had a deeper bond with it. Furthermore, the world-cleansing white lotus at the bottom of the sinkhole belonged to Feng Zichen. When they purified the ultimate, all the power they produced gathered on his body. This also caused the origin source of the sinkhole divine son to be stronger than the sinkhole goddess origin source. Under the circumstances, if the sinkhole intent did not give the sinkhole goddess some benefits, then the ownership of the sinkhole would completely belong to someone else. Shwa, in the depths of the sinkhole, a rainbow light suddenly appeared and brushed over the two huge eggs. When the light disappeared, the two huge eggs were nowhere to be seen. In their place was a handsome man in black and a beautiful woman in white. They were the sinkhole divine son and the sinkhole goddess. The Khanate godfiends born from the sinkhole were born. Buzz buzz buzz. Following the birth of the two, the huge black and white 12th lotus platform under their feet suddenly trembled violently. Then it split into two and transformed into two Khanate lotus flowers. One was pure black while the other was pure white. Both flowers bloomed at the 12th grade and were supreme-grade Khanate numinous treasures. However, although they were supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasures, they were the lowest of supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasures. They only had 37 Khanate divine seals. However, when the two were combined, they could transform into the most top-grade Khanate spirit treasure, the sinkhole divine lotus, with 45 Khanate divine seals. In addition, these three Khanate lotus flowers were called the sinkhole divine lotus. Yuan Yu greets elder brother. After putting away the Khanate lotus platform, the sinkhole goddess Yuan Yu bowed to Feng Zichen. Sister, there's no need to be so polite. Feng Zichen hurriedly went forward and helped Yuan Yu up. There was indeed no need to be polite. Although the two of them were born, it was not the first day they knew each other. The process of the Khanate godfiend's birth was that they first had intelligence before they were born. Therefore, the two of them had known each other since they were in the egg. Yuan Yu was the name of the sinkhole goddess. Yuan, which meant beginning, had the meaning of creation and corresponded to the Tao of the sinkhole goddess. You referred to beautiful jade. The sinkhole was the most filthy, but the sinkhole goddess born here was the purest. Here she was referred to as beautiful jade. Therefore, the sinkhole goddess was named Yuan Yu. On the other hand, the name of the sinkhole divine son, Feng Zichen, was much simpler. Sinkhole. Because he controlled the Tao of destruction and termination, he was named Sinkhole. Swoosh, swoosh. Two air-piercing sounds were heard. The sinkhole and Yuan Yu looked up and saw two divine lights, one black and one white, flying over and landing in front of them. This is, with a guess in mind, the two of them raised their hands to grab the divine lights in front of them. Pop. The divine lights shattered, revealing the items inside. Khanate spirit treasure. In front of the sinkhole was a pitch-black longbow and a black arrow. World Destroyer bow and final arrow. These two Dharma treasures were superior-grade Khanate spirit treasures separately, but together they were supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasures. Destruction and final arrow could be said to be fatal. Its power was extremely powerful. In front of Yuan Yu was a white mirror. The creation aura around her surged endlessly. It was abnormally extraordinary. That was the truth. This was a precious treasure of the Tao of creation. The supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure, the mirror of creation. It could create all things and also end one's life force. It could be said to have endless magical uses. It also had the effect of restraining the world destroyer bow and final arrow. These two supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasures were the lifelong spirit treasures that the sinkhole had prepared for the two of them. This sinkhole is really interesting. Looking at the mirror of creation that was obviously stronger than the world destroyer bow and final arrow, Feng Zichen secretly shook his head. The sinkhole's will was afraid that the sinkhole goddess would be bullied by him, so it gave all the good things to the sinkhole goddess. Unfortunately, even so, the sinkhole goddess's strength was far inferior to his. For example, when the two of them were just born, the sinkhole goddess already had Daluo Jinshan's perfected cultivation. In the current primordial world, she was not considered weak. However, the sinkhole goddess had the cultivation of an early-stage quasi-saint, a realm higher than the sinkhole goddess. No matter what, the sinkhole goddess's true body, Feng Zichen, was also at the half-step primordial chaos realm. His incarnation carried the origin of the sinkhole, so it was not difficult for him to reach the early-stage quasi-saint realm. If not for the sinkhole goddess's favoritism, his strength might be even stronger. Just as the two of them were chatting, a shocking phenomenon occurred in the primordial world because of the birth of the two of them. The entire primordial world suddenly darkened, and the world fell into darkness. Then, wisps of final chi surged out of the void, forming all kinds of doomsday scenes in all parts of the world. It shocked everyone until their faces turned pale. Just like that. The phenomenon lasted for 3 days before it ended. However, the expressions of all living beings did not relax because of this. Instead, they became even more solemn. This was because in the hearts of all living beings, there was a voice in the unseen world that kept telling them, a god who inherited the will of destruction was born. One day he would bring an end to the primordial world. No one would be happy to hear that a great demon who destroyed the world was born. All living beings were unhappy, but there was one place that was even more unhappy than them. That was the demon sect. If one were to talk about who the birth of the sinkhole goddess had the greatest impact on, it would undoubtedly be the demon sect. The sinkhole goddess was the natural master of the demon path. He was the successor chosen by the heavenly Tao for the demon ancestor. Whether it was the immortal path, the demon path, or any other Tao, they were all controlled by the heavenly Tao. A Tao that was not controlled by the heavenly Tao could not exist in the primordial world. Therefore, the heavenly Tao had the right to choose the next sect master for the demon sect. In the end, it was too disappointed in the demon ancestor Rahu that the heavenly Tao decided to give up and choose a new sect master. This candidate was the sinkhole goddess. The cultivation of the demon sect was mainly based on negative aura. As for the sinkhole goddess, it gathered all the negative aura of the primordial world. Demons were extremely destructive. And the destiny of the sinkhole goddess was the owner of the myriad worlds. Without a doubt, the sinkhole goddess was born for the demon sect. If he did not become the sect master of the demon sect, who would? Therefore, when the fluctuations of the sinkhole goddess birth spread to the demon sect, the destiny of the demon sect moved in response. It shifted from the upper echelons of the demon sect and gathered on the sinkhole goddess in the northern underworld. This frightened the upper echelons of the demon sect. Under the suppression of the celestial sect of wonders, the destiny of the demon sect was not much. Now that more than half of it was gone, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was going to break the roots of the demon sect. Everyone was shocked and investigated where the destiny of the demon sect had flowed to. Although they did not calculate the sinkhole goddess, they roughly calculated that the heavenly Tao had chosen a new sect master. Next, it was much simpler. They would think of all ways to find the new sect master and bring him back. They would treat him as the sect master of the demon sect and integrate the power of the demon path to fight against the celestial sect of wonders together. This, of course, it was impossible. Everyone was an old demon. How could they serve a stranger as their master? Of course, they would think of all ways to find the person and kill him directly. As soon as they thought of this, these old demons had the intention to kill at the same time. The sect master who had suddenly appeared could not be left alive. As the stronghold of the chaos fiend god in the primordial world, the demon sect did not even care about the heavenly Tao. Why would they care about the sect master he had chosen? Wasn't this a joke? Was the fiend ancestor unable to lift his spear, or were they tired of living? There could only be one voice in the demon sect, and that was the fiend ancestor, Rahu. Any existence that dared to shake his position had to die. Putting aside how the experts of the demon sect planned to deal with the sinkhole, when the sinkhole goddess was talking to Yuan Yu, she suddenly felt her destiny skyrocketing. She could not help but feel puzzled. He had just been born and had not done anything. How could he have the destiny? With doubts in his heart, the sinkhole goddess pinched her fingers and calculated. I see. After figuring out the origin of the destiny, the sinkhole goddess could not help but feel a headache. She really did not expect that the sinkhole goddess and the demon sect would have such a relationship. However, unifying the demon sect and integrating the fiend path was her destiny as the master of the sinkhole goddess. She had to do it. This was a pain in the ass. How could the demon sect be so easy to deal with? Not to mention the countless experts, all of them were involved with the Chaos Fiend God. If they were not careful, they would be killed by the Chaos Fiend God. In addition, there was the fiend ancestor whose strength was unfathomable. It was unwise to be enemies with him. Wait, Chaos Fiend God? Perhaps the demon sect was not that difficult to deal with. Suddenly, the sinkhole goddess's heart stirred and she thought of a way. Because of the Chaos Fiend God, the demon sect was a huge pit. Once its disciples entered the realm of Daluo Jinxian, their lives would fall into the hands of others. And this was the opportunity for the sinkhole goddess. As long as this news was spread, whether the demon sect could accept a successor was another matter. In any case, all the great divine abilities of the primordial world would not let the demon sect off. If this news was spread, the demon sect would evolve from the enemy of the celestial sect of wonders to the public enemy of the primordial world. They would probably have no place to stand. Those experts of the demon sect would also be hunted down by the great divine abilities of the primordial world to prevent the descent of the Chaos Fiend God. When the forces of the demon sect were almost wiped out by everyone, the sinkhole goddess could appear and integrate the remaining forces of the demon sect, redefine the demonic path, and replace Rahu as the new demon ancestor. Moreover, during this process, the sinkhole goddess could also deduce new demonic path cultivation methods to get rid of the predicament of the demon sect being affected by the Chaos Fiend God. In addition, if she could deduce a way for the demon sect cultivators to get rid of the path of the Chaos Fiend God, it would be much easier to integrate the demon sect. Did they really think that the current upper echelons of the demon sect were of the same mind as the demon ancestor Rahu? No, they were not of the same mind at all. In fact, in the hearts of these upper echelons of the demon sect, they wished that they could use all the torture in the world on the demon ancestor Rahu to dispel the hatred in their hearts. If they had not been bewitched by the demon ancestor Rahu, how could they have cultivated the path of the demon god and ended up as puppets? They had been completely tricked by the demon ancestor Rahu. If someone could help them get rid of the influence of the path of the demon god, then there was no doubt that there was no need for the sinkhole goddess to make a move. These higher-ups of the demon sect would think of ways to kill the demon ancestor Rahu. Moreover, the sinkhole goddess had taught everyone the Tao. Naturally, she could become the master of the demon sect. This method was very wonderful. It could completely seize the authority of the demon sect without bloodshed. But it was more difficult. How difficult was it to change the great Tao? It was even more difficult to hide from the perception of the Chaos Fiend God. However, Feng Zichen had experience in this. A part of his path of stars came from the great Tao of stars of the Star Fiend God. However, he used the path of stars to define space-time, act out Hongmeng, transform reincarnation, and give birth to all gods. He had completely transcended the scope of the path of stars and walked out of his own Tao. Therefore, he was not affected by anyone. This was a complete train of thought. Redefining the great Tao might allow the experts of the demon sect to get rid of the shadow of the Chaos Fiend God and walk out of their great Tao. Yes, this method could be given a try. If it failed, it would at most waste some time. If it succeeded, it would be a huge gain. Chapter 560. With a thought, the ruins of the end had already made a decision. He then sent a message to the inner demon and handed this matter to him. The inner demon was named after the heart. From this point, it could be seen that he was an expert at manipulating people's hearts. Spreading news and sowing discord was the most suitable thing for the inner demon to do. Besides, if he wanted to find the flaws of the demonic path at the very least, he had to have some understanding of the current demonic path cultivation methods in order to find a way to improve them. The inner demon went out this time not only to spread news, but also to collect some demonic path cultivation methods for the ruins of the end to study. And this kind of thing. The ruins of the end definitely could not appear. Otherwise, once those demonic path experts discovered the traces of the ruins of the end, what awaited him would be endless pursuit. Therefore, the most important thing for the ruins of the end now was to keep a low profile. He stayed in the ruins of the end and did not come out to reduce his presence. Only when his cultivation reached the perfected sage-to-be realm and barely stood at the peak of the primordial world could he walk in the primordial world. Then he did not have to worry about the pursuit of the demonic path experts. Since it was not convenient for the ruins of the end to appear, he could only let the idle inner demon do it. Brother, did you encounter any difficulties? Seeing the ruins of the end suddenly frown, Yuan Yu asked curiously. Nothing. It's just that I suddenly remembered that there are many Khanate ferocious beasts causing trouble in the ruins of the end. There are also the remains of the Chaos Fiend gods hidden in it. I feel that it's a little troublesome. Shaking his head, the ruins of the end said worriedly. Telling Yuan Yu about the demonic path would not be of any use other than adding to her worries. Therefore, the ruins of the end did not intend to tell him. Fortunately, the ruins of the end was not calm at the moment, which gave him a suitable excuse. Just as he said, the chaos of the Khanate ferocious beasts and the calamity of the Chaos Fiend gods affected the entire primordial world. Even the ruins of the end was no exception. One had to know that the environment of the ruins of the end was the most suitable for Khanate ferocious beasts to survive. Therefore, many Khanate ferocious beasts had gathered in the ruins of the end and were causing trouble everywhere. Moreover, there were many remains of the Chaos Fiend gods at the bottom of the ruins of the end. These were the targets of the Chaos Fiend gods. Devouring the remains that still existed could allow the Chaos Fiend gods to quickly recover their strength, so they would never let them go. Fortunately, there was a door in the sinkhole that connected the great wilderness and the outer realm chaos. It was one of the most important areas in the great wilderness. For this reason, Pangu had specially left behind a temple here to suppress the sinkhole. If the chaos demonic god wanted to retrieve the remains, he had to enter the sinkhole. But because they were not sure if Pangu had left a backup plan, they did not dare to barge into the ultimate directly. After struggling for a long while, the chaos demon gods came up with a solution. They gathered a large number of Khanate ferocious beasts and drove them into the ultimate. On the one hand, to retrieve the remains for them. On the other hand, they could also test out Pangu's backup plan. In order to find the remains of the Chaos Fiend Celestial, these Khanate ferocious beasts had caused a lot of trouble in the sinkhole. The reason why the sinkhole in Yuan Yu could be born so quickly was also because of this matter. The sinkholes will needed them to suppress these Khanate ferocious beasts to return peace to the sinkhole. Those Xiantian ferocious beasts are truly abominable. It wasn't easy for the bottomless chasm to give birth to some vitality, and they almost destroyed it all. At the mention of the Xiantian ferocious beasts, Yuan Yu's face was also filled with anger. They were too destructive, and there was no room for any living creatures in front of them. With such a character, they were born to be at odds with fate. How could Yuan Yu like them? That's right. In the past we hadn't been born yet, so we couldn't do anything to them. Now that you and I have been born, we can't allow them to continue causing trouble in the sinkhole. These Xiantian ferocious beasts should be cleaned up. Nodding, the sinkhole said with a murderous expression. How could they allow outsiders to cause trouble in their own territory? As for whether or not they could kill the Xiantian ferocious beasts, the sinkhole had no pressure at all. After all, this was their birthplace. The power of the entire sinkhole would be augmented by them, allowing them to unleash power close to that of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. With Yuan Yu joining forces, even if the real primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian came and fought with them in the sinkhole, he might not end up well. However, the sinkhole actually didn't want to kill the Xiantian ferocious beasts. They were first-generation Xiantian ferocious beasts. As long as there were enough resources, every one of them could advance to the level of Daluo Jingxian or even higher. These Xiantian ferocious beasts represented top-notch combat strength. If they could subdue all the Xiantian ferocious beasts in the sinkhole and integrate them into an army of Xiantian ferocious beasts, wouldn't the sinkhole be able to roam freely in the vast primordial world? Just thinking about it made them happy. It was very difficult to subdue Xiantian ferocious beasts. There was almost no chance of success. However, there was a way. Without trying it personally, how would they know that it was impossible? What if they succeeded? Moreover, the sinkhole and Feng Zichen were one and the same. They also had the marks of the 3,000 Chaos Fiend gods. With this foundation, they might not be unable to succeed. Sister, let's go. With a plan in mind, the sinkhole led Yuan Yu towards the Xiantian ferocious beasts. On the other side, the mental demon received the sinkhole's message and hurriedly rushed to the west. As the former headquarters of the demon sect, it was also the place where the primordial world's murderous aura was the densest. If the demon sect were to return to the primordial world, the Western continent would definitely be their first choice. Therefore, the current demon sect's base must be in the Western continent. In fact, the main reason why the demon sect chose the Western continent was because the Western continent was too barren. As a result, they lacked resources and there were almost no experts. This also allowed the demon sect to occupy most of the Western continent without any pressure. If the demon sect chose the Eastern continent, they would definitely face the collective counterattack of the native forces of the East. In this way, even if the demon sect defeated the native forces of the East and occupied the vast Eastern continent, their vitality would definitely be greatly damaged. That would not be worth the loss. After all, it was useless for the demon sect to have spiritual energy. Therefore, their original lair, the Western continent, became their first choice. Of course, the mental demon had another motive for rushing to the Western continent apart from guessing that the demon sect was here. That was to attack the Western sect. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Since there was a Western sect in the Western continent, if the demon sect wanted to continue preaching in the Western continent, they would definitely have a conflict with the Western sect. Moreover, the ancestral court of the demon sect, Mount Meru, had now become the ancestral court of the Western sect. As such, the demon sect could not tolerate it. In addition, the demon sect and the Western sect were inextricably linked. They were almost of the same origin. The demon sect and the Western sect were destined to only exist. As the saying goes, heretics were often more terrifying than heretics. Both sides coexisted in the West and would definitely fight. With the strength of the Western sect, they were definitely not a match for the demon sect. However, the Western sect was the inheritance of two saints after all. The demon sect could not take it down in a short period of time. As such, the Western sect temporarily went into hiding and waited for the return of the two saints to settle the gains and losses with the demon sect. This point was something that the mental demon could not allow. He could not forget his mission. He was destined to be entangled with the Western sect for the rest of his life. Therefore he came. He wanted to give the Western sect retribution. Of course, don't misunderstand. The mental demon was not here to help the demon sect. He was here to develop his forces. The disciples of the Western sect were taught by the two saints. Their talent might not be very good, but in terms of perseverance they were definitely good. These were all good seedlings for cultivation. If all of them fell into the demonic path, the scene would definitely be very beautiful. At the very least, Xuanti would definitely go crazy with anger. That's right. The mental demon did not come here to kill the disciples of the Western sect, but to lure them into the demonic path. It would be too wasteful to simply kill the disciples of the Western sect. It would not achieve the goal of venting his anger. It would also help the enemy and help the demon sect rule the Western sect faster. Therefore, the mental demon thought of a brilliant idea to lure the disciples of the Western sect into the demonic path. If the sinkhole wanted to become the new master of the demon sect, he had to have his own team. But where did these teams come from? It was too troublesome to nurture them one by one. It was also time-consuming and energy-consuming. Coincidentally, the Western sect had a group of ready-made disciples with good aptitude. Moreover, according to the theory that after falling into the demonic path, their aptitude and strength would be higher. After these disciples of the Western sect fell into the demonic path, their strength would definitely soar. This time, wouldn't the sinkhole's team be here? This plan could be said to be brilliant. Not only could he obtain a large force out of thin air, but he could also vent the anger in his heart and anger Xuanti. He could also obtain the strength to fight against the temporary demon sect. It could be said to be killing three birds with one stone. The Netherworld. The 9 underworlds. The Ghost Emperor of Fengdu, the Nether River sect master, and the Earth Empress took advantage of the opportunity when a Chaos Demon God was alone to attack and suppress him. After succeeding in their attack, the three of them immediately retreated, not daring to stay for a moment. Bastard! Where are you going? You captured our people and still want to leave? Dream on. Stay. In the depths of the 9 underworlds, when they sensed the actions of the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu and the other two, the Chaos Demon Gods were all furious. They attacked one after another and grabbed at the three of them, determined to make them stay. If the three of them joined forces to kidnap one of their companions in front of them, they would lose a lot of face. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it would be the shame of their lives. How could the incomparably arrogant Chaos Demon Gods endure this? Divine powers that could not be described with words surged out from the depths of the 9 underworlds and blasted toward the three of them. Boom, boom, boom. Heaven and earth were wailing, and the myriad Tao was trembling. The rules stopped operating at this moment, as if they could not withstand the pressure brought by the Chaos Demon Gods and were about to collapse. There was no need to look back. The Ghost Emperor of Fengdu and the other two also knew what kind of danger was behind them. Without a doubt, if they were hit by these divine powers, there was no way they could survive. Their bodies would definitely be destroyed and their true spirits would collapse. Speaking of which, if it was a one-on-one battle, the three of them might not be afraid of the Chaos Demon Gods. They might even be able to kill them. After all, no matter how strong the Chaos Demon Gods were, they belonged to their previous lives. Now, they were only a part of their bodies and a part of their true spirits. They were not very strong. However, what the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu and the other two were facing was not the attack of one Chaos Demon God, but the attack of nearly 100 Chaos Demon Gods. Even if they were confident in their own strength, they did not think that they could survive such an attack. Even if a saint came, he would be blasted into pieces. Break for me. Just as the three of them were retreating rapidly, the Chaos Demon God that was suppressed by them was unwilling to be sealed just like that. He struggled with all his might, trying to escape from the three of them. This also caused the three of them who were escaping to have to increase the power of suppressing the Chaos Demon God in their hands to prevent him from escaping. Under this influence, the speed of the three of them inevitably decreased, and they were gradually caught up by the divine powers that were surging over. Seeing that the three of them were about to die under these divine powers, in the depths of the netherworld, where the 6 paths of reincarnation disc was, a terrifying fluctuation suddenly came. Boom. The vast power of reincarnation gushed out from the 6 paths of reincarnation disc and swept everything. It ignored time and space and directly appeared behind the three of them, facing the divine powers that were attacking them. This was Huda's attack. She activated the Chaos Treasure, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, to block these divine powers for the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu and the other two. After that, it was much simpler. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, those powerful divine powers were wiped out by the power of reincarnation without causing the slightest ripple. They collapsed into the most basic runes and scattered between heaven and earth. What was reincarnation? From birth to death, from the beginning to the end, from the past to the future, Huda's attack seemed very simple, but in fact, it involved the power of time. It was called the reincarnation of time, and it could beat everything back to the origin. No matter how powerful your divine powers are, how much power can you retain after I beat it back to its original state? The power of reincarnation was strange and unpredictable, and it could be said to be one of the greatest powers in the world. Those who jumped out of reincarnation could achieve eternity. Could be seen how terrifying this power was. Descendant of Pangu Yu, taking a deep look at Hutu, the Chaos Demon God, knew that with her attack the people could not be saved. Although he was angry, he did not attack and continued to be silent. The 9 underworlds fell into silence again. With the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, unless they recovered the cultivation of their previous life, they would not be a match for Hutu. Since that was the case, why should they humiliate themselves and attack Hutu? As for the fellow Taoist who was captured, he could only blame himself for being unlucky. Why did he wander around for no reason? Now, someone had found an opportunity to capture him. Just take it as a lesson. Anyway, he would not die. On the other side, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu brought the captured Chaos Demon God back to the hinterland of the Nether Realm. Thank you, fellow Taoist. After using the Nether Realm's origin to suppress the Chaos Demon God, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu thanked the two. This time he asked Hutu and Nether River Patriarch to help him capture a Chaos Demon God to refine the Demon God flag. Don't mention it, fellow Taoist. It's just a small matter. Besides, besieging and killing the Chaos Demon God is what we should do. Even if Taoist did not invite us, we would have taken action. The two waved their hands and replied. The Chaos Demon God was the public enemy of the primitive world. As long as there was no problem with their stance, everyone had the same interest in dealing with the Chaos Demon God. Fellow Taoist, why do you suddenly want to capture a Chaos Demon God? Is it useful? Nether River Patriarch asked curiously. Chapter 561. He could not be blamed for being curious. He could understand killing a Chaos Demon God, but he could not understand capturing one alive. When one's strength reached their level, any torture would be meaningless. So what if they captured a Chaos Demon God alive? They would not be able to get anything out of him. Poor Wei wants to refine a Khanate numinous treasure, and she needs a Chaos Demon God. Only by ensuring the integrity of the Chaos Demon God can we refine the most perfect numinous treasure. The Fengdu Ghost Emperor smiled and explained. He captured the Chaos Demon God to refine the Demon God flag. There was nothing to hide about that. As for why he wanted him alive, it was naturally to refine a higher-grade Demon God flag. A Khanate numinous treasure refined by sacrificing a Chaos Demon God alive would definitely be stronger than a Khanate numinous treasure refined from a Chaos Demon God's corpse. Since there was a chance to capture a Chaos Demon God alive, there was no reason for the Fengdu Ghost Emperor to miss it. After all, the stronger the power of the Demon God flag, the greater the damage to the Khanate ferocious beast. At the same time, it could cause some trouble for the demon sect. If Fengdu could refine a supreme-grade Khanate numinous treasure Demon God flag, then the acquired Demon God flag in the demon sect's hands would be useless. From then on, the Khanate ferocious beast would no longer be controlled by the demon sect. That would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the demon sect. Refine a treasure? Refine a treasure with a Chaos Demon God? Hearing this, the Nether River Patriarch seemed to be uncertain and asked in return. The Fengdu Ghost Emperor only nodded to show that he was telling the truth. Fellow Taoist, what a great ability! Refining a treasure with a Chaos Demon God. It's, Patriarch Nether River's face twitched. He did not know what to say about the Fengdu Ghost Emperor's boldness. Only he could think of refining a treasure with a Chaos Demon God. This was simply like splitting the heavens and splitting the earth apart. Truly audacious. However, he had to admit that. It was a great idea. At first, Patriarch Nether River was shocked by the Fengdu Ghost Emperor's idea. However, he thought about it and felt that it was a great idea. Other than Khanate existences, Khanate numinous treasures were mostly born from nature. It was difficult to refine them. According to the current environment, it would be difficult to breed a new Khanate numinous treasure in the future. Which meant that Khanate numinous treasures. After all, the rarer something is, the more precious it is. Of course, there was another way to refine Khanate numinous treasures. Khanate numinous treasures could definitely be refined using Khanate God Fiends as materials. However, that technique was resisted by all the Khanate God Fiends in the primordial world. Therefore, this method could not be used. But now, with the Fengdu Ghost Emperor's reminder, the Nether River Patriarch seemed to have opened up a whole new world. That's right. If Khanate God Fiends could be used to refine Khanate numinous treasures, the stronger Chaos Fiend Celestials could do the same. Moreover, Khanate spirit treasures refined from Chaos Demon Gods were definitely stronger than those refined from Khanate Gods. What was even more amazing was that this method would not be resisted by the crowd. Moreover, as long as this method was spread out, the great mediums of the untainted land might take the initiative to hunt down the Chaos Demonic God. What a great idea. Why didn't he think of it? At this moment, the Nether River Patriarch was truly in awe of the Fengdu Ghost Emperor. No wonder he was the master of the Yin Court and ruled over the life and death of all beings. On the other hand, he could only stay in a corner of the Nether Realm and be a marquis. His brain was not as fast as the Fengdu Ghost Emperor's. At this moment, the Nether River Patriarch's eyes were glowing green when he looked at the 9 underworlds again. He was like a person who had starved for 3 days and suddenly saw a delicacy. How was this a dangerous place? It was clearly a huge treasure trove. In the eyes of the Nether River Patriarch, the Chaos Fiend Celestials in the 9 underworlds were no longer terrifying existences, but walking Khanate numinous treasures. If not for his lack of strength, the Nether River Patriarch really wanted to charge into the 9 underworlds and suppress all the Chaos Fiend Celestials so that he could refine them into Khanate numinous treasures. Fellow Taoist, the poor way is in a hurry to refine numinous treasures, so I will take my leave first. The Fengdu Ghost Emperor's words interrupted the Nether River Patriarch's reverie. By the time he came to his senses, the Fengdu Ghost Emperor had already brought the suppressed Chaos Fiend Celestials to the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Wait, fellow Taoist Fengdu, please wait for the poor way. Let the poor way see what kind of numinous treasure it is that it requires an entire Chaos Fiend Celestial. Seeing the Fengdu Ghost Emperor leave, the Nether River Patriarch quickly followed. He was not really curious about what kind of numinous treasure the Fengdu Ghost Emperor was going to refine. He was curious about how the Fengdu Ghost Emperor was going to deal with the Chaos Fiend Celestials. It was not difficult to refine Khanate numinous treasures with the dead Chaos Fiend Celestials as materials. Any great expert in the primordial world could do it. However, it was rare and extremely difficult to refine Khanate numinous treasures with the living Chaos Fiend Celestials as materials. One had to know that since the Chaos Fiend Celestials were not dead, how could they be willing to be refined into numinous treasures? Of course they would resist all means. They would rather die than suffer such humiliation. If things went wrong, the Chaos Fiend Celestials would seize the opportunity to self-destruct. Not to mention refining numinous treasures, even the Fengdu Ghost Emperor might not survive. However, with Fengdu's intelligence he would never have thought of this. Looking at how confident he was, it was obvious that he had a solution. Therefore, the Nether River Patriarch was curious about how the Fengdu Ghost Emperor was going to deal with the Chaos Fiend Celestials. These were all experience points. If he learned it, he might have a chance to test it himself in the future. It should not be difficult to catch a Chaos Fiend Celestial in the primordial world now, right? Just like that. The few of them arrived at the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Empress, poor Wei wants to ask you for a favor. The Fengdu Ghost Emperor said as he walked to the Empress of Earth. He wanted the Empress of Earth to activate the 6 paths of reincarnation disc and use the power of reincarnation to erase all the intelligence of the Chaos Fiend Celestials and wash them into a piece of white paper. In this way he would not have to worry about the resistance of the Chaos Fiend Celestials during the refining process. The path of reincarnation covered everything. Not to mention washing the Chaos Fiend Celestials into a piece of white paper, it was not impossible to beat the Chaos Fiend Celestials into the mortal world. Sure. The Empress of Earth had no reason to refuse the Fengdu Ghost Emperor's request, so she nodded in agreement. In fact, even without the Empress of Earth, the Fengdu Ghost Emperor could still activate the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. One had to know that he also had a part of the reincarnation authority, but it was not as great as the Empress of Earth's authority. However, he still had the power to wash the Chaos Fiend Celestials into a piece of white paper. However, the Empress of Earth was the true master of reincarnation. Out of respect for the Empress of Earth rarely used this part of the reincarnation authority. After taking the Chaos Fiend Celestials from the Fengdu Ghost Emperor, the Empress of Earth directly threw him into the reincarnation wheel. Then, before the Chaos Fiend Celestials could react, Empress of Earth used the Tao Seal to activate the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Rumble. The 6 paths of reincarnation rotated loudly, and the terrifying reincarnation power rolled out toward the Chaos Fiend Celestials, invading his primordial spirit and true spirit, and began to wash away his memories. What? The reincarnation power was like flowing water, brushing the Chaos Fiend Celestial's true spirit over and over again, washing away his memories and obliterating his intelligence. Gradually, the Chaos Fiend Celestial's eyes turned from lively to numb, then to confused and finally to blank out. He had lost himself. He had completely forgotten everything about himself. It's time. Seeing this, the Fengdu Ghost Emperor knew that it was time to refine the treasure. He kept drawing with his hands, carving mysterious runes in the void, gradually forming a mysterious divine restriction. This divine restriction was somewhat similar to the divine restriction that formed the Fiend Celestial flag, but it seemed to be more mysterious and full of spiritual vigor. The innate divine restriction. This divine restriction was filled with mysterious innate Taoist rhymes. Without a doubt, this was an innate divine restriction. With the help of the Creation Jade Disc Fragment, Feng Zichen used the acquired divine restriction that formed the Fiend Celestial flag as the foundation to further deduce it, turning it into an innate divine restriction. This was also the reason why the Fengdu Ghost Emperor had the confidence to refine the Fiend Celestial flag into an innate spiritual treasure. Otherwise, even if the Chaos Fiend Celestials were to refine an innate spiritual treasure, it would not be the Fiend Celestial flag. In a few breaths, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu Ghost Emperor drew 9 innate divine restrictions in the air. As soon as the 9 innate divine restrictions appeared, they interlocked and gradually formed the illusion of a huge flag. It was the Fiend Celestial flag. Now, as long as he poured enough innate origin into the illusion of the Fiend Celestial flag, he would be able to obtain an inferior grade innate spiritual treasure. Go. At this moment, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu Ghost Emperor stopped drawing runes. Instead, he pointed at the illusion of the Fiend Celestial flag and sent it to the Chaos Fiend Celestial's head. Refine. Fengdu pointed at the Chaos Fiend Celestial from afar, and his body suddenly split open. Streams of blood gushed out and surged toward the illusion of the Fiend Celestial flag. At the same time, the power of reincarnation rolled in and washed the Fiend Celestial's blood, turning it into the most origin for the Fiend Celestial flag to absorb. Under the nourishment of the Fiend Celestial's blood, the Fiend Celestial flag quickly gained a physical form. Whoosh. A hazy clear light suddenly separated from the Chaos Fiend Celestial's spiritual sea and entered the Fiend Celestial flag. In an instant, the 9 innate divine restrictions that formed the Fiend Celestial flag pulsed and surged into the clear light. That was the Chaos Fiend Celestial's indestructible true spirit. Under Fengdu's control, it had turned into the innate inextinguishable spirit light of the Fiend Celestial Flag. In this way, the Fiend Celestial Flag had officially become an innate spiritual treasure, an inferior grade innate spiritual treasure with 9 innate divine restrictions. Although its level was relatively low, it was fortunate that the treasure had yet to be fully refined. Next, the Fengdu Ghost Emperor continued to inscribe innate divine restrictions into the Fiend Celestial Flag one after another to upgrade its level. It was only when the Chaos Fiend Celestial's physical body had completely turned into nothingness that the Fengdu Ghost Emperor's refinement of the treasure ended. The Fiend Celestial Flag now had 37 innate divine restrictions and was barely on the verge of becoming a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. It had met Fengdu's requirements. After all, what he had obtained was only a part of the complete Chaos Fiend Celestial. Otherwise, he would have been able to refine a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, if not a Khanate cardinal treasure. However, even so, Fengdu was very satisfied. The spiritual treasure had been refined. Of course, he had to test its power. Therefore, the Fengdu Ghost Emperor bade farewell to the others, took the Fiend Celestial Flag and walked towards the 9th underworld. Good treasure. Don't disappoint me. The Fengdu Ghost Emperor did not dare to get too close to the 9th underworld for fear of being surrounded and killed by the Chaos Fiend Celestial. He began to activate the Fiend Celestial Flag from afar. He waved the Fiend Celestial Flag at the group of innate ferocious beasts. In the next moment, the innate ferocious beasts that were attacking the netherworld suddenly stopped in their tracks and looked around in confusion. It works. Seeing this, the Fengdu Ghost Emperor was a little surprised and hurriedly continued to wave the Fiend Celestial Flag. As the Fiend Celestial Flag was waved, Fengdu gradually felt that he had established some connection with the innate ferocious beasts. Relying on this connection, although he could not completely control these innate ferocious beasts, he could use some simple orders to make these innate ferocious beasts change their minds. This did not seem to be very useful, but it was actually very useful. Killing each other. He could use this method to make the innate ferocious beasts kill each other. He could also order the innate ferocious beasts to directly charge into the innate killing array and die. With this treasure, the chaos of the innate ferocious beasts is no longer a threat. Holding the Fiend Celestial Flag in his hand tightly, Fengdu nodded to himself. Now he just had to wait for Gaochen to come and take it away to help Fushi quell the chaos of the ferocious beasts and push the human race to the throne of the world. How dare you! Just as Fengdu was thinking, the Chaos Fiend Celestial in the 9th underworld sensed the change here and suddenly roared. Suddenly, the violent Chaos Fiend Celestial chi wantonly spread out, and the innate ferocious beasts were in an uproar. They broke free from the control of the Fiend Celestial Flag and continued to attack the netherworld. Go back. Fengdu activated the power of the Fiend Celestial Flag to the extreme and shook it violently. In an instant, a vast, ancient and tyrannical aura swept out and enveloped the entire battlefield. Roars of extreme fear came from the innate ferocious beasts in the air. Then, as if they had been greatly frightened, they frantically fled backward. Bastard! Go back. The Chaos Fiend Celestial's furious voice came from the depths of the 9th underworld. Obviously, he was extremely angry that the innate ferocious beasts had broken free from his control. At the same time, he was also trying to regain control of the innate ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, the Fiend Celestial Flag in Fengdu's hand could simulate a trace of the Chaos Fiend Celestial's power when he was at his peak. It was far from what these broken Chaos Fiend Celestials could compare to. Therefore, he alone could not suppress these frightened innate ferocious beasts. In the end, all the Chaos Fiend Celestials in the 9th underworld acted together to pacify these innate ferocious beasts, allowing them to continue attacking the netherworld. At this time, the Fiend Celestial Flag was not very effective. It was not that the Fiend Celestial Flag was not strong enough, but that there were too many Chaos Fiend Celestials on the other side. But even so, Fengdu was already very satisfied. The Fiend Celestial Flag was refined to deal with the innate ferocious beasts in the wilderness. There were not as many innate Fiend Celestials there as there were in the netherworld. Didn't this mean that the Fiend Celestial Flag was an invincible existence in driving innate Fiend Celestials in the wilderness? After testing the power of the Fiend Celestial Flag, Fengdu returned to his palace and waited for Gaochen's arrival. While Fengdu was refining the Fiend Celestial Flag, the wilderness was not calm either. At the shore of the East Sea, in the ancestral land of the human race, all races of the wilderness, whether they were innate or acquired, gathered here. It seemed that something big was about to happen. Chapter 562. Ever since Fuxi showed his might and saved the Khanate Alliance from the siege of the Khanate ferocious beasts, the attitude of the people of the Khanate Alliance towards Fuxi changed. Their previous hostility turned into reverence and a trace of fear. How could they not be afraid? The group of Khanate ferocious beasts that could almost destroy the Khanate Alliance was forced to retreat by Fuxi alone. This kind of power could completely destroy the Khanate Alliance alone. Wouldn't it be courting death to be enemies with such a person? With this thought in mind, the Khanate Alliance gradually did not dare to provoke the human race. There were even some Khanate races who couldn't help but want to join the human race when they saw how powerful Fuxi was. Great, the innate alliance that was already not united to begin with after this incident, it could be said that it had completely ceased to exist in name. When the remaining Khanate races saw this, they knew that they could not go against the general trend. They also joined the human race in order to obtain Fuxi's protection. At this point, the Khanate alliance was considered to have collapsed. At this moment, in the primordial world, except for some Khanate races who were still holding on to the glory of being Khanate lifeforms, most of the other Khanate races had joined the human race. As a result, the primordial world, which had been in chaos since the creation of the world, was finally unified. All the races respected the human race. This was even the 3 Khanate races. And what the Magi and demons had not done. Now, it was done by the human race. Although the 10,000 races were a little exaggerated. No matter what, in name the human race had unified the primordial world. It was also at this moment that the destiny of heaven and earth began to gather towards the human race to increase their foundation. However, although the human race had unified the primordial world, the chaos of the Khanate ferocious beasts was still not over. They were still causing chaos in the primordial world. Moreover, in the dark, the demon sect was eyeing covetously. No one knew what schemes they were planning. It could be said that if these threats were not eliminated, the primordial world would not be peaceful, and the 10,000 races would not be stable. The rule of the human race would be shaken at any time. Therefore, after Fuxi obtained the loyalty of the 10,000 races, he was determined to integrate the power of the 10,000 races to quell the chaos of the ferocious beasts in one fell swoop and return peace to the primordial world. Today, the 10,000 races gathered in the ancestral land of the human race. They were responding to Fuxi's call. They swore an alliance to fight against the Khanate ferocious beasts. At the same time, this move also meant to establish the dignity of the human tribe, deepen the human tribe's rule over the untainted land, and clarify the status of the human tribe among the 10,000 tribes. Although the human race had unified the untainted land, they were still too weak and had too few experts. If it weren't for Fuxi's unparalleled battle prowess, the primordial races wouldn't have taken the human race seriously. At this moment, Fuxi was the one that the innate races respected, not the human race. This situation was extremely unfavorable to the human race. If Fuxi were to disappear for a period of time, the innate races would definitely have other ideas and overthrow the human race's rule. All in all, the rule of the human race was not stable, and they relied too much on individual strength, which meant that they were not worthy of their positions. The solution to this problem was simple. They had to work hard to increase the strength of the human race so that they would be worthy of their status. They had to shift the respect of the other races towards Fuxi to the human race. It was easier said than done. The environment of the world had changed, and the path of cultivation in the future would only become more and more difficult. It would be difficult for a force as powerful as the shamans and demons to appear again. We are willing to follow Fuxi's lead and form an alliance to resist the Khanate ferocious beasts. Under the witness of heaven and earth, the leaders of the primordial races made an alliance with Fuxi. They were willing to follow his orders and quell the chaos of the Khanate ferocious beasts together. With the establishment of the alliance, an intense change occurred in the mysterious and unfathomable River of Destiny. The tributary of the River of Destiny that belonged to the human race suddenly flowed rapidly. At the same time, the tributary formed by the providence of the primordial races split off and flowed towards the providence of the human race. The providence of the primordial races used their own providence to strengthen the providence of the human race. It was like 100 rivers returning to the sea, causing the providence of the human race to become stronger and stronger. Gradually, it overshadowed all the other races and became the largest of the countless tributaries of the River of Destiny. Boom. At this moment, the torch that symbolized the providence of the human race suddenly soared. From the previous 5 colors, It transformed into hundreds of millions of colors. From afar, it looked like a ball of resplendent light that was incomparably dazzling. At this moment, the providence of the human race soared. And at the same time as the providence skyrocketed, the providence feedback also began. Rumble. Almost at the same time, hundreds of human golden immortals ascended to Tai Jingxian, greatly increasing the foundation of the human race. The remaining mystic immortals, celestial immortals, and cultivators who had yet to ascend to the immortal Tao were also countless. There was also a half-step Daluo Jingxian existence who, with the help of the providence feedback, finally took the crucial step and cultivated into a Daluo Jingxian. Now he existed with the world and with the heavens. Of course, these were not the most eye-catching. The most eye-catching was still Fuxi. He, who was already a mid-saint, directly stepped into the perfected demi-saint realm with the help of the human race's providence, becoming the top great master of the wilderness in one fell swoop. At this moment, the primordial races that were already in awe of Fuxi were even more in awe. High in the sky, where the origin space was located in the deepest layer of heaven and earth, as the primordial races worshipped Fuxi, wisps of clear light began to converge, gradually condensing into a droplet-shaped treasure. This item was surrounded by a dense aura of heaven and earth, and countless mysterious Tao patterns were faintly discernible within it. It was as if one could see the evolution of heaven and earth, the changes of the great Tao, and its extreme mysteries. It came from the same source as the heavenly Tao, flickering with an inexplicable luster, interweaving the trajectory of fate, as if it could affect everything. This was the mandate of heaven. The mandate of heaven and earth's protagonist. As long as the mandate of heaven merged with the human race's providence, it meant that the human race would become the protagonist of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the mandate of heaven had just been born and was far from mature. Moreover, even if it was now mature, the human race's current providence would not be able to accept the mandate of heaven. Therefore, all of this needed to wait for the human race to become stronger. The mandate of heaven was closely related to the human race. The stronger the human race was, the faster the mandate of heaven would condense. Since the alliance had been established, Fuxi did not stand on ceremony. He directly selected experts from the primordial races to form an army and began to practice the formation. This was training the soldiers. It was best to use array formations to deal with primordial ferocious beasts. Otherwise, even if the human alliance army defeated the primordial ferocious beasts, they would suffer heavy losses and leave an opportunity for the demon sect to take advantage of. Therefore, in the battle with the primordial ferocious beasts, not only did the human alliance army have to win, but they also had to preserve their strength as much as possible. Otherwise, if the demon sect were to take advantage of them, it would be terrible. Fuxi was training his troops, so let's not talk about it for the time being. On the other hand, the demon sect had lost several supreme experts in succession. It could be said that their vitality had been greatly damaged. They should have kept a low profile to prevent others from taking advantage of them. However, because of the appearance of the ruins of End, not only did the demon sect not shrink their forces, but they became even more arrogant. They kept causing trouble in the primordial world to show their existence. They were planning to completely walk from the dark to the light. In fact, the demon sect could not be blamed for doing so. After suffering consecutive blows, the upper echelons of the demon sect suddenly realized that the situation in the primordial world was gradually becoming more and more disadvantageous for them. If this continued, the demon sect's opportunity to prosper would be over just as it began. The upper echelons of the demon sect naturally would not allow this. They had waited for countless years for an opportunity for the demon sect to prosper. They were about to suppress the Shen sect and return to the primordial world. However, for some reason, four heaven and earth supremes suddenly appeared and destroyed the great situation that the demon sect had created with great difficulty. They completely reversed the situation of the primordial world and defeated the rising momentum of the demon sect. The upper echelons of the demon sect were filled with hatred. However, they had no choice. The other party was too strong. They could not defeat him at all. However, it was absolutely impossible for them to give up the opportunity that the demon sect had waited for with great difficulty. Therefore, the upper echelons of the demon sect decided to go all out. They would move from the dark to the light and fight for their lives with the heavens. Before the saints returned, they would take down the primordial world. If they won, the demon sect would prosper and be able to suppress the Shen sect. If they lost, it did not matter. The demon sect was already in such a state. If they were to fall, how far could they fall? This was a typical example of a barefoot person not being afraid of wearing shoes. The Xian sect was huge and had many scruples. The demon sect was different. Other than their lives they had nothing. When they did things they naturally had no taboos. Only when they had no attachments could they have no scruples. However, the demon sect wanted to make a final gamble, which happened to be what Hao Yan and the others wanted. The chaos of the Khanate beast was handed over to the human race and the Khanate 10,000 races. The demon sect would naturally be dealt with by the heavenly court and the Xian sect. However, the demon sect was hidden too deeply. They could not find their nest at all. In that case, how could they destroy it? However, now that the demon sect had taken the initiative to walk out, Hao Yan and the others would not foolishly wait for them to come. Naturally, they took the initiative to attack. After receiving the news of the demon sect's appearance, Hao Yan, Gao Chen, and Lu Ai's, who were searching for traces of the demon sect in the primordial world, rushed to the demon sect together. They intended to kill all the experts of the demon sect before the demon ancestor Rahu appeared. To them, if they weakened the demon sect's strength as much as possible now, their chances of survival would be higher when the demon ancestor Rahu settled the score. East Sea. Penglai Immortal Island of the Three Immortal Islands. With the end of the shaman and demon tribulation, the shackles that restricted Xianqing's breakthrough had long disappeared without a trace. In other words, after the baptism of the tribulation, Xianqing could finally take a step forward and break through from the Daluo Jingxian to the sage-to-be. In fact, Xianqing could have broken through tens of thousands of years ago. However, he hesitated. That was because he was a direct descendant of the Three Pure Ones, the most authentic disciple of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. He also cultivated the most profound Celestial Sect techniques. Since that was the case, if he broke through to the sage-to-be realm, he would naturally take the path of the three corpses of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Otherwise, he would directly use his strength to prove his Tao and break through to the sage-to-be realm. That did not make sense. Xianqing was formed from the clear air of the nine heavens. He was born with a powerful primordial spirit and a weak physical body. This did not mean that he could not use his strength to prove his Tao. Instead, this method was completely ineffective for him. The gains did not make up for the losses. The path of the three corpses was the most suitable for him. Xianqing naturally knew the method of the three corpses, and there was more than one. They were all top-notch. Not to mention, he had long understood the good and evil corpses and could slash them at any time. However, Xianqing did not want to slash the corpses. To be precise, Feng Zichen did not want to slash the corpses. From the Tao ancestors' point of view, whether it was good, evil, or obsession, they would all affect one's Tao heart. In order to seek the Tao ancestor was determined to slash it out to strengthen his Tao heart. He could also prevent himself from being affected by emotions and maintain an absolutely calm state of mind. However, this was the Tao of the Tao ancestor. It was the Tao of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. It was the Tao of the heavens, not Feng Zichen's Tao. Feng Zichen's Tao had long been self-contained. It had transcended the Tao of the heavens, covered everything, and pointed directly to the origin of the Tao. He was worried that after he slashed the three corpses, he would be affected by the Tao of the Tao ancestor and mess up his own Tao. Therefore, Feng Zichen did not plan to slash the corpses. Especially, the supreme state of mind that he had obtained after slashing the three corpses. The moment he became the great Taoist priest, he naturally had it. Just this point alone made Feng Zichen give up on the idea of slashing the three corpses. The risk was too great and the benefits were too small. It was not worth the risk at all. However, if he did not slash the corpses, he would not be able to become a sage-to-be. That would be troublesome. He directly used strength to prove his Tao. Feng Zichen was confident that he could hide it from the primitive world cultivators. However, he definitely could not hide it from the saint of the prime clear lineage. A person who specialized in the great Tao of the Celestial Sect of Wonders suddenly used strength to prove his Tao. Unless the saint of the prime clear lineage was a fool, he would definitely suspect Xianqing's identity. For this, after Xianqing became an early-stage quasi-saint, he did not break through for a long time. He was completely in a dilemma. This dilemma lasted for tens of thousands of years. Only today did Xianqing think of a solution. Since he could not break through with the slashing the three corpses technique, he would think of a way to improve this technique. He would imitate the supreme experts of the primordial era and walk a path that belonged to him alone. In this way, even if he did not break through with the slashing the three corpses technique, the saint of the prime clear lineage would not doubt him. Instead, he would praise him. Slashing one's own Tao was an incredible feat in any era. It would become a legend and be remembered and worshipped by the world. A long time ago, there was no such realm as a quasi-saint in the world. Above the Daluo Jingxian was the primordial Daluo Jingxian. However, after the Dao ancestor attained the Dao, a quasi-saint realm was separated from the Daluo Jingxian. This method was simple. A long time ago, the Daluo Jingxian had two cultivation processes. First, he cultivated the 3 flowers above his head. When he reached perfection, he began to jump out of the river of time and space. Therefore, the Dao ancestor divided this process into 2 realms. The process of cultivating the 3 flowers above his head was still called the Daluo Jingxian. The process of jumping out of the river of time and space was called the quasi-saint realm. Xian Qing's plan was, he would not slash the 3 corpses anymore. He would directly slash the past, future and present. This method was much more difficult than the slashing the 3 corpses, but the benefits were obvious. That was, when he broke through to the primordial Daluo Jingxian in the future, it would be easier than the cultivators who cultivated the slashing the 3 corpses technique. Why was the slashing the 3 corpses technique popular in the primordial world? Was it because he was strong enough? No, it was because he was the simplest, universal, and suitable for most cultivators. Therefore, he could surpass all techniques and become the mainstream of the primordial world. Compared to the slashing the 3 corpses technique, the former could only be said to be difficult at first, and the latter could be said to be difficult at first. It was hard to say which was good and which was bad. It could be said that each had its own merits. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.